Check. All right, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome to the 6th National Co-op Nutrition Summit and B2B Expo 2026, which is organized by Indian Micro Fertilizers Manufacturers Association. Can we have a big round of applause for the summit, please, everyone? I, Nikhil Dalvi, will be your host for the day, and we are honored to host this beautiful organized summit here at the National Stock Exchange. BKC, bringing together the policy makers, the industry leaders, the scientists, and the innovators under the one roof. To begin with the proceedings, may I now invite Dr. Rahul Mirchandani, the President for IMMA, for the opening remarks. Rahul sir, please come on the dais. Can we have a big round of applause, please?
Good morning, everyone. Come on, guys, we have to have some energy in the room in the morning. Good morning. Good morning. There's India in the house here, so I think namaste, salam, namaste, and I hope all of you will have a phenomenal day today. Before we start the proceedings, we would like to start ceremonially with the lighting of the lamp, and therefore I'd like to request our chief guests and our guests of honor, as well as my wife Nitya and Komal, can we please come in and have the lamp lighting ceremony, after which we will start the welcome address and the proceedings. Thank you. Please, sir, please. May we request Dr. P.K. Singh, Dr. Mohanty, Dr. Mandal, Mr. Iyer, along with Nitya and Komal, can we please have the lamp lighting ceremony, please?
Shall we have national anthem after this or no? We can? Ready. National anthem. Check. All right, before we begin with the next proceedings, may I request everyone, in a respect and honor towards our nation, please stand up for the national anthem. Our musicians will be playing the national anthem live on the instruments, and we can sing along with them.
Thank you very much. And on behalf of the Indian Microfertilizer Manufacturers Association, I want to first thank the National Stock Exchange for opening their doors for one of this kind agribusiness summit. Our summit is one of the flagships in terms of the specialty plant nutrition industry, and I believe truly that we and our members have set the gold standard in terms of coming together unitedly for the purpose of building the microfertilizer, biostimulants, and specialty plant nutrition industry. We have present here today our founding members, we have our managing committee members, we have all members from across the country, stakeholders and government, industry stakeholders, scientists, faculty from all over the country who have come together for this flagship 6th National Crop Nutrition Summit and B2B Expo. On behalf of the Indian Microfertilizer Association, I must thank each and every one of you for coming here this morning and for being with us for the next couple of days. So thank you so much for this coming together in such an amazing venue and for such an important purpose. I believe National Stock Exchange for us is truly a place where we can take our dreams to make flight. As an industry, I was mentioning to the NSE officials, senior-most officials from the NSE, that many of our companies are in the high growth phase. Many of us are looking at potential IPOs. Some of us have listed, and most importantly, that 80% of the microfertilizer industry will pass through the doors of this association during the next 2 days. So when we are here at a place where innovation, inspiration, and wealth creation come together, I believe that is truly a metaphor for what all of us also bring from the agribusiness sector into these hallowed halls. Thank you very much once again to the NSE for opening their doors to us. I'd like to invite Mr. Vijay Ganeshan Iyer on behalf of the National Stock Exchange to give the welcome address as a host, and then we will start our inaugural session. Please, sir.
Namaste, everyone. Welcome to NSE. Respected dignitaries, Shri P.K. Singh ji, Rahul Mirchandani ji, Debashish Mandal ji, and Dr. Mohanty ji. As you all know, we are standing at the venue itself where the event is getting hosted is India's first digital public infrastructure, which was envisioned 30 years ago, and we all know the critical role played by the National Stock Exchange in building the capital markets and the financial ecosystem in this country. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the 6th edition of IMMA's National Corporate Nutrition Summit and the B2B Expo being hosted here at NSE as a venue. As we all know that Atmanirbharta is the clarion call, and we all in our individual capacities as individuals, as industry bodies, as entrepreneurs, everyone is working towards that. And in the just recently announced budget 5 days ago, we all know the various steps once again announced towards achieving that goal and the Viksit Bharat roadmap laid by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. This year's theme, as we see, has been Converge, Collaborate, and Co-Create, elevating India at the world's agri-input manufacturing hub. As we know, the sector itself and the critical role it plays in the Indian economy, the number of livelihoods which is generated from this sector. So indeed, the next 2 days, I am sure, will be critical, and a lot of things will be deliberated on how, going forward, the role of this particular industry will be to make us self-reliant, and how perhaps we could also looking at various global markets that this industry can take forward. So indeed, once again, I would not want to take much of the time so that the deliberations can be started. Wishing all the best for the deliberations in the next 2 days, and I am sure there will be a lot of productive outcomes which indeed also could be executed going forward for the industry. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. We have begun the summit on a very wonderful note, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Vijay sir and Rahul sir, for setting the context so beautifully. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's begin with the inaugural session, which focuses mainly on the streamlining policies to enable one nation and one license, a critical step towards ease of doing the business and national integration. Thanks to all our distinguished dignitaries for sharing valuable insights and policy directions for the future of Indian agriculture. So let's begin with the inaugural session. May I request Dr. Debashish Mandal, the head divisions of Soil Science and Agriculture Chemistry, ICAR, IARI, to please be present on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause, please, for Debashish sir? May I also request Dr. Manoranjan Mohanty, the director for IISS Bhopal, to please be present on the dais. May I also request Dr. P.K. Singh, the Agriculture Commissioner, Government of India, to please be present on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause, please? I also request Dr. Rahul sir to please be present. So you need a cordless mic here? Cordless mic.
Thank you very much. May I now request our inaugural speaker, our chief guest for today, Dr. P.K. Singh, the Commissioner of Agriculture, Government of India. Sir, you have been such an immense support to IMMA over the years. And when we come together today to discuss, deliberate on our theme, which is truly converge, collaborate, and co-create, and making our sector the agri-input manufacturers and factories of the world. Because I believe that IMMA did Make in India much before it became a slogan. For us, Make in India is what we have done every single day since the 1970s. And we are so proud that all of us sitting here are manufacturers who truly bring success, progress, innovation to every particular product and service that we get here. We also have the IMMA family of brands, which stands testament to some of the best brands in Indian agribusiness. And I do hope, sir, that your discussion here today will enlighten us and, more importantly, set the policy agenda to make our manufacturing hub even stronger than it is today. So over to you, sir, for your inaugural address.
So a very good morning to all of you. So friends, it's really enthusiastic for all of us to be here in the NSE office. We have just listening and seeing on the, this television and other places, this NSE. So now inside this NSE, yes, it's really nice to have this function here. And this shows the importance of micronutrients in the economy also. So bringing economy and the micronutrients together, that is something great you have done in this time from IMMA. साथियों, अगर आप हम लोग थोड़ा इस पे बात करते हैं कि हम लोग पहले मेगा स्ट्रक्चर्स, मेगा की बात होती थी, फिर अब हम लोग नैनो तक पहुंच चुके हैं, तो माइक्रो तो बीच में है। माइक्रो को वो बीच की कड़ी है जिसके लिए कि हमको, क्योंकि यूरिया, नाइट्रोजन, फास्फोरस, पोटाश, दैट फ्रॉम स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम दैट now we are to nano of all those things, and micro is really important. So just I must quote here, कभी अगर आप गीता का अध्ययन कभी पढ़े हो तो गीता के हर चैप्टर के अंत में एक लाइन लिखी हुई होती है, ब्रह्म विद्यायाम योग शास्त्रे श्री कृष्ण अर्जुन संवादे। मतलब आपको ब्रह्म विद्या, छोटे से छोटे चीज, माइक्रो नैनो तक की विद्या अगर आप जानते हैं उसके बारे में, ब्रह्म योग कहते हैं, ब्रह्म ये कहते हैं, एंड देन फ्रॉम दैट इफ यू कैन योग ऑफ दैट, मतलब मिक्सचर और concentration of all those things in our system, how to bring a yoga in that, then only we can आत्मा परमात्मा का जो है ना आपस में श्री कृष्ण और अर्जुन का संवाद हो सकता है। यानी पौधों और मिट्टी के बीच की जो ये सिस्टम है आपका, दैट सिस्टम इट वर्क्स एवरीवेयर। आप उसको चाहे आत्मा परमात्मा की बात करें या मृदा से पौधे की बात करें, ये सारे के लिए आपको ब्रह्म विद्या, उसके पूरी जानकारी, आपको पौधों की भी चाहिए पूरी जानकारी, आपको मिट्टी की भी पूरी, चाहे वो पोषक तत्व हों, उसमें से क्या सॉइल में अच्छा है क्या बुरा है, वो सारी जानकारी। तो वो आप हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि धीरे धीरे धीरे, यहाँ पे देखिए जिंक के बैठे हुए हैं एक्सपर्ट, हमारे मित्र हैं, तो ये जिंक इतना इम्पोर्टेंट हो गया। धीरे धीरे और तत्व, अब धीरे धीरे कॉपर, मॉलिब्डेनम, सभी जो हैं इम्पॉर्टेंट होते जा रहे हैं। कहीं ना कहीं किसी न किसी क्रॉप में कहीं बोरॉन की कमी आती है, कहीं उसकी कमी आ रही है। तो दिस इज़ गोइंग ऑन। आप नई फसल लाते हैं, नई क्रॉप्स आ रही हैं इंडिया में, उनके लिए पूरा पोषक तत्वों का जो इंटीग्रेटेड न्यूट्रिएंट मैनेजमेंट की बात होती है, हाउ वी आर गोइंग टू मैनेज फॉर दैट this system, then we are going in for aeroponics, hydroponics, and all those systems are coming, and for that what will be needed? We are going to bring a lot of saline patches, a lot of degraded land in the production system. So for that what will be needed, and how we are going to reduce the cost of cultivation along with increasing the production with sustainable productivity in the future also. So that is the aim of the government, that by 2047 we are going to be Atmanirbhar or self-sufficient in all those things. So really the micronutrients are going to play a very important role in that, and I hope that today a lot of discussions on this will be taking place, and tomorrow there are, I think, B2B interactions also. So definitely ये जो linkages होते हैं ना, that is more important. किसी ज़माने में जो है शेयर्स के बंडल, और वो अभी बात हो रही थी कि कागज़ों पे इतने शेयर के कागज़ लेके घूमते थे लोग. Now it is free exchange of share, something like he was telling, the crores of transactions occurring. So पौधों और सॉइल के बीच में भी इसी तरीके से crores of transactions are occurring throughout the crop cycle. कभी वो माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट लेता है, कभी वो मैक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट लेता है पौधा, तो उसको आपके पास पूल में वो सारी चीज़ें हैं उपलब्ध, then only plant can survive in its best way. So friends, once again, I usually quote this mantra which our PM always says, Sarve bhavantu sukhina, Sarve santu niramaya, Sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschid dukh bhag bhavet. It means everybody should be happy, everybody should be healthy, and for that we need a healthy soil, a healthy plant, a healthy product from the plant, and the healthy consumers, those who are using that plant. So all this, the health, one health approach is going to take micronutrients in a very big way in the future as well. So thank you for calling me here. I don't want to speak a lot for that. And for policy, from policy front, yes, definitely whatever policies, whatever recommendations are coming out from such meetings and such convocations or such conferences, we are trying to incorporate those in our system. So if you have some problem in export if you have some problem in registration, if you have some problem in manufacturing of those things, bring it to us with a suggested solutions also, that this, if this is done, if this is tweaked at this stage, then the problem will be solved. So we will definitely try to do that from government side, and I assure you that government is very much focused on cutting the cost of cultivation. So for that, really the consumption of inputs should also be reduced, and the real mixtures, the real micronutrients and the good quality, all those things are to be taken into account. I hope you will be giving some very good suggestions to us to take action at our end. Thank you. Thank you.
Check. Further, may I request Dr. Debashish Mandal, sir, the head divisions of Soil Science and Agriculture Chemistry, ICAR and IARI, to please come forward and speak few words.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, the respected Dr. P.K. Singh Sahab, Dr. Manoranjan Mahanti, Dr. Rahul Mirchandani, all the distinguished delegates present here, the representative from the NSE, Dr. Soumitra Das from International Zinc Association. Thank you very much for having me here in this summit, 6th Crop Nutrition Summit and B2B Expo. Whenever we are talking about business, nothing is free. There is nothing which is free. So if you want to get something, you have to pay for it. In the nature also, in agriculture also, in crop nutrition also, nothing is free. There is a demand for the different nutrients, essential nutrients, and there is a supply. Supply is from soil, and if it is not sufficient, we have to supply from external sources, manures, fertilizers. And in this business model, when there is a demand supply, very importantly another component is there, which is currency. And that currency is supplied through the crops, the plants, in the form of root exudates, in the form of organic acids, which is actually food for the microbes. I would like to just give some detail. We are applying different fertilizers to meet the demand of the crop. Nitrogenous fertilizers, say for example, urea. Urea is more or less stable, needs to be hydrolyzed by some sort of urease enzyme. And this enzyme is produced by microbes within the soil. And it also needs some currency in the form of energy, in the form of carbon that is supplied by the plants. So there is an interrelation, and you will be surprised to know how these micro elements, micro fertilizers are important in urease. In the structure of urease, the basic element is nickel, which is also essential micronutrient. Similarly for phosphorus, phosphatase, zinc is very, very essential cofactor for phosphatase. If you are applying phosphatic fertilizer without phosphatase enzyme, it cannot be solubilized, it cannot be hydrolyzed, and it will not be available to the plants. So even we are applying some of the elements from external sources, fertilizer, there is interrelation within the soil, and micro fertilizers has a great role to play, which are actually the cofactors. Actually, micro fertilizers are not very micro things. They are very, very important things. And without this supply of micronutrients, many things will be disturbed. more and more we are now realizing when we are moving towards the advanced era of 21st century, and now we have a target of Viksit Bharat. Normally, I used to quote one very important statement by George Bernard Shaw. He was not scientist, he was not policymakers, he was a literary man. He used to write novels. And how important it is, just you will realize, he said, science never solve a problem without creating 10 more problems. Science never solve a problem without creating 10 more problems. Now you take the example of green revolution, yielding varieties, irrigation, fertilizers, maybe nitrogenous fertilizers are more in use, urea, DAP, both nitrogen and phosphorus. Because of more use of nitrogenous fertilizer, there is imbalance, number one problem. Second thing, if the use efficiency, we all know, for nitrogenous fertilizer, only hardly maximum 40%, 30 to 40%. So remaining things are there, and if it is converted to nitrate, it is contaminating groundwater, creating another problem, blue baby syndrome, normally for the babies. And if it is emitted as a nitrous oxide, then global warming, and nitrous oxide global warm potential is 300 times more than carbon dioxide. So just to solve one problem, we are creating 10 more problems. And that's why I think this summit has its great role to play. And in the coming 2 days, definitely we'll be talking about more balanced sort of things, supplying the balanced nutrition as and when required, and excessive amount we should avoid always, because if it is applied more than the demand, it has its repercussion in the environment. So as a whole, I hope these delegates who are present here are aware that this planet where human life is there, there is no second planet so far in our knowledge. But we are crossing many planetary boundaries and disturbing this environment, this living space, safe operating space of this planet is not really very good for the human. So that's why, as Dr. P.K. Singh Saab also mentioned, that now we have to think as a whole holistic One Health. The plant nutrition is not for the sake of plants. Plant nutrition is not even for the animal and human. Plant nutrition is for the microbes, the tiny microbes, bacteria, fungi. They are there in the soil system and making this system a vibrant and living system. So everything is interrelated, and if climate change, again, micronutrients has a great role. When there is drought, when there is very extreme events of flood, nowadays, in the same place, for 2 months there is drought, the next month there is flood. This much of extreme events are happening. And micronutrient has a great role to play to make the crop resilient and cope up with this climate change. Secondary elements like calcium, it has tremendous role in the cell wall rigidity and stability, which has a potential, even in the drought situation, it controls the water regulations and make it more resistant. Another example is, though it is not essential, but silicon is one of the elements nowadays. Scientists realize that its great role in the form of making the crop resistant to pests and diseases. If silica deposition in the leaves are more, disease and pest infestation is very less. And if silica in the form of a silicon, if it is coming to the plant, then it is giving triggering effect to the crops. And giving some stimulation for the better root growths. So it is also playing some sort of biostimulant sort of thing. So when we are here and we'll be discussing about the micronutrients, about the biostimulant, role of carbon, and in case of India, we know that the mean carbon content, average soil organic carbon is very, very less. So to make a favorable environment for crop growth, there is a critical limit of carbon. The world-renowned scientist Dr. Ratan Lal says that it should be at least 1% of soil organic carbon in the root zone, rhizosphere zone. But in our tropical soil, it is very difficult to maintain 1%. Even 0.75% is very, very difficult. In case of arid and semi-arid region, even 0.2% is very, very common. So when we are discussing all these things, we should think of the formulation which is organo-mineral sort of complex. And some of you and some of the companies are already preparing and manufacturing and marketing PROM, phosphorus-rich organic manure. And there is a provision of getting subsidy for the small and marginal farmers. Those who will be producing PROM, they will be getting 15,000 rupees. And it can be produced in the field itself, where the farmers are there, and if some space is available, they can make this PROM. So likewise, government is also promoting many schemes where organo-mineral sort of molecules and organo-mineral sort of formulations are also coming from R&D sectors. I am from IARI, Indian Agricultural Research Institute, from the Division of Soil Science and Agricultural Chemistry. We have developed some slow-release material in the form of NCPC, nano clay polymer composites. Some biopolymers are also there. These polymers are loaded with different nutrients like phosphorus, nitrogen, zinc, iron, boron, and everywhere, in case of phosphorus, we can reduce up to 25 to 30% of the DAP applications. So similarly, there are many other things. So I wish that this summit and the B2B Expo will be a grand success. With this wish, once again, I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now let's move forward with another speaker. I would request Dr. Manoranjan Mohanty, the Director for IISS Bhopal, to speak a few words.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Singh, Dr. Rahul, Dr. Mandal, और dignitaries और सारे साथियों. Thank you, Dr. Rahul, giving me the opportunity to speak to you. And मिट्टी से जुड़ा हुआ हूँ, मिट्टी इंस्टीट्यूट का डायरेक्टर भी हूँ. थोड़ा सा मिट्टी के बारे में बात करेंगे, because it's a crop nutrition institute. थोड़ा सा crop nutrition के बारे में बात करूँगा, how and why this institute is very unique in its own way. Indian Institute of Soil Science is positioned itself uniquely in Indian ecosystem, agro-ecosystem as a natural resource management institute. We are the anchor for soil fertility and crop nutrition. When I talk about crop nutrition, थोड़ा सा मैं उसके बारे में बात करना चाहूँगा. So the philosophy behind our institute is, managing soil health with minimal environmental degradation. So that means everything is coming under this. When you apply anything to the soil or to the crop, definitely we consider the environment. But when you talk about crop nutrition, the challenges before us, And we are talking about microfertilizers. Two things will be discussed today, probably micronutrients as well as biostimulants. And so far the crop nutrition is concerned, we advocate something like integrated nutrient management, which is based on the evidence basis, because we have been doing it for the last 70 years, last 50 years, just like we have All India Coordinated Research Project of soil LTFE, long-term fertilizer experiments, where how the balanced nutrition helps in maintaining the soil health, produce quality, and all those things. That is evidence-based research, evidence that we put before the government and also before the industry. Because we are talking about micronutrients, let's talk about a bit of micronutrients also, what we are doing. We have also All India Coordinated Research Projects of micronutrients and secondary nutrients. And why the micronutrients are so important, because of imbalance application of major nutrients like NPK, that leading to the deficiency of different micronutrients. And you know, zinc, the most deficient micronutrients, considering it is estimated to be 36% of Indian soils are deficient in zinc. So our institute, having the epicenter of soil health management, we have produced many maps of primary, secondary nutrients. All those micronutrient maps are available with us. So we have identified, delineated the boundaries and identified the states which are more deficient in particular nutrient, which are less deficient. And accordingly, we have also developed the package of practices for those. Probably they are available in the website in our institute and available to the people of this country. Then coming to the biostimulants. And biostimulants, since we are going to talk about that also today, I want to throw a bit on that aspect also. Biostimulants are non-living substances, unlike biofertilizers. They are not living, they are living. So they are required in small quantities, but they have large effect on some metabolism in the plant. So we have to identify that metabolic activity, where actually it is acting. And we have to identify the process, then see that how much benefit it accrued to in terms of yield. So if I say that how much nutrient, it will substitute the major nutrients maybe, because when we talk about yield, we always go for, okay, substituting 25%, 15%, 30%, something like that. And how much yield appreciation there? 10%, 15%, 20%. So we should consider all those things. Similarly for micronutrients also, when you go for application, how much yield appreciation there is 10%, 15%. Considering all those things, when Dr. Mandal says we are having nitrogen efficiency 30 to 40%, and Dr. Singh said we are thinking of taking India Viksit Bharat 2047, then how and where the role of fertilizer comes into effect? When you talk about Atmanirbharta in plant nutrition or crop nutrition, then probably we should think of fertilizer consumption as well as production also. We should be. And looking at the subsidy, Dr. Singh is here, total it is crossing 2 lakh crores annually. And urea, the single fertilizer is around 1,30,000 crores. And forget about the other nutrients. So then what to do? So when you talk about all these biostimulants, micronutrient fertilizers, maybe other, so we are thinking of some alternate fertilizer materials. Should we go for developing some new fertilizer molecules? Can they replace the original ones? Or should we go for, already available natural resources or the minerals available in India? Can we use them and use them in our, to our purposes? So development of alternate fertilizer materials and development of new fertilizer molecules or fertilizer composition. So this should be the need of the hour, because when you talk about the subsidy level, it is giving a lot of burden on the government exchequer. So when we talk about Atmanirbharta, then we should think about production as well as consumption and use aspect. So not only these two aspects I am talking about, we should think about also biofertilizer, how much it can substitute this NPK, because we have so many biofertilizers. So the target should be 25 to 38%. If you can substitute those major nutrients through these materials in terms of yield, in terms of money, then probably this is the best thing we can do. Not only that, we can think of also developing those variety or genotypes which are more efficient in nutrient acquisition. That means if the same 100 kg nitrogen, and if you're getting around 4 tons of wheat yield, can you get that in 70 kg with another variety, giving that much of nutrient? So our thought process should go in that way when you think about Viksit Bharat in 2047. So being at the helm of affairs at the Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, so we are thinking of developing some alternate fertilizer materials, thinking of working with those efficient genotypes, thinking of developing new molecules, thinking of, going for this precision agriculture, application of nutrient utilization of resources more efficiently. And probably these micronutrients as well as biostimulant, they probably help in substituting to some extent the amount of nutrients that we are going to apply, and the yield appreciation to the extent of maybe, I would say that 15% is a very good number. So with these remarks, I thank the organizers giving me the opportunity to speak to you, and looking forward to today's sessions. And thank you very much for having me here. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we've had some great insights from our 3 inaugural speakers. Just a couple of announcements on behalf of the Indian Microfertilizer Manufacturers Association, which all of you will be very, very proud of. The very first is, in terms of One Nation, One License, we have been working very closely on suggesting to the Government of India to create a centralized data stack where all our licensing information will be put into a centralized server, so that tomorrow when we want to take licenses in states, the state governments can simply draw from those respective centralized data stack information, and we will not need to submit the same paperwork in every state every single time, reducing the friction that it takes in terms of compliance, but making sure that every law is followed to the ultimate possible extent. So one of the suggestions is a One Nation, One License enabler is not to have one license in the whole country, but to actually have a license which is controlled by the centralized data stack, and information is available, centrally available. So this is one of our suggestions that we will be putting, post this to the government and taking it very forward from IMMA's side. Another thing from Indian Council of Agricultural Research, thank you very much, sirs, for being here. We have, as IMMA, signed a MOU with the ICAR to conduct a monthly session every month with our members. Every month, on the last Friday of every month, from 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock, there will be a definite session with ICAR and our R&D teams on different technical topics that we would have already set out in the agenda. The first session already took place on the last Friday of last month, and we have 11 more sessions planned. They will be available on Zoom live as well as on the IMMA Facebook pages. The last session, sir, I'm very happy to say, got filled out within a matter of seconds, and we had 150 plus people on Zoom and almost 900 on YouTube who actually watched the very first session. And we will be continuing these sessions going forward. I think that will be a great input for the entire industry. More importantly, ICR scientists who have innovations that they wish to commercialize will also present such innovations in some of these sessions, so companies like us can take the product to market and commercialize it as fast as possible. So as 2 outcomes of this particular summit, we would definitely like to highlight one of the first outcomes being the ICR partnership with IMMA, and Dr. Mohanty was mentioning that Dr. Mandal and Dr. Mohanty both actually mentioned that is the first ever attempt of an industry association having such direct collaboration with ICR. So please correct me if I'm wrong. I do believe that is something that we have managed to achieve, and we are very proud of that going forward. So thank you very much for that partnership. We have an address by the Honorable Minister. We'd like to take the video address before we close the opening session, and then we will have closing remarks by our past President, Mr. Vaibhav Kashikar. We would, of course, like the Minister's speech to be played, and then Vaibhav, we can have you for the opening closing remarks.
Namaskar. I'm Jayakumar Raman, the Minister for Agro Marketing and Protocol. First of all, I would like to welcome each one of you for the Indian Micro Fertilizers Manufacturers Association program, a summit which is held in Mumbai with the theme of Converge, Collaborate and Co-Create, which I think is the theme set by our Prime Minister, Honorable Modi ji, which says, make India self-reliant, make in India. And I think our fertilizer industry is one of the micro-fertilizer industry and the nutrient industry is one of the industry which is working very strongly in this sector. And I think I must also credit that you all have been the master and the main people in doubling of the farm income. In fact, we are so proud of your achievements that India has become the food grain storage of the world. We have become the food hub of the world. In fact, in these 30, 40 years, I guess you have been working from 1983, your association was established, and from that day onwards, around 50, 53 years, you have been working in the field of helping farmers create nutrients, increase our crop, increase our yield, increase quality, and that is what I think you all have successfully done that. In fact, I think we don't have oil in our country, but what we have is food, and food is our strength. If you don't have oil, people can do without oil. We can go on a cycle. But if you don't have food, people cannot live without food. So food is our strength. I think we need to capitalize on this. So I would also request you all that we need to have the whole ecosystem set up with the farmer, the seed industry, the micronutrient industry, the fertilizer industry, the post-harvest industry, the processing industry. When we all work hand in hand, I think we would get a better realization for the farmers and we would add strength to our nation. I think you all are walking in the right direction. You all are putting in efforts. I had promised to be there for the summit, but due to some unavoidable circumstances, I cannot come there, but my wishes are there. In fact, the government of Maharashtra, the government of India would like to stand by industries like yours, who are in the MSME sector, who are supporting the idea of Make in India brilliantly, and you are working towards it. We have become self-reliant in many spheres, thanks to your association and your industry. I think we have to go forward. The geopolitical situation in the world is changing. We see that, every day there are new policies. Sometimes there are agreements, sometimes there are disagreements. But in whatever situation, India needs to excel. By 2047, Prime Minister set the goal of making Viksit Bharat. While Viksit Bharat, we all need to work together to develop our India and to become strong, self-contented, self-sufficient, and a leader in all sectors. I think research and development needs to be taken care of. We need to research, we need to develop, and we need to be one step ahead of the world. The new products should be researched, new micronutrients should be developed, and that should be setting the Indian stage, the Indian farm industry, and of course then we should be global leaders. So I would like to take this opportunity to wish you all the very best. My heartiest congratulations for you all for carrying on this long journey, and at the same, wishing you success for the future. Keep it going. We need to excel, and we are going to become the best in the world. So I think IMMA is going to become one of the best associations in the world, and we all together need to work for a better India. Wishing you success. Thank you very much. Hope you have a successful, progressive, and learning 2-day seminar of your association. Once again, wishing you all the best. Thank you for inviting me. The government of Maharashtra stands strongly with you all. All the best. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thanks to all our distinguished dignitaries for sharing the valuable insights and the policy direction for the future of Indian agriculture. May I now request the past president of IMMA, Mr. Vaibhav Kashigar, for the closing remarks.
distinguished guests. I'm really heartfelt thanks to all of you for being here, Dr. Mundal, Dr. Mohanty, Dr. P.K. Singh, my industry colleagues and the scientific lobby sitting here. I'm sure the way NSE is nurturing the financial growth of the country, we as IMMA and the industry sitting here are nurturing the agricultural growth of this country. I'm thankful to all of you and wishing you all a very successful summit for the next 2 days. Thank you so much. Can we just come together for a group picture, please?
I request IMMA's management committee to please be present on the dais for the group photograph. Requesting all the management committee members, please be present on the dais for the group photograph. All right, everybody settle down. Now let's begin with the next proceedings. At this beautiful summit, our theme is Converge, Collaborate, and Co-Create. Ladies and gentlemen, IMMA has always believed in empowering its members with innovation and technology. It gives me a great pleasure to announce an IMMA exclusive launch, the IMMA B2B RFO generator, which is designed exclusively for the IMMA members. May I request our chief guest to please be present on the dais?
Once again, we have a very major announcement from the basis of IMMA, and I'd like to request Dr. P.K. Singh to be with us when we inaugurate one of a landmark B2B initiatives of our association. Our association has been really trying to get our members to collaborate with each other, and more importantly, to get as many people in the ecosystem to join our members to bring some of the best products into markets, not only in India, but around the world. What we have actually done today is going to be historic for our industry. We have actually put together a portal where any member who wishes to send a request for business to other members will be able to do it seamlessly using the IMMA web application as well as our mobile application. So currently, our members will be able to list all their FCO registered products onto a centralized portal, and members and non-members who wish to buy, for instance, zinc chelate, can go on the IMMA website and will automatically get a list of all companies who are in the business of registered FCO chelate, zinc chelate fertilizer production, and RFQs will be sent to your registered email IDs instantly. You can then, as buyers and sellers, negotiate. The association doesn't get involved in that process, but it's very important that we get as many inquiries to our members as possible. Also, this will be available globally, which means it's not only for Indian business, but also for international business opportunities that can be brought in to actually collaborate with our members. So truly with the theme of this summit, Converge, Co-create and collaborate, we are going to launch today our web application. It's already integrated into your your mobile application that you are using for networking at this summit. So it's already integrated in the web application. In a few weeks, it will be already on the IMMA website, and we do hope that this will be perhaps the best way we can actually bring connect the dots together to converge, co-create, and collaborate. Sir, may I request you to come up on stage and help us launch this application ceremonially.
So once again requesting our Chief Guest, Dr. P.K. Singh, the Agriculture Commissioner for Government of India, to begin with the launch. IMMA has always stood for the innovation, collaboration, and the member empowerment. So this is one of the beautiful examples.
It's, I think, a very good beginning, a humble start, but I think it is going to catch up very fast because we are now trying to open the market to online platforms also. So ONDC and other, they are coming on this. So it will be a very good thing that in future we can just have some relation or something. Somehow all this information can be brought on the online platforms also for direct selling of these items to the farmers. So that kind of thing can be done in the future. So I congratulate you for developing this one. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to an important segment, which is a knowledge sharing segment. May I invite Mr. Srinivas Kuchibutla from Deloitte and Mr. Prasad Pri from the Yes Bank for the Knowledge Partner Report release. So we have Mr. Srinivas Kuchibutla, the partner and lead agribusiness, Deloitte, and Mr. Prasad P., the Group Executive Vice President from the Yes Bank.
The two reports will be available to all our delegates. The first report by Yes Bank is Micronutrients, the Make in India Opportunity. It actually is the first proper comprehensive assessment of our industry size by specific quantities as well as in terms of value. It takes HSN-wise the number of tons that have been sold and more importantly estimates market size for our industry, and this is a great work by Yes Bank. And in terms of Deloitte, we have now their report on micronutrients beyond borders, which talks about capturing international markets and the regulatory landscape for micronutrient fertilizers in almost a dozen countries. So this actually provides how, if any of us want to access those markets, what are the barriers and opportunities that we can actually look at. Great work by both our knowledge partners, Yes Bank and Deloitte. They had a phenomenal amount of work that they did in a very short period of time. And thank you to our members who actually provided a lot of qualitative information to both these knowledge partners in order to make this report possible. They will be talking a few words on each of the reports, and I'd like to request Mr. Srinivas Kuchibotla from Deloitte to just provide a quick summary of his report so that we all know what the contents of this report will mean for each of us as part of the industry.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks to Dr. Rahul Mirchandani for giving us an opportunity to be the knowledge partner for the IMMA Summit. What we have actually, when you looked at the knowledge report, I think we have captured what is the kind of export situation for the micronutrient fertilizers, right? The specialty fertilizers. It is around $90 million that we have covered, growing at 18% CAGR in the last few years. We see that this momentum is actually going to improve further, and the potential areas, right, where the geographies where we could actually further exploit in terms of the opportunity itself is Brazil is one of the key geographies where we could look at a competitive position and look at Make in India as an initiative and look at Brazil as an opportunity for exports. We see a lot of opportunity in the Southeast Asia region, right? Philippines, Thailand, Indonesia, right? So again, the Southeast Asia region is the second prominent geography that is there, and the third is Africa and the Middle East region, right? So I think those are the top three regions. I think we have covered historically which segments, which markets, right? So we have looked at product market fit analysis and looked at what are the kind of trends that are there in the last few years, and you can actually look at the report and then look at the opportunities there. And I think we have also captured some kind of regulatory frameworks in these geographies, which will actually help you unravel those situations. So thank you for the opportunity, and happy to contribute if anything else. We have a lot of data that we have accumulated over the period of a few weeks. So any industry member who wants to access the data, happy to share that with you. Thank you.
Before we give you a brief on the knowledge report, a couple of points on the budget that was recently released and that finds a commonality with the theme of IMMA's conference of making India as the back-end agri input manufacturing hub. So there's a lot of thrust on high-value horticulture, and that directly fits into each and every member's manufacturing theme. That as the high-value horticulture crops is focused on the this current year budget going forward, I think there'll be a lot of synergy that can be done. The other aspect is data-driven farming and a lot of inputs on artificial intelligence. So again, you already are doing it. The RFO that has just now been released itself shows that there is a lot of digital footprint that IMMA is trying to generate. So I think there's already existing a lot of synergy, and going forward, there'll still be more to come. The other aspect is, the champion MSME themes in the budget. We know that a large segment of IMMA and micronutrient, members are SME, MSME. There's a lot of thrust in this year's budget on creating champion MSMEs. So I think there is good amount of opportunity to, harness the advantage that the current budget has given focus on. So all in all, we do think that, looking at the various themes of the budget and the current year themes of making India as the agri-input manufacturing hub by IMMA, this really is, the year for all of us to push the, focus of micronutrients moving forward.
Well, thank you very much to both our knowledge partners. I think we should have a big round of applause to Deloitte and Yes Bank. Thank you very much. I think this is the third consecutive year that we've worked closely together. And last year, Deloitte had conducted a session on fundraising for our kind of firms. And here we are at an exchange where possibly all your knowledge would actually be used by our members. And we are now going to come up with we are actually for the first time in IMMA's history created a set of farmer awards this year. And before our MC introduces the farmers, I wanted to mention that for the first time last year we said we need farmers in the room कि हम किसानों के बगैर हम माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट और फर्टिलाइज़र के बारे में नहीं बात कर सकते. तो इसीलिए हमने पिछले 3 महीनों से हमने किसानों को सर्वे किया और 10 अलग अलग क्रॉप्स के ऊपर जो हमारे इम्मा के मेंबर कंपनी के किसान हैं, जो माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट स्पेशलिटी फर्टिलाइज़र को लेकर उन्होंने उनके खुद की प्रोडक्टिविटी को बढ़ाया है और वो प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ाकर बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस उन्होंने इंडिया के लिए तैयार किया है. तो आज हम 10 उन्हीं फार्मर्स को सराहेंगे और हम ये चाहते हैं कि आप सब इन किसानों को मिले पिछले अगले पूरे दिन में, उनके बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को समझे, सीखे और हम एसोसिएशन के तौर पर हम एक वादा ये करते हैं कि उनके प्रैक्टिसेस को हम जितने स्ट्रांगली प्रोपोगेट करेंगे वो हम हमारे दूसरे किसानों को भी इंस्पायर और उनके प्रोडक्टिविटी को भी बढ़ाने के लिए हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा काम होगा. तो हम ये चाहते हैं कि इस साल हमने 10 क्रॉप और 10 किसानों को सराहने की आज हम यहाँ एक सेरेमनी करेंगे, लेकिन उसके अलावा ये जो प्रोसेस है ये 10 किसानों और 10 क्रॉप पे सीमित नहीं रहेगा. हमारे लिए ये एक शुरुआत है एसोसिएशन के लिए और हम ये चाहते हैं कि किसानों को हम ऐसे ही आइडेंटिफाई करें, सेलिब्रेट करें और हम ये चाहते हैं कि किसानों से बड़े सेलिब्रिटीज़ हमारे इंडस्ट्री में और नहीं कोई होने चाहिए. अगर वो ही हमारे प्रैक्टिसेस को हमने उनको एक सेलिब्रिटी स्टेटस दिया और उनके प्रैक्टिसेस को हमने जितने वाइडली स्प्रेड कर सकते हैं हमने स्प्रेड किया, तो आई थिंक आवर एसोसिएशन वुड हैव डन द बेस्ट सर्विस पॉसिबल फॉर आवर पर्टिकुलर इंडस्ट्री. सो I'd like to now hand over to the MC to take over the Farmer Awards. I'd like to request our managing committee members and our chief guests to be present for the award ceremony. We will be giving 10 awards to 10 farmers, and every single person here, I really would like you to cheer the farmers unlike you have ever cheered before to anyone else, because they are truly the people who spread our practices, who build productivity and feed our nation. So please do celebrate their achievement as much as we are proud of what they have achieved in their fields. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now let's move forward with the Farmers' Best Practices Awards. The true progress in agriculture is reflected in the practices adopted on the ground. So now let us recognize the excellence with the Best Farmer Practice Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, agriculture सिर्फ एक प्रोफेशन नहीं है बल्कि एक परंपरा रही है हमारे इस देश में. तो आइए उन किसानों को इस मंच पर हम सम्मानित करना चाहेंगे. Requesting all the managing committee members, please be present on the dais for the award ceremony. May I also request Ms. Chavi Rajawat, the first woman MBA Sarpanch of India, Soda Village, Rajasthan, to be present on the dais. दोस्तों आपकी तालियों पर कोई GST नहीं है तो प्लीज़ वो ज़ोरदार बजाइए. I also request Dr. P.K. Singh sir to please be present on the dais, the Agriculture Commissioner of Government of India, all the managing committee members. ये किसान हमारे देश का गौरव है, तो आइए इनको सम्मानित करते हैं। एक एक करके मैं सभी के नाम यहाँ अनाउंस करूंगा और इन सभी को हम सम्मानित करने वाले हैं। All right, the very first award which goes to Mr. Ajit Gangaram Ghodap. I'll also mention the category which is tomatoes. तालियां जोरदार होनी चाहिए अजीत घोड़प जी के लिए। ये हमारे सभी फार्मर्स सिर्फ एक किसान नहीं हैं, हमारी भारत भूमि की शान भी है। तो आइए इन सभी के काम के लिए हम इनको सम्मानित करेंगे। आपकी तालियां जोरदार होनी चाहिए। Our next awardee will be Nilesh Ramesh Ugde. Congratulations. The crop category is grapes for Nilesh ji. The next awardee is Parulbhai Balubhai Patel. Taliyan zordar please. The crop category is banana. Moving forward with the next name, it is Mr. Ravindra Bapu Gunjar. The crop category is onion. Our next awardee is Mr. Dattatreya Rao Sahib Lunare. The crop category is chili. दोस्तों जैसे मैंने पहले कहा, ये सिर्फ किसान नहीं हमारे भारत की शान है, तो इनके गौरवशाली काम के लिए आपकी तालियां जोरदार बजनी चाहिए। Everyone please welcome them with a huge round of applause, please everyone. Moving forward with the next name, which is Mr. Atul Madhukar Dere. The crop category is sugarcane. And now let's welcome our next awardee, Mr. Parikshit Bokeh. The crop category is citrus. Thank you so much. Moving forward with the next name, which is Mr. Ravi Gopal Bhai Parmar. The crop category is pomegranate. Moving forward with the next name, Mr. H.N. Nandisha. The crop category is ginger. Last but not the least, please put your hands together for the next awardee, Miss Jalipali Satyakumari, and the category is mango. So भारतीय नारी सदा सब पे भारी, इनका भी नाम इस अवार्ड लिस्ट में शामिल है. तालियां जोरदार होनी चाहिए प्लीज. I will request all the awardees to please join us. मैं चाहूँगा कि हमारे सभी अवार्डीज, हमारे सभी किसान जिनको हमने सम्मानित किया है, वो सारे लोग इस मंच पर आ जाए एक ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ के लिए अपने ट्रॉफीज के साथ. हमारे सभी फार्मर्स जिनको हमने इस मंच पर अभी सम्मानित किया, हमारे सभी किसान, प्लीज़ आप हमारे साथ इस स्टेज पर जुड़े. हम एक ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ लेना चाहते हैं आपके ट्रॉफीज और आपके सर्टिफिकेट्स के साथ. Allowing the photographers to set the frame, please.
Can we give a standing ovation to all our farmers, please? Thank you. सभी के लिए एक गौरवशाली बात है जिनको हमने सम्मानित किया है, हमारे सभी किसान जिन्होंने अपनी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस, सस्टेनेबली मेथड और प्रोग्रेसिव थिंकिंग के साथ फार्मिंग यानी कि खेती को एक नई दिशा दिखाई है. कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस.
जितने भी हमारे अवार्डीज़ है सभी किसानों से विनती है कि आप लंच ब्रेक में अपने ट्रॉफी और अपने अवार्ड्स के लिए बॉक्सेस कलेक्ट कर सकते हो. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are having a short tea break for a while, so please enjoy the high tea. Thank you so much, and we will back here soon once the tea break is over. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, a small announcement. We will begin with our next session by 12:10 p.m. So please be here. So it's about more 20 minutes to go from now. We'll begin the next session by 12:10 p.m. Thank you.
Excuse me, may I request everyone to make their way back to their chairs, please? We need to start the summit again. Can I request everyone who's in the pre-function area to get people in? And may I request everyone to call their colleagues back so that we are back in session? May I request everyone to take their seats, and we will be starting the next session momentarily. Everyone in the pre-function area, may I request you to please get your colleagues back into the main stage area for our next proceedings. Thank you.
दो chairs और लगी. So they are bringing. They are bringing. Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin with the next proceedings. So I request the people who are outside at the pre-function area, please gather inside for the next session. जर चालू होते ना तुम्ही सगळे जेवण check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, small announcement. Please settle down. We're about to begin with the next session. So, requesting everyone, those who are still outside at the pre-function area, please gather inside. We're about to begin with the next meeting and the proceedings. So, please, I request everyone, settle down, everybody. सभी लोग प्लीज अपने स्थान ग्रहण कर ले हम अगले प्रोग्राम के साथ आगे बढ़ने वाले हैं सो एवरीबॉडी प्लीज सेटल डाउन थैंक यू सो मच
May I request everyone to please take their seats. We were supposed to start the session at 12:20. It's a few minutes over time. So please let us start on schedule, please. May I request everyone who's standing to please be seated. May I request everyone in the pre-function area to also be seated. We would like to be in the IMMA tradition of starting and ending on time. May I request everyone to please take their seats. There's ample time for networking tomorrow as well and over dinner tonight. More than enough time for networking. अब हम सीखेंगे धंधे की बात भी करेंगे और धंधे के बात के लिए 2 दिन लगाया हुआ है. So don't worry, but let's learn first from the experts and then we will have ample time for networking this evening and tomorrow. May I request everyone to please take their seats. May I request the backbenchers to also take their seats? I have 4 eyes. I can use my academic brain as well. May I please request everyone here to please take their seats? Excellent. We just have one little thing going on there. Please take your seats. Thank you. Ample time for networking later, guys. Thank you and most appreciated. We are going to start our sessions now with the felicitations of our chief guests and guests of honor. May I request the MC to please take on the proceedings.
Thank you so much. Still requesting everyone, those who are standing at the back, please, I request, settle down and let's begin with the next session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 6th National COP Nutrition Summit and B2B Expo. फिर एक बार सभी का स्वागत है. Let's begin with the felicitation of our chief guest. First of all, I may request our members to please join us on the dais to do the honors. May I request Mr. Rahul Mirchandani, the president of IMMA, to please be present on the stage. Mr. Vaibhav Kashikar, the past president IMMA, to please be present on the dais. And Mr. Srikant Somaraju, the secretary for IMMA. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have the big round of applause for the organizers, please, and the members. Requesting Vaibhav sir, if he's here, to please be present on the stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to felicitate and honor our chief guest for today's summit. First of all, may I request Dr. P.K. Singh, the Agriculture Commissioner, Government of India, to please be present. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please. Thank you so much, sir, for your support and your graceful presence. Thank you. Our next chief guest for today, Dr. Debashish Mandal, the head divisions of Soil Science and Agriculture Chemistry, ICARIARI. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause, please. And our next chief guest, Dr. Manoranjan Mohanty, the director, IISS Bhopal. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause, please. Once again, thanks to all our chief guests, all our dignitaries for their valuable and graceful presence and their support. Thank you so much on behalf of entire managing committee. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward with the roundtable discussion. Up next is a highly relevant roundtable discussion on integrating micronutrients and biologicals in crop nutrition policy. I request our moderator, Dr. Sudhir Kumar Goyal, and esteemed panelists to kindly take their seats. So for this roundtable discussion, our moderator, Dr. Sudhir Kumar Goyal, the former Additional Chief Secretary for Agriculture, Government of Maharashtra, and our panelist, Ms. Sandeepa Kanitkar, the President, BASAI, Mr. Pradeep Kothavde, the Vice President for AIM, Dr. John Peter, the Vice President, BIPA, Dr. Manoranjan Mohanty, Director IISS Bhopal, and Dr. Rajkumar Agarwal, the founder and managing partner, Raven Agri Consulting LLP. Requesting our moderator and all our speakers to be present on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for this session and for all our speakers who are present on the dais, and of course for our moderator as well. Come on everybody, a big round of applause please.
Thanks very much for very generous introduction. Now we start this session. You're already, I think, late by a few minutes, but hopefully I think we will get some margin for 40 minutes session, which has been given. So let us start. The reforms express did not stop at agriculture even this year. In fact, this express has stopped having a session with the agriculture since it derailed in 2021 when there were 3 farm laws. Good for us because the task has been given to this panel to have one of the most important reforms, and that reforms is crop nutrition. Now, if you Google fertilizer policy, you won't find one for India. What you will find is a urea policy. You will find a P&K policy. You will find a policy for market development assistance for manures. Call it Govardhan. You will have a policy for soil health, but that is not a policy, it is in terms of some guidance under PMRKVY. For natural farming, you have some nutrients which are nature-based. So you have a national mission on natural farming. Under PKVY, you have some organic nutrients. And since February 21, we have a complete confusion of biostimulants, which is another vertical of the same crop nutrition. Then you have a PM Pranam to incentivize biofertilizers and biologicals. If you are able to save on subsidy, the government gives 50% incentive to the states. Then nothing on micronutrient policy, except that it is included in FCO. Nothing on biofertilizer, again just included in FCO. But lot of thinking in terms of INM, universities are doing and ICR institutions are doing, everyone talks about it. And very feeble attempt on integrating a national mission on sustainable agriculture. This is what you find from our Google Baba. Now my first question will be to Professor Mohanty, because he represents the entire scientific community. And since we have very little time, we will have 2 rounds, not more than 3 to 4 minutes for each of the speaker. My question is, when you give recommendations based on soil testing from Indian Institute of Soil Sciences, why is it so that it is dominated by N, P, and K, and the other verticals are missing?
Thank you, Mr. Goelji. It is not that other verticals are missing. We have been advocating integrated nutrient management since the inception of Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal. Probably the missing link is the extension work that's not going to the farmer, and the farmers are not sensitized enough. And why this is because of heavy dose of this NPK use that leading to many micronutrient deficiencies. And integrated nutrient management that helps in reducing those deficiencies, be it micronutrient, because we are adding organic, that also helps in some amount of micronutrient soil. Similarly, soil test-based recommendations, so we also advocate, because every 3 to 4 years you test your soil accordingly, see the deficiency and sufficiency of a particular nutrient, then go for applying those things. So what you mentioned, even these are also part of this integrated nutrient management. If I say biofertilizers, they are also part of that. We say micronutrients also part of the integrated nutrient management. If you say others, what extent we are substituting the chemical fertilizer with these substitutes, this is also part of that. The missing link is that, probably you need to sensitize more farmers towards this, though we have been doing it. I do not know exactly where actually that missing link is. So this is the important aspect in maintaining not only soil health, but also production. And in the, this is it actually, I would say.
Oh, great. So what from the top institution of ICR we have heard is that for a given crop and for a given soil, there is a complete spectrum of nutrients which are required.
Yes.
And all of them are represented here. We have those who are active in biostimulants, those who are in biofertilizers, those who are in biomanures, those who are talking about other components in terms of maybe customized fertilizers, micronutrients. So, Mr. Kothawale, now you have been active when government of Maharashtra suddenly in 2012 came up with a archaic kind of a decision that anything which is not in an FCO is banned without any legal position being there. Even today that situation has not improved. My question is, what professor says is that for a crop and for a soil, there is a spectrum of nutrients which is required. Now on February 1st, Honorable Finance Minister announced a scheme of Bharat Vistar. What is your expectation from Bharat Vistar? Whether a farmer would get a reply from Bharat Vistar which gives the complete spectrum of all the micronutrients and also other verticals of nutrients, or is it something which will continue to dominate NPK? ना उसको ऑन कर दीजिए अच्छा दूसरा ले लेते या नहीं तो ये ले
हेलो यस थैंक यू सर एक्चुअली यहाँ हमारे कुछ किसान भाई भी है तो आई विल ट्राई माय बेस्ट टू स्पीक इन हिंदी एंड इंग्लिश एज वेल
I appreciate
तो जो सर का सवाल है हमारे लिए कि जो अभी 1 फरवरी को हमारी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने जो भारत विस्तार करके जो एक मिशन हाथ में लिया है और डिक्लेयर किया है, उस सिलसिले में सर का सवाल ऐसा है कि हमारे जो इनपुट्स हम यूज़ कर रहे हैं, वाइड स्पेक्ट्रम जो है, नाइट्रोजन से लेके मॉलिब्डेनम तक, हमारा जो लक्ष्य है वो 13 न्यूट्रिएंट का, और जैसा मोहंती सर ने भी बताया कि अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट सिलिकॉन जैसा एलिमेंट है, बेनिफिशियल एलिमेंट है, और हमारा जो लक्ष्य उसके आगे जिसमें कवर होता है बायोलॉजिकल्स, बिकॉज आवर टॉपिक टुडे इज इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स विद बायोलॉजिकल्स. सो हमारे बायोलॉजिकल्स में बायो फर्टिलाइजर्स भी आते हैं अगर ब्रॉड सेंस में देखा जाए तो, और बायोस्टिमुलेंट्स भी आते हैं. बायोस्टिमुलेंट्स विच वेर नॉट recognized और they were not included in any schedule, वो अभी प्रोसेस जो है, हमारे कमिश्नर सर भी है तो वो काफ़ी प्रयास के बाद वो अभी फर्टिलाइज़र कंट्रोल ऑर्डर के अंतर्गत वो नोटिफाई हो चुके हैं. तो अभी एक क्लियर हमारे लिए एक दिशा मिल चुकी है कि व्हाट काइंड ऑफ कंपोजिशन योर बायो स्टिमुलेंट शुड हैव, एंड उसका जो भी है कंपोजिशन से लेके बाकी अदर प्रॉपर्टीज से लेके वो हुआ है. तो इसके बदौलत मैं आई विल से दैट नाउ दिस सेगमेंट जो है एग्री इनपुट का बायो स्टिमुलेंट, वो अभी उसको एक दिशा मिलने के कारण मैन्युफैक्चरर्स के लिए और फार्मर के लिए, हमारे किसान भाइयों के लिए बहुत ही एक अच्छी दिशा मिल चुकी है। अभी हमारा जो मेन टॉपिक है, इसका इंटीग्रेशन कैसे किया जाए कि आर दे रियली इम्पॉर्टेंट और बेनिफिशियल टू बी यूज्ड अलॉन्ग विथ माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स, बिकॉज हमारा जो टॉपिक है वो एनपी के और सेकेंडरी के अलावा जो हमारा आज का एसोसिएशन का जो मेजर लक्ष्य है वो है माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स। एंड माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट जो 25 साल पहले हमारा एक ऐसा सेगमेंट था जिसके ऊपर किसी का ध्यान नहीं था, नाइदर कोई इंस्टीट्यूट का इतना लक्ष्य था, ना ही इंडस्ट्री का, ना ही किसानों का, क्योंकि those days our soil was somewhat sufficient in micronutrient composition, but धीरे धीरे हमारा जो भी खेती करने का तरीके बदल गए, हमारे हाइब्रिड्स जो है, जो हेवी फीडर है, उसके कारण माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स की डिमांड बढ़ती गई क्रॉप की, और बिकॉज ऑफ विच हमारे लिए उसका एप्लीकेशन करना बहुत अनिवार्य हो चुका है। इट इज़ वेरी मच इसेंशियल नाउ। ऐसा नहीं कि माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स देना एक लग्जरी है, ऐसा रहा नहीं। इट इज़ नाउ एज गुड एज इसेंशियल एज मेजर न्यूट्रिएंट्स। तो इस इंटीग्रेशन में हमारा जो लक्ष्य है वो अभी इंडस्ट्री का अलॉन्ग विथ इंस्टीट्यूट्स कि हम माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स विद बायोलॉजिकल्स कैसे एक प्रकार के फॉर्मुलेशन बनाए, वो उससे किसानों का हमारे लिए सबसे ज्यादा फायदा।
Thank you, very good. So this is the industry's perspective. Is that scientists in ICR after soil testing for a given crop will have series of recommendations, and the industry is willing to provide all those inputs across the spectrum. Now my question is to a great consultant, Ray Consulting, how to do it? If Mr. Agrawal becomes the consultant to IMMA, then what will be his recommendation? The farmer says, my subsidy on urea is 85%, my subsidy on P&K is 25%, my subsidy on others is 0. In such a scenario, how do I have a balanced use of all those nutrients which are required for that crop to grow in the best possible way? Raj.
Thank you, sir. It's a honor. Thanks, IMMA. I mean, it's a very interesting topic. It's not just about the micronutrients we're talking about. We are trying to talk the micronutrients, which is in the chemical format, what I say, and then the biostimulants. And as sir said, how do we educate farmers? हम किसान को कैसे बताएं कि भाई बैलेंस न्यूट्रिशन ज़रूरी है? जब मैं इंडस्ट्री ज्वाइन किया था, मैं रैली से ज्वाइन किया था, एक बड़ा सिंपल सा चार्ट हम लोग को दिखाया था। एक प्लांट दिखाते थे और उस पर कौन सी न्यूट्रिएंट कहाँ ज़रूरत है वो दिखाते थे। आज भी वो कई कंपनीज यूज़ करते हैं। सर मेरा सबसे पहले रिकमेंडेशन ये रहेगा, रिक्वेस्ट रहेगा रादर इंडस्ट्री को, कि आप लोग सब वो चार्ट को स्प्रेड कीजिए आपके फार्मर्स के पास, आपके डीलर्स डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स के पास। इट्स लाइक ए रेडी रेकनर। उसके साथ एक और चीज़ जोड़िए जो बैलेंस न्यूट्रिशन का है। जैसे सवेरे भी इनॉग्रल सेशन में बताया, जो हम लोग यूज़ कर रहे हैं, द न्यूट्रिएंट व्हाट वी आर यूजिंग ऑन द क्रॉप is hardly 40-50% is taken by the crop. There are various reasons for that. One is the way you apply, the way you use it. जिस तरह से आप उसका छिड़काव करते हैं या सॉइल में अप्लाई करते हैं, एक वो है। दूसरा, I would like to combine it with the plant को जो ज़रूरत है आप उसी क्या कहते हैं फॉर्मुलेशन में यूज़ कर रहे हैं, that is very important. 3 very important is हाउ डू यू फैसिलिटेट दिस? बैलेंस न्यूट्रिशन का मतलब ये है कि जो हमने जो डाला, जैसे सब्सिडी के वजह से हमको सस्ता मिल रहा है, हमने डाल दिया, दैट विल नॉट वर्क. अनफॉर्चुनेटली दैट्स अ बिगेस्ट चैलेंज वी आर फेसिंग इन द कंट्री. इन स्पाइट ऑफ सो मच एजुकेशन हैपनिंग, मेरे को यूरिया सस्ता मिल रहा है, मैं डाल रहा हूँ. बायोस्टिमुलेंट्स प्ले अ वेरी 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 क्रिटिकल रोल in this aspect. whatever nutrient you apply to the soil, to the plant, biostimulants will play a catalytic role to make the plant to absorb balanced nutrition by itself. So I would start with education in the form of now just not that nutrient of that plant, but also which are the various biostimulants that would enhance. Now today we are talking about soil. We are applying so much nutrition to the soil, say for example. How much of it is absorbed by the plant? Now, we are all talking about soil. We have the head himself sitting here. Dr. Peter, who's working in a big way into this segment, Bipa, Basai, everybody's talking about soil concepts. We were fortunate to meet none other than Sadhguru himself spreading the message. So there are few biostimulants. For example, mycorrhiza comes to my top of my mind. How government can promote this mycorrhiza that every farmer has to, I'm not using mycorrhiza per se, but one of the examples. How every farmer has to use this so that whatever he is applied, the plant takes it in the nutritional, balanced nutrition.
Great, great. So Raj has given a roadmap, and that is the job of a consultant. Says that, okay, ICR will say what is to be used, industry will be able to provide what is to be used, and he says how to promote it amongst the farmers by way of education. Now we have in BIPA, the Industry Association. Now I will give an idea, 2 lakh crores, 200 million hectare of the gross area, 10,000 rupees per hectare subsidy. That is what Government of India provides. But 10,000 rupees per hectare is distributed in such a manner that it is skewed in one direction and almost non-existent in the other direction. So as BIPA, since we are discussing an integrated policy, what will be your recommendation to integrate into that policy so that the farmers are encouraged to use the balanced fertilizers across the board, which includes biostimulants, which also includes biofertilizers, biomanures, and so on and so forth, instead of having a varied kind of a subsidy across the board, as if some nutrients are my own and the others are my stepbrothers.
Thank you very much. Thank you, IMMA, for giving this opportunity. Distinguished panel and the spectators or listeners. This is John. And regarding your question, how to integrate and how we can share the revenue of the subsidy part.
Yeah, if there is a subsidy kitty, 2 lakh crores, okay. Now, Professor Ramesh Chand, Niti Aayog member says, yeah, it is required because even now there is lot of area which is deficient in nitrogen. On the other hand, Professor Gulati says, no, we should be tweaking it, bringing it down in terms of nitrogen because our ratio is 13:4:1 instead of 4:1. Now my question was that scientifically we know for a given crop, for a given soil, this is the kind of nutrients which are required. So as a BIPA, what will be your recommendation so that the farmers, I will give you a hint. Can we distribute 10,000 rupees per hectare amongst all the nutrients?
See, the thing is, there are two ways of looking at this. One is the direct support to the biologicals from the government. Say, for example, European Union. They directly, if a farmer, big farmer purchases, small farmer, big farmer purchases the biostimulant, they are giving 80 pounds, 80 euro directly per hectare to the farmer, because under ecological farming scheme, since the farmer is avoiding the chemical ingredients, so they are directly giving that. And if it is some kind of microbials or the biofertilizers that alternate or reduce the chemical input, they are giving €160. So this kind of incentivization is required in Indian condition, where the visibility of the biologicals will be known among the farmers, and the government also can either directly to the manufacturers or directly to the farmers, this money can be transferred.
Oh, great.
This
Very
is
good.
one. This is one. So one more I have.
Please.
The other one is you remove the subsidy, total subsidy. Government can initiate the removal of the total subsidy, distribute directly, give it to the farmers. That entire subsidy divide by on hectare basis, directly give it to the farmers and let them decide which nutrient has to be applied. So they will be the drivers for ensuring the holistic integrated nutrient management program in the respective field.
Excellent. Very good. So what John is saying, and that is what the discussion is going on. Even yesterday, the expenditure secretary says that it is being discussed whether there should be DBT for fertilizer subsidy. So my questions to Professor Mohanty would be, on one side, you have your scientific recommendations. On the other side, you give this money as DBT. What are the chances that that DBT money will be used in the same proportion in which you have made your recommendations?
This is a big challenge actually. But if as a scientist, if you ask me, तो मैं ये बोलूँगा कि सॉइल टेस्ट करिए, उस बेसिस पे ही देंगे, बिना सॉइल टेस्टिंग का हम डाइट ट्रांसफर नहीं करेंगे. तो क्योंकि सॉइल टेस्टिंग इज इम्पोर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट ऑफ क्रॉप कल्टीवेशन, उसको फॉलो करना चाहिए फार्मर्स को. अगर डीबीटी डायरेक्ट देते हैं या थोड़ा सा कुछ कंडीशंस तो रखना चाहिए, ताकि जो चीज़ को हम बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं, just because we want to maintain the soil health. Soil health is prime importance to us. और जैसे कि हम बात कर 30% of Indian soils are degraded now. If you don't maintain it, FAO का जो कहना Food and Agriculture Organization का क्या कहना है, 60 years of cultivation is left. तो 60 साल के बाद फिर soil आपका और खराब हो जाएगा. अगर ठीक है DBT दीजिए, लेकिन कुछ conditions रखिए ताकि वो soil health के ऊपर थोड़ा ध्यान दें.
Very good. So I think a doctor has raised a very good point. If I give money, whether I will use it according to my recommendations for that crop, my take is yes, it is possible. So my question to Mr. Kothavale is, there is a talk of digital agriculture mission. Within that digital agriculture mission, there is a agri-stack. Every field is being measured, every field is known, what is the kind of area is there, who is the owner, and then in that, there is also what professor is working on is that there is a soil map. So now you have soil situation and also the individual fields where you know what kind of soil is there, which crop you are taking, because there is a third part of the registry is which crop. If I know that, can I not put this 10,000 rupees on a POS machine and allow it to be used only for those components for which the recommendation has been made? Mr. Kothavale.
Sir, very tough job for the farming community because एक ही फील्ड में कभी-कभी हम देखते हैं कि एक साइड ब्लैक डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ सॉइल्स यू विल फाइंड, एक ही खेती में अलग-अलग प्रकार की ज़मीन हम देखते हैं. और ऐसी सिचुएशन में हमें ये देखना है कि 1 एकड़ खेती हो या 1 हेक्टर खेती हो, जहां हम मान लो टोमेटो प्लांट कर रहे हैं, प्लांटेशन कर रहे हैं, वहाँ हमारा जो सर ने बताया अभी कि हमारा जो मॉडल होना चाहिए एप्लीकेशन ऑफ सभी न्यूट्रिएंट्स का, उसमें हम कैसे डिसाइड करें कि नाइट्रोजन कितना हो, माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट में बोरॉन कितना हो, मॉली कितना हो। तो ये एक्चुअली एक थंब रूल हमें देखना होगा, अकॉर्डिंगली हम करेंगे। जैसा सर ने, मोहंती सर ने बताया कि सॉइल टेस्ट इज द प्री रिक्विजिट फॉर दिस। अगर वो नहीं करेंगे तो हमारी सॉइल स्टेटस हमें पता नहीं चलेगा, और सॉइल स्टेटस ही मालूम नहीं तो एप्लीकेशन ऑफ न्यूट्रिएंट्स इन एवरी फॉर्म, ऑर्गेनिक, केमिकल एंड बायोलॉजिकल, क्योंकि इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच से हमें करना है। तो एज फार एज सब्सिडी इज कंसर्न, इट शुड बी बेस्ड ऑन, जैसा सर ने बहुत ही अच्छा एग्जाम्पल दिया, उन्होंने इंग्लिश में बताया, मैं थोड़ा सर एक मिनट लेता हूँ। जो सर ने बताया कि यूरोपियन यूनियन में जो सब्सिडी है वो ऑन बायोस्टिमुलेंट हो या बायो फर्टिलाइजर हो, वो पर हेक्टर या पर एकड़ बेसिस पे है। फार्मर व्हाटएवर जो उसको परचेस करना है वो करेगा। जैसा हमारे यहाँ सिर्फ कुछ फर्टिलाइजर सब्सिडाइज है और बाकी जो इसेंशियल भी हो चुके हैं तो भी वो उसके लिए कोई सब्सिडी का प्रोविजन है नहीं। तो ऐसे सिचुएशन में अगर कुछ मॉडिफिकेशन करना है सब्सिडी देने का, तो उन्होंने जो सजेशन दिया वो बहुत ही अच्छा है। और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो मेरे लिए सवाल है वो यही है कि इट विल नीड एजुकेशन। बहुत किसानों को हमें एजुकेट करना पड़ेगा। ये डिजिटल के माध्यम से जो हम अलग अलग अभी मैप एप्स है, उसके माध्यम से हमें डिसाइड करना पड़ेगा कि एवरी न्यूट्रिएंट टेकिंग क्रॉप इनटू कंसिडरेशन, क्योंकि हमारी फसल कौन सी है। जैसे मान लो मक्का है, मेज है, तो मेज की हमारी न्यूट्रिएंट में कौन कौन सी न्यूट्रिएंट की डिमांड है। जैसा कि वो जिंक लविंग है तो जिंक सबसे ज़्यादा लगेगा। वो सब हमें सॉइल स्टेटस एंड क्रॉप डिमांड वो ध्यान में लेके उसको हमें एक
Very good.
प्रोग्राम बनाना पड़ेगा।
So Mr. Kothawale is quite clear that it has to be done on the basis of the soil characteristics and on the basis of the crop which you are taking. But then he goes one step further, but takes one step back, saying that, okay, let the farmer decide. But what Professor Mohanty says is not so easy. Even if you are giving it through Vistar, even if you are giving it through AgriStack, but farmers to adopt it is going to be very difficult. So my question to my consultant is here. Now this is the challenge which has been thrown, that we know what is to be done, but there are doubts how it is to be done. Now in that case, what industry says, there are problems of licensing, the district license and the state license and the national license. There are problems on GST. There are problems in terms of quality control. There's a problem of regulation. Laboratory strength of government laboratories is less compared to what is required by the industry and so on. So, Mr. Agrawal, is it possible that if we create a market where all these inputs are equitably available to all and to all places, will it be possible in that situation that in this kind of a free market, a well-educated farmer which you mentioned would preferably go to a balanced use of nutrients? Mr. Agrawal.
Sir has put this in a very elaborate manner, and it at times becomes difficult to answer these challenges what each one of us is facing, because it's right starting from regulatory to the execution. Incidentally, India operates in various formats. We have Commission of Agriculture who is facilitating as head of Biostimulants Committee Chairman on seeing that whatever is simply asked, I'll tell you, because I'm also facilitating a lot of regulatory to the companies. My understanding is that whatever the governments are, whether it is national, state, district, at times agriculture officer, कई बार दिक्कतें आती हैं वहाँ पे, कई और जगह पे नहीं आती। जैसे क्या होता है, एक लाइसेंस डिस्ट्रिक्ट अथॉरिटी को आता है वो तालुका में नहीं जाता है, तो एग्रीकल्चर ऑफिसर बोल देगा भाई मेरे पास तो अभी तक अप्रूवल नहीं आया तो मेरे को नहीं मालूम आप क्यों बेच रहे हो। तो ये कम्युनिकेशन के काफ़ी गैप्स हैं हमारे पास में। तो उसके लिए आंसर ये रहेगा कि जैसे हमको कोई अप्रूवल आता है कि हमारी जिम्मेवारी बनती है कि उसको स्टेट लेवल में ऐड कर दे, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे भेज दे और एक एक कॉपी हमारे सेल्स ऑफिसर्स को, डीलर्स को भेज दे, एक सॉर्ट ऑफ थिंग। बट दैट इज व्हाट आई यूज्ड टू प्रैक्टिस व्हेन आई वाज इन अ कॉर्पोरेट। So that becomes much easier. It will take some time, but it will not deter the dealer or the farmer to buy things. I'm talking from a regulator point of view. Two, sir, what I have realized, both working with rallies in Tatas, I'm emphasizing the word Tatas. Today even I have vowed my Tatas thing. I still owe a lot to them. And to the governments, what we have been working in terms of regulatory. Everything is in black and white, what is required part of a regulatory affair, whether it is national or at a district level. अगर हम लोग उसको फॉलो करते हैं, डॉक्यूमेंटेशन सही है, सर टाइम लगता है लेकिन काम हो जाता है। To be very sincere, हम लोग भी, I should not be mentioning this, I'm not telling as a general statement, we also try and find some shortcuts everywhere. So we should avoid that. अगर हमारा डॉक्यूमेंटेशन सही है, हमारे पेपर सही हैं, साहब बैठे हैं, रेगुलेटरी के साहब हैं, तो 90% काम होते हैं, टाइम लगता है लेकिन काम होते हैं। सो दैट इज अ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ, जैसे हम पीपीपी बोलते हैं, पब्लिक पार्टनर प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप, इट्स अ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ regulatory and government involvement. And the third part what you mentioned, if everything is available everywhere, sir, if that happens, it is a supermarket for the farmer. Farmer has a choice, उसको, but again I go back to my basic thing, उसको educate करना जरूरी है। I met a farmer sometime back in Raipur. Sir, I was so impressed. He's a consultant also, farmer consultant. He knows what are the antagonists if a complex of a fertilizer is used on a crop. I think, for example, I'm just quoting example, I see sir here, I think that zinc is very useful for the crop. May not be required zinc at that point of time to that crop, and zinc could be an antagonistic for the another element that is being absorbed.
Okay.
That's what I would like to put it across.
Now I think our time is running short, so we will have the last question and the last word from John. You have heard everyone around. Now, if you are to prepare a draft policy for government from BIPA, because there is no policy, there is no crop nutrition policy, there is no fertilizer policy. We have discussed that we have hundreds of small policies, let us put it this way, but nothing integrated. What would be the components of that integrated crop nutrition policy as far as BIPA is concerned?
I'm sorry, Chair is asking me to have a national policy on behalf of BIPA. Okay, when in front of you, anyhow. So, can I add one more point of when the dignitaries have given their opinion about whether it is possible or not with the farmer if it is decentralized. I think there will be a setback for 1 or 2 seasons, but we have a robust infrastructure in terms of SAUs, ICAR, and extension and state agriculture department, and the cropping pattern, soil profiles are being done. And farmers are also educative enough to understand this, and they can use these ingredients in an appropriate way. Now they don't have choice. They are dumped with the fertilizers, they are dumping that in the soil. So if an option is given, they will have the opportunity to explore. 1 or 2 seasons, there will be some setback because of their personal behavior, like drinking and other things they might have spent for other purpose. But in general, we have an opportunity to explore as a country. And as far as the BIPA is concerned, as a president of BIPA, I strongly recommend to decentralize the fertilizer policies and let it be open to the public, general public. We have been controlling this for quite some time. Earlier, we have, in a similar way like that Indian gas. So we have given the subsidized one, then we have given this one. Now almost it is out of subsidy. Almost. In the same way, this can also be implemented in a very effective way.
I have a signal from organizers that our time is up. So we will close it here. Now, what are those components which will be making a policy? Just 1 minute. It should be able to adopt innovations, because that is something which is going on almost continuously. It should be able to meet the requirements of the farmers of crop protection. And the product integrity has to be maintained. The product integrity will require a complete set of quality control labs, including NABL accredited, whether private or public. There should be validated analytical methods. There should be a handling of very similar kinds of grades. The regulatory bottlenecks needs to be removed in that policy. GST has to be uniform for all those components which are there under FCO. Licensing policy will have to be streamlined, starting from a central depository of the data, so that the district and state will be able to license it on the basis of that data. Biostimulant specifications will have to be tweaked in such a manner that it avoids duplication. There should be a component of liquid and advanced fertilizer and customized fertilizers, not only on powder-based, but also on water-soluble and micronutrients. And we should be able to have a decriminalization and ease of doing business. These are some of the components of a desired policy which can be formulated. Let us resolve that IMMA will be the first organization in the country to put up a draft crop nutrition policy of this country for discussion for the entire agriculture community in future. Thank you very much for all my panelists for making this an interesting study. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you so much for your valuable insights. I would request all our speakers and moderator to please stay back with us. We are having a felicitation ceremony going on. May I request our committee members, Mr. R.K. Patwandar sir, to please join us on stage, Mr. Praveen Shinde, Mr. Kiran Antre, and Mr. Devendra Dange. Please be present on the dais for the felicitation ceremony. I also request our President of IMMA, Mr. Rahul Mirchandani sir, to please be present. So let's begin with the felicitation, requesting the managing committee members to please felicitate our moderator, Dr. Sudhir Kumar Goel sir. Former Additional Chief Secretary for Agriculture, Government of Maharashtra. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause, please. Moving forward, the next felicitation. Ms. Sandeepa Kanetkar, she's not here. Mr. Pradeep Kothavde, the Vice President for AIM. Our next panelist, Dr. John Peter, the Vice President for BIPA. Our next panelist and our chief guest, Dr. Monoranjan Mohanty, the Director, IISS Bhopal. And now, Mr. Raj Kumar Agarwal, the founder and managing partner, Raven Agri Consulting LLP.
I'll just take a liberty of being partner of IMMA Consulting. I invite all of you for our next global event, India International Agribusiness Conference and Expo, happening in iconic Geo Convention Center on 29th and 30th July. And thanks, Dr. Rahul, IMMA, and of course, IMMA is again a distinguished partner there without saying. So please come down, and then post this, I'll put my flyers on the chairs or I'll distribute. You can have a look at it. Thank you so much. Thanks, Rahul.
Thank you. Thanks to our moderator. Thanks to all our panelists. Thank you so much for this wonderful session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we will begin with the book launch event. Yes, so knowledge creates legacy. We now proceed with the book launch event of Blueprints of Brilliance, which is introduced by Dr. Rahul Mirchandani, sir. May I have your attention, please, everyone? Here we go with the book launch.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is a very, very special moment. Very, very special because it began as yet another dream of all of us to document the legacy of the companies that form the Indian Microfertilizer Manufacturer Association in the form of the excellence that they create. And the way this dream was manifested was we actually began with possibly an impossible exercise of asking 5 business schools, some of the best business schools in the country, to research 9 of IMMA companies and write teaching cases, cases which will be taught at business schools, not just put into a brochure. Teaching cases which have been written by 18 top-class, world-class faculty from 5 business schools across India on 9 IMMA member companies, and today will be launched worldwide. This will be launched not only here for you to purchase and to take home and learn from these experiences, but more importantly, this is today, if you Google, will be available worldwide for students across the world, for practitioners across the world, for companies around the world to research and learn from. So today, this is a very, very special moment because when we began, none of us knew this is actually going to work. Many of them thought this is another one of Rahul's crazy escapades. I kind of end up doing weird things. But I think taking that blank sheet of paper was inspirational. Taking that blank sheet of paper and adding meaning to it was even more inspirational. And seeing that blank sheet of paper today into a full-bound book, which is available globally and will be launched in the next few minutes, is extremely satisfying. And believe me, one of the most cherished moments of my life and possibly my presidency here at IMMA. I must, for the sake of the book launch, call the faculty who wrote the cases. I think they are the ones who are truly the beacons of hope. I held out many times to them. I pestered many times with them in order to get this done. Please may I invite all the faculty who are present here who wrote the book to please join us on stage. And they will also be conducting a panel discussion on the book and its contents immediately after launch. So may I request all the faculty who wrote the book, the research associates who wrote the book, to be present here. And we will also invite the member companies, a representative from each of the member companies who gave their time and more importantly shared their data. Please understand, most of these companies are MSMEs. They are not listed. And therefore, there is a tremendous hesitation in how much data can be shared and what should be made public. But despite that, they shared their experiences and they shared their excellence. And I think hats off to them for trusting IMMA to actually put this book out there, despite the fact that their information is traditionally not in the public domain. So please, may I request the member companies, one representative from the member companies and the faculty to please join us on stage. Please come in. I think these are the people who wrote the book. One representative from each member company, please, so I don't miss anyone. Can I have a representative from Dharti Agro? I think we had one case from them. We had from SAR Agro a case from them. We had a case from Dhruv. No, if we didn't have a case from Dhruv, but we did have a case from SAR Agro. Please do come in. Can I have the book, please? Come. Please join us on center stage. Ek kitab do. I have an open book. So we have the cases which are written on Linga Chemicals. Can I have a representative from Linga Chemicals, please? One representative from Linga Chemicals. Dharti Agro. One representative from AgriSearch India. One representative from Swaroop Agrochemicals. One representative from SAR Agros. One representative from the SKR group. And saving perhaps one that wrote 3 cases, Aries Agro Limited. Can we have one representative from Aries Agro Limited as well, please? Kishore, come. Kishore, Omkar, come. Okay, great. So these are the member companies who shared their knowledge and their experiences, and these are the faculty who wrote the cases. Please give them a big round of applause. The institutions that were part of this exercise, the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Can I have the Shubham, who's written a co-authored both the cases. Thank you very much, Shubham. The Indian Institute of Management in Ahmedabad. We had the Somaya Vidya Vihar University. Please step forward so we know that you're from the university. Thank you. ITM Business School, ITM Skills University, please step forward so that we know that you're from those institutions. IES MCRC and Research Center in Mumbai. And the Aries Agro Knowledge Center as well. I think you can represent that as well. So the Aries Agro Knowledge Center, Shama please, Aries Agro Knowledge Center was also part of this exercise. So these are the 5 institutions. Hats off to all of them for, I think, 6-7 months of work that has now published. This is an ISBN numbered, globally published by Partridge India, which is a partner of Penguin Publications worldwide. So we're now going to move to the book launch. Can I have copies of the book sent out, please? Tremendously satisfying moment, and I really hope that all of you will appreciate the book as much as we enjoyed putting it together. Please go ahead. The cases are written on operational excellence. Part 1 is operational excellence. Part 2 is product design. And part 3 is growth strategies. I think we can all learn from these experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Blueprints of Brilliance, now available in India and around the world. And may we have the privilege of presenting the first copy of this book to our Commissioner of Agriculture, Dr. P.K. Singh. Sir, first copy for you, sir. Please.
Now, everyone who is taking this book home with them, they should go through it, and I will take, whenever you will meet me, I will definitely ask some questions from this. Because I will read it. That is sure. Thank you.
May we request the panelists to stay on stage, and the rest may please listen to their experience in writing the book and to put these cases out in the public domain. After this session, we will be having lunch, and then post-lunch, we have perhaps two very interesting panel discussions. We have one with the media. We are actually going to put the media on stage and talk to them on ease of doing business. So perhaps for the very first time, you will listen to the media speak to us on what they believe ease of business should all be about, after which we will have a pitch party where 14 innovations will be presented to you for commercialization. So that is the post-lunch session, and we are looking forward now to conduct our panel discussion, which is on Blueprints of Billions. Over to the MC to introduce our panel, and then our panel will take you forward with the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So continuing with the same theme, now we have a fireside chat on the Blueprints of Brilliance, which is moderated by Dr. Deepti Raghavendra. Can we have a big round of applause for all the panelists and the moderators who are present on the stage? Our panelist, Professor Vandana Tripathi ma'am, Assistant Professor K.J. Somena, Institute of Management. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Come on, everybody. Then we have, as a panelist, Dr. Mrunal Joshi, Associate Professor, IES Management College and Research Center, Mumbai. And Mr. Shubham, Research Associate, Center for Transportation and Logistics, IIM Ahmedabad. Thank you so much. Over to the moderator.
Thank you for the introductions. May I ask how much time we have? 30 minutes, okay, because having educators on the stage is always a risky proposition because we love to talk. So we'll see to it in the next 20 minutes at least we have a hard stop. This is a sector for us also a first as far as case writing is concerned. And we hope by the end of the session, many more of you are wanting to actually be a part of this next version of the case study maybe. So without much ado, I also noticed that we have the industry professionals sitting on the other side, and we have the educators who have been studying the industry on this side. And this is always challenging for us because what can we talk about the realities which you are experiencing firsthand? So what we are going to do is we are going to look at only the aspect of it which has been an experience for us. So to start off itself, I'm going to open it so that to create that safety and comfort. We'll start about the process itself. How was it researching about the micronutrient industry, especially this agribusiness ecosystem. Uh, we can start from the base and then take it a little bit inside. So whoever wants to actually talk about it can go ahead first.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Dipti. Yeah, so the journey has been really amazing. It was quite an immersive experience, I would say. You know, we all have written different cases related to different corporates, the big corporates. So what we teach, all of us are coming from management. So what we teach and what is there is the same thing. But for us also, this was something different because SMEs, MSMEs, the challenges are different. Rather than boardroom, the Power BI dashboards, typically, the ground realities matter a lot. So understanding those things, innovations which are there rooted in the soil, trying to understand those things, what to document, what not to document, understanding that aspect is equally important. And that's where, ice-breaking sessions were very important. Initially also we started with, 2-3 companies. But after initial discussions, that never happened. It happened with only one particular company. So there are barriers, we understand. But trust us, those things are also required to be documented well. In the academic structure, they are required to be told to the next generation. Otherwise, these stories would not come forward for young managers. So since this sector is emerging or reaching its peak, we can say, this is the time when it is required to be documented. So journey has been fulfilling either ways. Yes, you can add if you want.
I can understand that feeling. Usually we are so used to secondary data. But my question is, how would I say, was it easy being given an access to the leadership teams directly and to be able to talk to them to know the first-hand experience of this whole thing?
Yeah. So I think one very different aspect in writing these case studies was that while earlier I have written case studies on large corporates, here I was talking to family-led enterprises. Now the dynamics in family businesses are really very different compared to big MNCs because, in big MNCs, the leadership roles, there is a high attrition rate. People keep on moving. But what I found very insightful and I found very interesting was there would always be one person who would know, who has been in the entire journey of the company, of the enterprise, and who holds a vast institutional knowledge. And talking to those people, understanding how the company has evolved, what was the thought process, their highs, their lows. I think that was a very insightful experience because this is something you don't find in large corporates. This is something that you can only find in family-led enterprises where, they always have a trusted aide that is working always with the founder or co-founders, and so that institutional knowledge, that sort of a bank that one person is. So talking to those people, in both the companies that I worked on was very unique, so it sort of mitigated the challenge of not having, the secondary data readily available. I think that was insightful for me.
Adding to what Shubham said, it's rather than those profit margins, the value system matters the most. That is also been the experience with SMEs and MSMEs. We want to protect the farmers. We want to understand the relationship with the dealers, and those things drive their business as well. This also has been a good experience to understand.
Thank you for bringing home that point. Now, actually, I was wondering about this book itself because when I started reading the abstracts, it made me so curious to go into the case itself. And I see that it's been laid out in 3 different portions of it. You have the operational excellence, then you go into the innovative design part of it, and then you have the growth strategies. I know that each one of you are representing some case and an organization. What has been your experience? Maybe I would want Vandana to kind of step in here.
All right. Thank you, Deepti, for asking that question because honestly, being part of this immersive experience where you are talking to the founders directly, understanding their growth strategies was something that was an eye-opener for us. often what we teach in the classroom as a strategy came out as a survival mechanism for some of these. We were absolutely touched by the stories the founders shared with us readily, that what were their different struggle points, typical the founders' dilemmas that they were talking about, how they are transitioning on day-to-day basis. Even some of the insights were like, either this or that has to be decided now. So what I often talk to my students in the classroom, that the dilemma has to be resolved and what are the different pros and cons, they were actually brought out live in all these discussions. So we found that growth strategy cases which we have documented very well narrated the Make in India story and how even going global as a growth strategy for a SME, great vision plan to be achieved. So we were personally very inspired during those discussions.
Wonderful to hear that, actually. There's another question for me, which has been curious, because I came across this word, tradition and transformation, and it just stood out, you know. And on one hand, you have maybe the founder members out here who would have been emphasizing on values and tradition, and you have the new generation who are emphasizing on technology. So how have you noticed anything, or what would you like to bring out on this forum?
So I think one challenge, a problem that I could see, by talking to people from the companies that I was dealing with was the lack of, demand signals. So demand signals are not readily available because this industry works at a farmer level, distributor level in rural India, right? Where technology penetration has not been that much. So in the absence of those demand signals, the kind of mechanisms that they had developed, for example, field trials, field demonstrations, continuously rolling out their own staff, into the fields to understand what the farmers' needs are. But after 2015, 16, for example, one company I was working with, so now the trend of digitization is gaining some ground, uh, but it is not that prevalent. So I think the newer generation is focusing a lot on, how to use technology. That sweet spot has not been found yet. So there are some trials, some trial mechanisms that are being implemented. For example, I was working on this case study where they deployed flash sales, e-commerce style flash sales, right? Now, when you do these e-commerce style flash sales, now this is totally a new concept in the industry. But initially it was done in a physical manner. Later on, they developed it into a digital manner. Now, when you collect this data in digital format, you have some real-time data which is readily available for you to evaluate how demand is moving. And I think if you have clarity about how this demand is going to be in the next 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, then you can do a lot of planning for your purchases, for your production, for your planning, which otherwise people have to rely instantly during the harvest seasons or the sowing season. So I think digitization is the next frontier that will transform this industry because it will bring a lot of benefits that currently this industry may not be getting.
Deepti, if I may just add here, because out of the 3 cases that my organization and my colleagues documented, 2 were heavily invested in technology. And also what we personally found out that they have used technology absolutely self-learned way, which means that there was never a ready-to-go platform for them that they could go to an AI tool, quickly feed into some inputs and get some automations done all by themselves. So while they are involved in the process, they are actually building the technology platform so that all other stakeholders who are probably present in this room and who may probably read the case and come back to us will have some idea that how much patience is required in the process. The second challenge which one of our founders shared is you are dealing with farmers pan-India, language. technology currently is enabled in, let's say, English primarily, and then some softwares are in native languages. So our founder said that to actually enable a digital tool which can be accessible pan-India, it's an immense challenge that they have taken on themselves. So I think going forward, this is one takeaway that we really want people to kind of remember, that India is, very, very diverse, and to be able to curate a technology, it's an immense challenge which some of these founders have taken on themselves. Kudos to them for having done that.
Wonderful. Thank you for
Should I add
highlighting. Yeah, yes,
one
Mrinal.
thing? While we are talking about digitization, I come from the field of analytics. So what Shubham mentioned and what Madam mentioned, really stand well. When it comes to the data, it should be available in the structured format, then only the automation and the process automation is possible. Secondly, what Madam has mentioned just now, we are on that particular peak wherein we are yet to reach. So in the morning when Dr. Rahul inaugurated that platform, I think those kinds of systems would be bringing lot of discipline in this particular one. It will probably inspire people also to think about digitization and first of all, getting the data correct. Many a times we have observed that these things are not available readily as documented in a structured format. Innovation been done, the research data is available without any particular level of R&D as such like the big organizations, but farmer level, soil level, lot many researches are on. But whether through document, and one solution doesn't work. The farmers in Maharashtra and farmers in Haryana, probably the things required would be different. And that's where, once we start documenting the data, rolling out that particular thing with digitization, automation, processes will be much more easier.
Thank you, Mrinal. From what I hear, technology is going to be a mainstay for the time to come, but I think it's up to us and the choices we make in seeing to that it is actually enabler rather than becoming the one which is giving the directions, right? But the values and everything which has to be entrenched as the core purpose, and then seeing that technology is integrated into the system. Probably the entire value chain can be become more powerful or robust that way. Which brings me to the next question. I'm also looking at the time and I'm stopping them from their lunch otherwise. What would you see are the gaps, at least when we compare it to the other sectors, if any? We are looking at it from only the study perspective, not textile, because we are the ones.
Shall I?
Yes, please.
The case what we handled, in that also we have observed this particular thing. Although we are talking about certain things right from the government intervention till the farmer level thing, regulatory compliance per se, the clarity, the solutions whatever are required by the farmers, what category of services they belong to, whether they are nutrients, micronutrients, the taxations would be different. So I have seen certain cases also while studying about this particular thing, wherein whether it is fitting into 12% tax or 5% tax. So I think that clarity is important. And for that, once we are here on the same platform, probably that will help us to bridge those gaps also.
From our studies, what major gap that we could see was, again, the lack of, I would say, adequate digital technologies and the problem in digitizing the system, because you are operating in the rural markets where, farmers, the distributors are not that well digitally literate. Although some companies are obviously taking, initiatives, to sort of bridge that gap. And, by talking to the representatives of the companies that I dealt with, I'm very sure, they will, again, as ma'am said, they'll learn themselves, they are coming up with their own solutions. And I think that is very important. The solution should be developed by people from within the industry, because they know the nitty-gritties, they know the actual nuances of operating in the industry, rather than, some consultant who, from outside, who can obviously offer, a lot of insights in structuring that data that once comes in. But to identify those parameters that you need and how to get those parameters, I think these solutions can only come from the industry. And once these will flow in, the peak that ma'am is saying, the peak will, like, the industry would be able to reach that peak very fast. And I think that gap is slowly getting bridged, and it will take some more time to bridge that.
Okay. Thank you, Shubham. I'll go to the last question now. And One of my teachers told me, like, no, thinking can happen in three different ways. Thinking in words, thinking in ideas, and thinking through experience. And said experience is the best way to learn, which is the highest way. When you see this book, we as educators, how do you see it can have its impact on the next generation, on the students? Where do you see this? What is the legacy of this book going to be? Because it might tempt others in the audience to maybe become part of the next one. Any thoughts on this?
So let me take the plunge here, because I am a strong believer of experiential learning. In our MBA curriculum also, we keep on talking. This particular book has filled a major gap in management education, which is bringing out Indian context to the whole table of, all the information in B school is overloaded with Western and European experiences. So I really felt that we are really bringing out the Indian context, absolutely rooted at the grassroots level. So I really see adding value there. The second is in terms of how the end user, which I expect the industry representatives also. I think going forward, we should have a multilingual version so that all our stakeholders are able to make use of this knowledge product that we are bringing out. It has been a fabulous experience of documenting it in English. Obviously, that's our first preference. But I think doing it at least in one or two more languages will be something very powerful, and giving people knowledge products in scenarios which are unimagined. Some of the founders' story were paths that were never charted before. So I think it could be a personal inspiration to anybody who wants to read and start a business. It's as simple as that. Yeah.
I think for me, I've been in that sweet spot where I'm sometimes on the podium with my professor, and sometimes, and most of the times I am on the bench, a student, learning. For me, the most important part was the how innovation and the customer centricity, two fundamentals that, we teach in business schools, how they really came out in at least the cases that I have worked in. The role of innovation in driving growth, when your back is against the wall and you have to look at, okay, what is it that I need to do, to increase our profitability, our revenues and everything. The kind of innovation, that came in, learning from across the industry in the form of, say, a flash sale. Or, following the basic principle of, keeping your customer at the center, the farmer centricity that I observed in, both the cases that I worked in. I think that was something really commendable. And as ma'am said, and these are examples of India-based innovation. So they highly contextualize the Indian operating environment. So I think as a student, if I were to read these same chapters, I would gain a lot of knowledge, be it in the field of innovation or, like excellence, operational excellence or financials. We looked at the financial as well, and, the role of this innovation and customer centricity. It really came out well in our cases, and I'm sure I'm very curious to read other cases as well.
Well-documented cases are really important, not only for students, even for faculty members. Because when it comes to giving examples, our Indian examples would stand, at the top. Secondly, when we are documenting this, I feel there are many students, those who are coming from the rural background, those who are having first-hand business, family business, but probably they are interested in getting into the corporate. These kinds of, whereas we know farming is, an important thread for rural India. We are talking about sustainability, we are talking about soil health, we are talking about depleting levels, we are talking about nutritious food, we are talking about organics. But for that, the learned generation should be there on the field also, on that side of the table. I feel these cases can serve the base for that. Probably government is looking at this particular sector so positively. Look at the union budgetary provisions also this year. Look at the various forums at which these things are getting discussed. So, lot of opportunities, and I think where the opportunities lies, we need to push our younger generation. And that's what the wonder this book can do. So this is just the beginning. We are yet to reach that top, but yes, that inflated peak we should reach within our stipulated time.
Thank you, Mrinal. Yes, Shubham.
One more point that I want to add, obviously for us,
I was looking at, because we are good with
Just-
timetable also, right? So I was hoping
Yeah,
we'll tell them that we are good with timetable and
I'll
stop.
just take 2 minutes.
Yes, please.
So I think for us, as educators, as students, it is important. But I think for a lot of people here, the industry stakeholders, this book will also serve as a very useful reference point to, understand how other companies in the industry are functioning. I mean, I'm sure all of them are well networked. They know how, but a third person, perspective, we bringing in those managerial frameworks, trying to understand or their journey, but through a management framework, what competitive advantages that they are bringing. I think highlighting those things in our cases. So I think that will serve as a very useful reference point for the industry stakeholders as well when they will be reading the book. They will also find it very interesting.
Thank you, Shubham, Rinal, and Vandana for this lovely panel. It reminds me of a metaphor of windows and doors. Most of the time, management education basically are windows showing how the sector looks like. Probably in the future, in the times to come, with more of you being part of this, we hope it becomes doors for transition also, so that people really get to actually experience the industry firsthand. With that, I want to thank all my panel members, to the IMA for actually inviting us to this place, and to all the audience for patiently listening to us in spite of being just in time for lunch. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Check. So we will have a small felicitation. So I request the moderator and the panelists to please stay back with us on the dais. Requesting Mirchandani sir to please come forward to begin with the felicitation ceremony. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for a lunch. We request you to be back on time on 2:30 as a post-lunch session promises innovation, insights, and lively discussions. So please be back by 2:30. We are having a lunch break now. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, hey, check test one, two, check test.
May I request everyone to please get your colleagues, friends back on the table, on the chairs, please. We have to start the session momentarily. May I request everyone to please get back on the chairs from wherever you are. I think, can I have your company representatives call your friends and colleagues from the other side as well? We shall start in 5 minutes. We're already 5 minutes over. Yeah, thank you.
Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back. The people who are still outside at the pre-function area, I request everyone, please gather back as we are about to begin with the next sessions. We are already running late by a few minutes, so I request everyone to please settle down. Once again, the people at the back and those who are still outside, I request everyone, please settle down. So let's begin with the next sessions. Check. Also, announcement, we are closing with the lunch counters. So anybody who has left with the lunch, please proceed for the lunch. It's a humble request as we are about to close the counter for the lunch. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin. So please settle down. Once again, welcome back to the 6th National Co-op Nutrition Summit and B2B Expo. Thank you so much for joining us back. We are now moving to the perspectives of the media speaks on ease of doing the business for agri inputs, moderated by Dr. Rahul Mirchandani, sir. So let's begin with this media speaks. To begin with the session, once again I request our moderator, Dr. Rahul Mirchandani, sir, the president for IMMA, our panelist, Mr. Vishwa Mohan Kumar, senior business journalist and anchor, Economic Times Now Swadesh, Ms. Lakshmi Devi Ere, Senior Assistant Editor, PTI, Mr. Nimish Gangarde, the Director for Krishak Jagat and Global Agriculture, Mr. G. Chandra Shekhar, the Senior Editor, The Hindu Business Line, Mumbai, Ms. Manisha Gupta, Senior Journalist, CNBC Mumbai, Mr. Sandeep Das, Assistant Editor, Financial Express, Delhi, to please be present on the dais as a panelist. So, ladies and gentlemen, this session brings the media's lens to the policy, progress, and perception. So, let's begin with the amazing session which is coming up. Thus, Media Speaks. Here we go.
A very good afternoon, everyone. And I must say that I very rarely get nervous when I'm on, with the mic. Comes with my two professions, being an academic and a salesman. Both my professions demand that I speak to put food on the table. And here I am been given the task to question, raise our issues with people who normally listen to us all the time. And for once, we want to listen from them. And we want to hear the perspectives of some of the top media brands, some of the top research journalists who look at the agri sector in specific part of their entire career. And for us, this is a pivotal moment because it's extremely rare to listen to what the people who listen always have to speak back to us. And believe me, for me, yes, it's a post-lunch session, which means I have to be part stand-up comedian, part entertainer, part, part moderator. And I also have this stellar panel of people who are experts in their respective field, have researched in depth about what the agri sector does, our priorities, and we want to learn from you, ladies and gentlemen on the dais. So I'd like to first of all, just thank all of you once for accepting this invitation, for being trusting IMMA for this session, because it's a rare session to actually do. And we love to do things which are rare and hard to imitate. Because the moment you do something which is unique, rare, and hard to imitate, you've built something sustainable. And we hope we can sustain this dialogue in the way forward. So I'd like to, once again, just read out the names of people here with us, acknowledge their presence, say thank you once again on behalf of the entire IMMA community, and then begin the discussion. So we do have Mr. Vishwamohan Kumar, the senior business journalist and anchor from ET Now Swadesh. Thank you very much for being here. We have Ms. Lakshmi Devi Ire, who is the senior assistant editor of the Press Trust of India. She's been with us for many, many sessions. She's heard us talk ad nauseum about micronutrients, and I do hope that you will enjoy this panel as well. We have Mr. Nimish Gangarde, who is the director of Krishak Jagat and Global Agriculture. Thank you very much for being here. Nimish again has been with us at many IMMA forums, and I'm sure that you've heard various perspectives from our members. We do have Mr. G. Chandra Shekhar, one of the senior-most persons on this panel, extremely respected. Sir, I know I used to when I write from many, many decades, I've read your articles, looked at the Hindu Business Line extremely respectfully, and I thank you very much for being here today. Mr. G. Chandra Shekhar, the senior editor of the Hindu Business Line in Mumbai, and Mr. Sandeep Das, who's the assistant editor of the Financial Express. I think he's amazing. Again, come to a couple of forums where we've met and we have discussed various perspectives. So once again, sincere thank you to each one of you. To start the discussion now, I'm going to play my moderator hat and try to engage with each one of you on a conversation. We will have discussions and we'll have some time for the audience to ask questions as well. So I want to start, ladies and gentlemen here, looking at ease of doing business. I mean, ease of doing business is something that every sector has put out as one of the agenda items to discuss with government. We as IMMA have facilitated many exchanges with government where we try and say this is how policy can become more frictionless for our sector. May I start with you, sir, Vishwa? Can I have your perspective on what we can learn from other sectors that you've researched, in agri or otherwise, and what is truly doable in ease of doing business? Because some things we look at in our frog in the well scenario, we'd love to hear from a larger perspective. What is ease of doing business from your perspective?
Thank you, Rahul ji. Actually, I'm representing the Hindi business channel, then I would like to communicate in Hindi. Ease of doing business हमारे लिए एक ऐसा subject था because mostly we moderate any panel that this time we are the part of panelist. तो इस अगर ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस की अगर बात करें तो बाकी सेक्टर्स की तरह यहाँ पे जिस तरह की अवेयरनेस की ज़रूरत है माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट्स को लेकर वो उसकी बहुत ज़्यादा कमी है मीडिया कवरेज काफ़ी कम है टीवी चैनल्स में इसकी चर्चा बहुत कम होती है पहली बार मैंने बजट से पहले इस मुद्दे को उठाया और जहाँ तक जिस तरह की डिमांड आप लोग लगातार करते रहे सब्सिडी की डिमांड जो एनपीके यूरिया इस पर तो हम काफ़ी ज़्यादा चर्चा करते हैं लेकिन माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट्स को लेकर मैक्रो तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा चर्चा होती है अब ज़रूरत है माइक्रो को भी इसको लेकर भी जागरूक करने की और इसको सिर्फ फैक्ट्री से लेकर फार्म गेट फार्मर्स को भी जागरूक करने की ताकि सरकार भी इस पर अपना फोकस बढ़ा जाए और तभी इसका रियल फ़ायदा मिल पाएगा
एक फॉलो ऑन क्वेश्चन है सर आपके लिए आई एम गोना हैव सम फन नाउ हम एक सेक्टर है जो सब्सिडी मांगते ही नहीं है और शायद जब हम गवर्नमेंट के पास जाते हैं
बट एनबीएस के जरिए शायद आपको भी सब्सिडी मिलता है
नहीं हमें सिर्फ वो मिनी किट प्रोग्राम में थोड़ा मिलता
जिंक
है
और
जिंक के लिए मिलता है लेकिन वो कस्टमाइज फर्टिलाइजर के लिए हम जो प्रोडक्ट्स हमारी इंडस्ट्री बनाती है वो बेसिकली हम कहते हैं कि हमें सब्सिडी नहीं चाहिए हम किसान को कॉस्ट बेनिफिट दे रहे हैं आई बिलीव दैट और जब हम ये जाके किसान गवर्नमेंट को कहते हैं तो पहले तो वो चौंक जाते हैं कि एक सेक्टर आया एग्रीकल्चर में जो कहता है कि हमें सब्सिडी ना दो लेकिन हमें हमारी हथकड़ियाँ खोल दो हमें फॉर्मुलेट करने दो हमें इनोवेट करने दो हमें एक पॉलिसी ऐसे बना के दीजिए ताकि उस पॉलिसी के अंतर्गत अगर हम इनोवेशन किए तो हमारे किसानों तक प्रोडक्ट इनोवेशंस फास्ट पहुंचे इज दिस अ गुड पॉलिसी फ्रॉम आवर सेक्टर और डू यू बिलीव वी शुड गो एंड डिमांड थिंग्स विच दे आर फेमिलियर टू देम और या हम जो अलग निराले तौर पर हम बात करते हैं इज इट रिस्ट्रिक्टिंग अस और इज इट गोइंग टू मेक अस अ डिफरेंट पोजीशन इन आवर सेक्टर
देखिए अगर सब्सिडी के साथ अगर आप जाएंगे तो डेफिनेटली यहाँ पे कभी काफ़ी सारे रेगुलेशंस भी आएंगे और आपकी डिपेंडेंसी भी बढ़ेगी किसी भी अगर फ्री मार्केट में जितना कारोबार करना उसे बढ़ाना लोगों तक पहुँचना आसान होता है तो अगर पॉलिसी पे डिपेंडेंट रहने पे दिक्कतें काफ़ी ज़्यादा होगी फिर ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस की तो बात ही नहीं हो पाएगी
एग्जैक्टली सो थैंक यू वेरी तो हम करेक्ट डायरेक्शन में जा रहे हैं एंड वी आर रिटेनिंग आवर यूनिकनेस एंड नॉट गेटिंग मोर इंट्वाइंड इन दिस चक्रव्यूह of subsidy and price caps and other things. Nimish, over to you. One of the questions that we definitely ask to government is on a one nation, one license policy. पहली बार जब मैंने इसको propose किया था, तो हमारे industry बोले कि आप क्या मांग रहे हो? आपने एक लाइसेंस पूरे देश में अगर कर लिया, by chance कोई एक जगह पे एक नागालैंड में आपका कोई सैंपल फेल हुआ, पूरे आपका ऑल इंडिया लाइसेंस कैंसिल हो जाएगा. बट हमने कहा दूसरे कह रहे थे कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट हमारा कोई पावर नहीं छोड़ने वाला सो वी देन क्रिएटेड अ पॉलिसी वेयर वी सेड लेट अस ट्राई एंड बिल्ड अ सेंट्रलाइज्ड डेटा स्टैक where we will enable all our companies to take all licensing information on a common portal and let the state governments take from there. नहीं तो हम थप्पी हर स्टेट में सबमिट करते रहते हैं कुछ स्टेट में डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज लाइसेंस लगता है and it just takes forever to get our product to the market. What is your perspective? A one nation, one license, data stack perspective. What is your input on it? Has any other industry done it? And can we maybe refine our ask in a way that you possibly would like to advise us? Please.
So Rahul ji, one nation जो policy licensing ease करना है, तो agri input में कई सारे sectors आते हैं. When we start with seeds, फिर आता है fertilizer, फिर आता है nutrition, fertilizers आ गए, nutrition आ गया. क्रॉप प्रोडक्शन आ गया एग्रोकेमिकल्स आ गए तो एवरीबडी इज आस्क इज कि हमें लाइसेंसिंग को ईज करना है हमें हर स्टेट में लाइसेंसिंग नहीं देना है हम चाहते हैं कि एक पोर्टल हो जहाँ से सारी चीज़ें ईज आउट हो जाए एग्रोकेमिकल इंडस्ट्री इसको काफ़ी एग्रेसिवली परस्यू कर रही है सो दे हैव आल्सो प्रपोज टू द मिनिस्ट्री दैट अगर हम मल्टीपल एग्रोकेमिकल एग्रोक्लाइमेटिक जोन्स जो हैं हमारे, अगर हम उनको क्लब कर दें, अगर 15 एग्रोक्लाइमेटिक जोन्स हैं या 18 एग्रोक्लाइमेटिक जोन्स हैं, इनको क्लब करके एटलीस्ट इफ वी कैन कम अप टू 7 or 5 zones broadly in India and we can focus our trials in those specific zones, this will help the industry to ease the licensing part. The government has denied that one nation, one license is very difficult in agriculture because of every state has different soil conditions, weather conditions, the kind of crop they grow. So the closest you can come is 5 to 6 licensing across India.
So basically what you're saying is maybe a regional or an agroclimatic ask
Exactly, yes.
is maybe more practical rather than a district-wise or a state-wise situation today. We are at least making progress. So thank you for that input. I think that's a great, any best practice you would like to share? Anyone else has done this? Lakshmi, would you like to share a best practice in either of these areas?
See, unified licensing, other sectors are following, especially the, central drug standard control. They too have centralized, license only after the national level, test trials are conducted, where it has reduced the timeline. And also there is NSE, which has its own portal, but it has a dual, like 2-tier, like central and tier, state tier. So that is also cutting the approval time from 12 months to 2 to 6 months. So similarly, there is also food standard FSSI, food safety regulator FSSI also has a food safety compliance system, which also provides a common licensing platform for FBOs, which also considers the state level, that also has a 2-tier. So going for unified testing, uniform licensing platform, considering the soil type and the regionality, it is not a good idea as of now. You should also factor in the state, because weak capacity at the state will also put overload on the central for approval. And also, you need to understand that even it leads to adulteration if there are too many proposals, you can't really fulfill, process them. So going somewhere, the NSE model of seed traceability, this will help in bringing the transparency and reduce the approval time, and also encourage the reach of such new products to the farmers.
And if there is one such association or portal, what would be the one that you feel we should look at as an example?
See, you can analyze NSE's seed portal, and also FSSI's FOSC CA, Food Safety Standard Compliance System. You can analyze these two portals, and somewhere middle path you can come up with. Because going unified single license platform, considering the agroclimatic conditions, it is not a good proposal, I feel.
Okay, so once again, you're looking at a little more decentralization, not to the extent it is right now, but some sort of a hybrid model that we could propose, which will become a little more doable. Thank you very much. I want to get the financial perspective, and then I'll come to you, sir, for your expert opinions. Looking at, from the financial sector, GST 2.0, for the first time, at least in the 30 years that I have been in this sector, got micronutrients into the vocabulary of the government. Until now, it was always NPKs, it was about subsidy, it was about price caps, it was about over-regulation. But GST 2.0 basically said, you are required, you are essential, and we are going to get you from 12% to 5%. However, they did it only for a select group of products. So one of the asks that we do have is any micronutrient in the FCO should be on the level playing field, because that also reduces inverted duty structure. So from the finance sector's point of view, is GST 2.0 with the vocabulary now reinforcing micronutrients as essential, how do we take that into the logical conclusion of having any micronutrient in the FCO recognized at the same level?
See, my personal opinion is that the less the regulation, the better. Because you don't get subsidy, that means that you have huge space for growth, as we call for the IT sector. Why India grew IT sector? Because not many people know about that sector, and it grows on its own. And you also, the subsidy, the amount we pay in subsidy. And I'm quite personally amazed that the amount of work you have been done in micronutrient, and we haven't, as a close researcher, haven't done much for the sector as yet in as per reporting or bringing those issues into the ground. GST is essentially a first step, I believe, recognizing that there is an industry, and because the tax has been down, so that they are recognizing the fact. And to take it forward further will be to ensure that, if you say the licensing part, to ensure that, for me, it's like the licenses should be based on soil conditions essentially, because soil conditions determine the fertilizer use essentially. So that if you have a regional kind of certification, or not vast actually, not regional, basically eastern, northern, southern, central, something like that will help, and in largely to the industry. If you can take it forward, regional basis certification for the industry, so that it will be easier for your industry to grow further actually. And I must tell you that amount of work you have done without the subsidy part, that means farmers here acknowledge the fact that this product is good enough, and without the subsidized product, we can thrive, basically. So that's a great news for us, actually.
Thank you. I think I echo a lot of what everyone here is saying, is that we've done so much with so little.
Yeah.
And I think within constrained environments, if we've been able to build this level of scale and acceptance from farmers, and there's a long way to go, and I think all of us working together can really spread that awareness. Over to you, sir. I have a question here to Mr. Chandrasekhar, specifically on label claim fertilizers. Innovation needs a quick response to policy. However, most of the FCO policies take decades to change. Whereas here we have a sector which is at the cusp of massive growth, sitting on an area where farmers have gained acceptance. How can we take label claim fertilizers, maybe with your experience from other sectors, and make it into a proposal that can be palatable and acceptable to government?
Let me start by saying my sympathies are with you and your industry, your Micronutrient Manufacturers Association. After decades, the government has recognized the importance of micronutrients. We have still a long way to go. One of the major challenges in our country is the soil health. All of us recognize. And pardon my saying, I wrote some time ago in some other context that our government does the most rational thing only after exploring other possibilities. Okay. Therefore, they have now come to realize that as important as NPK are micronutrients. And that's the recognition, which is the first step. But from your industry perspective, because micronutrient deficiency there is a huge variation across the country of different micronutrients. I don't know if you have surveyed and identified, maybe district-wise, maybe state-wise, the micronutrient deficiency. And then you need to be targeting those states with those micronutrient deficiencies, is number one. Number two, there are 130 million farmers in our country. You may not be able to reach all the 130 million farmers. Therefore, I think you should work with the farmer-producer companies. At least every farmer-producer company has maybe 200, 300, 400 members. Work with them, educate them, create awareness about the importance of micronutrients, because all that expenditure they incur in applying major fertilizers, NPK, will not give them that full benefit without application of micronutrients. I don't know whether farmers honestly realize this. I think, therefore, there is a certain education program which I would advocate. But because you can't reach individual farmers, at least start working with farmer-producer companies. This is something I thought I must mention to you. But will you come back to your question, if you don't mind?
A label claim specification, when we work with such companies, label claim is something that allows us to innovate and holds us responsible for what we put on the label. But it's something that the government should allow us to do.
Right.
How can we enable it?
Right. And now, when you make a claim and put it on the label that my product is in a position to deliver so-and-so result, believe you me, agriculture is so complex. Merely by using your product, the farmer is not going to be able to achieve that result. That one might claim. What is important is your experiment, your your demonstration farms will have a certain farm practices. But the 130 million farmers are not going to be able to replicate what you are doing in your demo farm. So this, and therefore, I think the claim that you would make on the label, there has to be a caveat. And that caveat is important because that caveat is what is going to protect you from legal action. And therefore, what that caveat should be, that's a different conversation altogether. But I would strongly think there are seed companies I know which made tall claims about the yield increases, etc. It failed probably not because of the deficiency in the seed, but other related issues, maybe climate, maybe excess rainfall, or whatever else it could be. But the seed companies were penalized or whatever, there was action taken. Therefore, label claim, yes, it is important, but I would urge caution. You need to, there has to be a caveat, and you need to lay down. If you did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things right, then my product, my micronutrient is in a position to deliver to you so much result. I would tell you that.
I would like to add here because how do we know that the level of micronutrient deficiency in the soil? Whether the existing system of soil testing capture that data. So without knowing that, to what extent this particular product will be effective in addressing the deficiency, and your claim, the label claim will prove to be right. So everything is interconnected. Whether what parameters are captured under existing soil health, it's very narrow. We need to look that factor, then go ahead about label claiming the expected results on the product.
Well, I think we are doing a lot of soil testing. As an industry, I must mention, we do thousands and thousands of soil tests, maybe millions of soil tests every year. In fact, we run soil testing weeks as part of what we do. And we have mobile testing kits which are patented and now in the farmers' hands. So effectively, we do a lot of industry work in order to get the right data to the farmers as to what to use. But my question is, based on that, we prepare the label claim. How do we take it up? But at the same time, I think a question I want to ask you and then maybe to Vishwa is looking at talking commerce first and science second. I think that's a strategy I want to toss with this very august panel. Does it make sense? Typically, most companies will go and demonstrate first. They will try to explain the science first. That science is complicated. Like you yourself said, in the regional level, it gets even more segmentized and very, very difficult to understand. We as an organization would like to say, let's turn it on its head. Let's discuss economics first and tell the farmer, use this micronutrient, balance nutrition, get the commerce right. The farmer will then automatically ask us, ye hota kaise? Are ye kaise hua? And when they ask the question, ye kaise hua, we'll give all the science, all the experimentation, all the data. But we turn it on its head because I truly believe farmers understand commerce more than many of us do. I think in a way that is very, very unique. And if we can tap on that, what is your view? Talk commerce first, science second. Does that make sense?
यहाँ पे मैं करेक्ट करना चाहूँगा, अगर कॉमर्स अगर इतना पता रहता फार्मर्स को तो इस हालत में नहीं होते. और जिस तरह के टेस्टिंग की बात करी, अभी भी माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट्स के इस्तेमाल को लेकर कोई जागरूकता नहीं, कोई अवेयरनेस नहीं है फार्म लेवल पे. और रीजन सेंट्रिक किस तरह का काम आप लोग कर रहे हैं, किस तरह के सेगमेंट वाइज आप किस तरह का काम कर रहे हैं, इसको लेकर भी अभी तक लोगों के पास जानकारी नहीं है. तो इस लेवल पे बहुत काम करने की ज़रूरत है. जैसा चंद्रशेखर जी कह भी रहे थे कि अवेयरनेस लेवल बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ाने की ज़रूरत है. अभी हम उसमें काफ़ी पीछे हैं. तो यहाँ पर तो जो लैक है, जो मिसकॉन्सेप्शन है, इसके नुकसान क्या हो रहा है, इसको लेकर भी लोगों में भी जागरूकता नहीं है. तो इस फ्रंट पे सबसे पहले काम करना होगा.
बेसिकली आप जागरूकता करने के बाद हम कॉमर्स की बात करें. लक्ष्मी,
I'd like to add something here.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
किसानों को कॉमर्स तो पता होता है और all the economics and science they know, बहुत स्पेसिफिकली हमारे यहाँ क्या होता है, द अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ इनकम विद द फार्मर इन द सीजन इज़ द मेन कल्प्रिट. अगर आप रबी सीजन देखेंगे 2025 का, यू वुड नो कि इस बार किसानों ने जो गेहूं का बीज वो बाहर से खरीदते थे, अच्छी रेप्यूटेड कंपनीज का खरीदते थे, हाई यील्डिंग क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट वैरायटीज़, वो छोड़ के उनने लास्ट ईयर का जो बचा हुआ सीड था वो लगाया, बिकॉज दे डिड नॉट गेट रिजल्ट्स ऑफ सोयाबीन. और जो उनको खरीफ का पैसा नहीं मिला उसके कारण रबी इफेक्ट हुआ. दे वुड वांट टू यूज़ माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट्स, दे वुड वांट टू यूज़ बल्क फर्टिलाइजर्स, दे वुड वांट टू यूज़ द बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट प्रोडक्ट्स, बट अगर उसके पास पैसा नहीं है और उसका रिटेलर उसको क्रेडिट पे नहीं दे रहा है तो वहाँ पे फंस जाता है.
So it's again, we all go for blood test, you know. How many have we, tested for supplement deficiency, micronutrient deficiency and gone for supplement? That's the last thing we do. Similarly in crops. Basic, nutrients, urea, NPK, these are, yield boosting. They focus on that. Micronutrients come. Like we also don't focus on micronutrient deficiency. We don't consume supplements regularly. So that awareness as an individual is so low. And how can he think about his plant's health and micronutrients deficiency? We are talking about it. The thing is, more awareness is required. How we communicate it. Today we talk about vitamin D deficiency, calcium, B complex, B12. We never heard, such terms in a couple of years back, decades back. Now these are the main things.
So I think the impact on human health, the impact on deficiencies in terms of life cycles of people, awareness not only in terms of crops but also impact on human beings is something you believe should be put out there as part of the awareness program. Sir, you wanted to say something.
Rahul, commerce first, science follows is some kind of out-of-the-box thinking, which is fine. We should experiment. But before that, within your organization, within the association, you must have enough empirical evidence. It need not be made public, but you must have enough empirical evidence through maybe demonstration farms or whatever, working with FPOs, that your product is in a position to deliver, subject to whatever, 1, 2, 3, 4 conditions that we talked about, number one. And once you have proof of concept, then go to the government and tell them that you don't even have to disclose the empirical evidence, but tell them that allow, label claims, and we are confident that this product is going to deliver. And once the farmers have adopted and they have seen benefit, your market will grow. And therefore, the farmer will not even bother about the science part of it. He wants better yields, he wants better quality crops, he wants better marketability. And then that will follow. Look at BT cotton, for example. The farmer, I'm sorry to say, probably does not understand how this technology works. I was a part of the first Government of India delegation of scientists that went to the United States in 1998 to study this technology, and I contributed to the report. For I'm trying to replicate that. And once farmers see benefit out of the products that you want to sell, micronutrients, which are extraordinarily important for Indian agriculture, there will be acceptance by the farmer. And therefore, you can go to the policymakers, and they will be forced to accept commerce first, science to follow.
I want to ask sir about a question on climate change. I mean, we have discussed now a very important issue of impact on human health, but micronutrients actually help build climate resistance because better nutrition will help build pest resistance and climate-proof the crops. Now, considering that micronutrients are such an essential part of climate proofing, what do you believe we can do to get us in the top of the agenda in the climate-proof area as well, not just GST, not just innovation, but climate-proofing as well?
See, the area you are working on, today at present, the price of urea is cheaper than the 1 liter package bottle. That scenario coming in, and for that, you need to field demonstration that are part of it. But what I want to say, if as far as labeling goes, I just want to touch upon that. Today, the seeds sold in the market are 65 to 70% are truthfully labeled. Similar kind of can be done for this. Truthfully labeled is, what is a truthfully labeled seed? It's that this seed contains some kind of thing, basically. That kind of similar kind of label we can have in this year. And because you are not part of that quote unquote subsidized fertilizer, that makes your task challenging as well as easy. Because you don't come into that strict comment control.
Yes.
And everything is controlled, basically, pricing in control. There are two things, but there is a challenges. But given the climate change part of it is very, it's quite evident everywhere. Every day, virtually, the climate, this time in December, we didn't get any rains in Delhi, winters. So those kind of climate change, if this your micronutrient can help that, that can be, you need to demonstrate that with the field. At least some of the field areas, some of the your demonstration farm, that will create a lot of awareness about field. Along with the climate resilient varieties of seeds, this can be a supplement part of the overall fertilizer package, basically.
Okay, so they definitely feel that there is meat on the table when it comes to climate resistance as well.
Yeah, possibly your industry will have to work, I think, with institutions like the ICAR to see whether micronutrients are in a position to build climate resilience. Say, Indian wheat crop is at the limit of heat tolerance. Sure. Indian maize crop is at the limit of heat tolerance. Will micronutrients play a role in heat tolerance or shorter duration? I don't know. I'm not a scientist. But I think that kind of an experiment would, in my view, help your industry.
Great. I think I want to do a rapid fire with you guys now. So I think a rapid fire is good fun because we understand in one word or one line, what would be, how can we work with the media to talk about everything we've discussed? We've talked about regional licensing. We've talked of streamlining the data stack for licensing. We've talked about climate resilience. We've talked about impact of micronutrients on human health. We've talked about awareness building at the grassroots level. Before we talk commerce, let's get the awareness out there. All of this can really use the fourth estate significantly well. And I think you've realized now that we've done a lot of work in our sector. There's data banks available. We are not as unresearched as we were maybe 5 years ago. How can we work with the media? One line from each one of you on taking this forward.
From a TV point of view, अगर आपको लोगों तक पहुंचना है तो ग्राउंड पे इस तरह के इवेंट्स करने हैं, ना कि बॉम्बे में जाकर, ताकि उस रीजन से आप डायरेक्टली कनेक्ट कर पाएं और वहाँ की ज़रूरतों को समझ पाएं, ये सबसे बेहतर होगा. फिर उस प्रोग्राम को आप टीवी पे टेलीकास्ट करें. इस तरह के प्रोग्राम को आप कैसे ले जाएं टीवी पे, ये सोचना पड़ेगा.
बिल्कुल, तो आई थिंक वो एक तरीका है. इनफैक्ट हम फसल सभा रन करते हैं. हम आईसीआर के साथ हमने एक मंथली सेशन शुरू किया है, तो टेक्निकल डेटा किसानों तक पहुंचाने के लिए ऑनलाइन हम पोर्टल्स रखते हैं. एक फसल सभा हमारा 32,000 किसानों तक पहुंचा, ये यूट्यूब में हमारे चैनल पे था. सो आई थिंक हम शुरुआत हमने की है, बट आई थिंक ग्रेट सजेशन, डू इट इन द रूरल एरियाज, गेट द मीडिया इन द राइट मीडिया चैनल्स, एंड देन farmers will get aware. From you, sir.
So every policy reform has some impact on the ground for the farmer productivity or any impact on the farmer. So every reform should be translated into a farmer story, whether it is positive or negative. For example, if you have a product registered in Rajasthan, not in Madhya Pradesh, benefit is not being given to the Madhya Pradesh farmers. Every reform has a story.
So which means storytelling of farmers using this tech, maybe being deprived of this tech because of poor licensing, these stories will be significantly impactful to get the message out. From you, Lakshmi.
So I'm glad that, IMMA has invited media people. And IMMA has been, for 40 years. And how was it conversing with media? There itself, it shows that lack of communication, gap in communication flow, what the IMMA was doing, how the industry has come up to this level. So when you don't talk about your industry, work, and performance, that itself is, how many journalists know about micronutrients? Apart from urea and NPK, which is a huge subsidy, like 70% of 2 lakh crore that annual subsidy. Much of the focus is on the scale, subsidies, and the political sensitivity that comes up, and we focus on that. So unless you don't come and talk to media, ki these are the concerns, micronutrient, the supplements are also important. So then we will also start looking at it.
So we have to keep this communication going.
Communication has to be open. Apart from what my fellow friends have said, there has to be success stories, ground level reporting, taking it to farmers. So one is communicating to media and further communicating to farmers. So
Perfect. And I'm sure we'll take all of these very, very seriously in terms of talking to the farmers, getting the message out there, making sure success stories and storytelling is out there. Two more impacts.
May I?
Yes, please.
You asked about media, whether the media will support. May I be frank, candid? Don't expect the journalists to be your spokespersons. I know you're not coming from there, but I just want to make that statement, number one. Number two, you need to provide data to convince the journalists what you're talking about. If I'm not going to accept your statements, I'm going to accept your data. If once I'm convinced, I will in some way go out of the way to support your cause.
And I do hope, sir, that...
that's exactly what every journalist here does, and this is what we are expected to do. And therefore, we need to journalists will take an independent, objective view, evaluate in their own way, with their own, given their own limitations of
Just like
of
your
knowledge.
label claim, you know.
And then, if they are convinced, obviously they'll write about it, they'll talk about it, cover on television or whatever else.
I mean, I do love the fact that you made this statement on a day when we've launched 3 knowledge reports with concrete data, and we will only talk as an organization with hard facts. And that's a commitment from IMMA to each and every one of you. Absolutely. We've just released them today. I'll share it with you as we get off the stage.
The point is that today annually we have about 64 million tons of fertilizer we use annually. Through the data you can provide that micronutrient uses among the farmers has increased this much this year. From 500,000 ton to 1 million ton. Those are the great stories. Besides that, rural stories, examples and all. But data is always, when you provide us with data that today farmers are using 1 million tons of micronutrient, that has led to reduction of conventional fertilizer by this much. So that itself is a story to be told. So those kind of stories.
Rahul, you remember last meeting in Delhi Roundtable Conference, my question was, you're making a statement. Do you have a supporting data to say that how big the size of your industry is? You can, as an industry, you have your own self-interest. You can come with the self-claimed statement.
Yeah. So today we released the Yes Bank report after what you asked us in Delhi. And today we have, I think for the first time in our industry, a documented, nutrient-wise tonnage and HSN-wise data analysis, which has been published by an independent source, Deloitte and Yes Bank, and released today, which I hope will be the data bank that
I can add quickly, but even the information can be very negatively reported essentially. If you look at nano fertilizer, initially, because from the other side, government side, it was told that 1 liter of nano, half a liter of nano will replace 1 bag of urea, which was the first misinformation campaign ever, basically. Now, after so many years, after so many studies, we now realize that it is for foliar use. Later on, you can use it. So even if while doing the data, you should be very careful what you share, actually.
Absolutely. We will do that. I love the fact, post-lunch session, people glued to their chairs in the audience, panelists jumping off their chairs to answer. I think it's a good sign that we've actually served our purpose. One word from each one of you on IMMA, one word, single word answer. Please describe what you've experienced today. What is your message to IMMA in one word? What would you like to be your end word today to each one of us? Starting with you, Vishwa. One word, एक single जवाब जो आप बोल सकते हैं, IMMA ये अच्छा कर रहा है, हमको आगे करना है, या हमारे message for the audience. One single word response, please.
जैसा चंद्रशेखर जी अभी कह रहे थे कि कोई भी मीडिया वाला या कोई जर्नलिस्ट आपका स्पोक्स पर्सन नहीं है, किसी भी इंडस्ट्री में कोई भी किसी का स्पोक्स पर्सन नहीं है। आपको अगर अपने प्रोडक्ट को लेके जाना है लोगों के बीच में, तो आपको स्टोरी बनानी पड़ेगी। जो बेस्ट स्टोरी टेलर है वो एंड यूजर तक पहुंचता है। चांदी की कहानी आप देख रहे हैं, इस तरह के सारे प्रोडक्ट में स्टोरी स्टॉक मार्केट में बनाई जाती है, हर जगह बनाई जाती है। उस तरह के स्टोरी टेलर आपको भी बनना पड़ेगा, लेकिन उस तरह के इंपेरिकल स्टडीज, एक्सपेरिमेंट, डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन के साथ तैयार भी रहिएगा।
So be the storytellers. Message from you. From you, what would be your message?
The more black and white the industry can be, it is supported by the farmers. We have seen it in
Transparency.
biostimulants, we have seen that.
Perfect. Transparency. Be the storytellers. From you, Lakshmi.
Keep communication channel open.
Super communicators. Keep it out there. Incessantly communicate. I'll use the pester power sometimes, but incessantly communicate. I think that's the great message.
This industry has a fantastic runway ahead. This country needs this industry, and therefore you have to play that particular pivotal role in boosting our agriculture production and nutrition of this country. Therefore, you have a great chance. Please don't blow it. Please take it forward, and more power to your elbow. Good luck and God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. And do you?
Extremely promising industry, and you need to harness this potential ahead, essentially.
Thank you very much. Keep putting the wind beneath our wings. I think that's something I would like to request. Put the wind beneath our wings. We are poised at a stage where the industries come together. Let us fly together. Let's build that change. And together we are sure that farmers will benefit from what we do every single day. And data and stories will keep coming to you. Listen to us. Be with us, partner in terms of understanding our industry, and we will back up with facts. And I hope that we can, once we put the wind beneath our wings, see us fly, see us soar, and be proud of what we do. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to each of the panelists. I hope everyone in the audience enjoyed our conversation. We shall assemble for a very quick group photograph and mementos. Thank you very much. The pitch party starts immediately after. 14 innovations being showcased for marketability. 3-minute pitches, they are not long pitches. 3-minute pitches, do not miss that. It's the heart of what IMMA is going to do today. Thank you very much once again, and brilliant conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please stay back for the felicitation ceremony. Requesting Dr. Rahul sir to begin with the felicitation and do the honors. Thank you so much to our distinguished panelists for offering a balanced and insightful media perspective on ease of doing the business in agri-input sector. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now an excitement segment is coming up. The Pitch Party Part 1. This platform showcases the next practices in agri-tech, precision, nutrient management, regenerative agriculture and biostimulants. I invite the moderator, Ms. Sarita Bahal, and participating companies to take the stage and begin with the pitch party.
Just a quick thing. The pitch party will be just setting up the rules before Sarita takes over. She's a brilliant moderator. I have tremendous respect for her. She's been at our previous summit as well. The pitch party will involve rapid fire pitches in 2 groups. Group 1, the first set of presentations, will be on product innovation. Part 2 will be on robotics, on machinery, on hardware. Part 1 is on product, part 2 is on hardware. What we will be doing is every group of companies will pitch for 3 minutes maximum. 3 minutes is a cutoff, is a hard stop for these pitches. We have a very eminent jury members who will be introduced by Sarita. The jury members shall evaluate these pitches, and this is a request to the jury members. Please evaluate the pitches on a scale of 10, largely on the commercialization of these innovations. We shall, at the end of this, collect the jury scores and figure out the most promising jury award for the innovations being presented. We, however, would like the audience to also do a popular poll, which will be conducted at the end of the session. So after all the pitches, there will be a live audience poll, which will be conducted for the most popular innovation, which is decided by the audience. Both these pitches all the pitches are for commercialization and market access. This is not a pitch for funding or fundraising. This is a pitch for market access. You and I are going to listen to these pitches and then meet these companies this evening at dinner and all day tomorrow during the B2B meetings here in this same auditorium, where we can talk to them and see whether we can take the idea to market. So the idea is हम product के बारे में सुनेंगे तो सही, but we want to meet these companies in the evening and tomorrow and actually perhaps sign a deal with them and say there's an expression of interest to take this innovation forward. So this is a pitch for market access. There will be jury members who will evaluate 3-minute pitches, no more than that. And at the end of every section, the jury will be asking questions to the entire set of presenters. So there will be a Q&A which will happen at the end of the section, not after every presentation. Just to give the broad guidelines of what we are going to do today, and I'll now hand over to Sarita to introduce our jury, introduce the companies, and take this forward. This is one of the most exciting parts of the day, so don't miss a single presentation, and make your notes because there's an online poll at the end, which all of you will have to answer live on screen here at the NSE. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. You know, I think one of the journalists said that we need to be storytellers. Let me begin with a very short story. How many of you remember Steven Spielberg's Jaws? The movie Jaws, you've seen the movie Jaws. You remember the shark in that movie? But do you know the first shark that was manufactured had its eyes closed, the jaws were very white, and it hardly looked any scary. Multiple prototypes of jaws of sharks were made, and they all failed to create fear in the audience or in the people who were in the sea. So what did Steven Spielberg did? He took a step back and he thought, what would have Alfred Hitchcock done today? You know, Alfred Hitchcock was the master of thrillers. And the answer came to him, Alfred Hitchcock would have scared you by showing you something which is not there, or you could not see the fear, you could only feel it. Where I'm coming from, sometimes innovations are born out of stepping out or stepping behind, taking a step back and trying to see what is it that the other person really wants. It's not about what you want to tell. An innovation is not your story. The innovation is the story of what the beneficiary is wanting out there. And with that, it's my honor, privilege to be at IMMA for the second time and present to you the pitch party. Very exciting afternoon in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. where we have innovators from different companies coming up and pitching. Rahul has already laid down the scorecard for you, 3 minutes per pitch. But let me introduce the jury that we have with us. And I have Dr. Mohanty sitting right in front of me, and he and I got talking before that. Yes, please. Yeah. Thank you. Dr. Manoranjan Mohanty has come all the way from Bhopal, representing the ICR Indian Institute of Soil Science. And his research interests include crop stimulation marketing, conservation agriculture, climate change mitigation, carbon sequestration, hyperspectral remote sensing, and soil quality assessment. Welcome, Dr. Mohanty. We expect you to be vigilant, alert, and listen to all the pitches that are there. Dr. Soumitra Das. Yes, welcome. Good to see you again, sir. Yes, Dr. Soumitra Das is representing the International Zinc Association as Director, Asia Pacific Zinc Nutrient Initiative. He's come all the way from Delhi, and he has been working for over 3 decades in the field of agriculture and fertilizer policy. Our third jury is Dr. R.K. Tewatia. Sir, welcome, please. Sir is currently the Executive Director of IMMA since November 2023 and has coordinated several international and national projects. The jury, the questions will be taken at the end after all the presentations are done, and I will be calling them section-wise, and each of them will have 3 minutes to present. May we begin? Are you all ready for the pitches? Great, but that's a very low yes. Are we ready? Wonderful. So let's begin with the first one. The first one is, we begin with next practices in ag tech. And everybody's looking at what's new happening in agriculture technology. In my own state, MS Marchment Technologies, OPC Private Limited. They're a smart agriculture technology company whose solutions are designed to be affordable, scalable, and easy to deploy, enabling precision agriculture across diverse farming conditions. Audience jury, you have to poll them according to their innovation, to the timing they do, and it is for market access. There is no prize for the best innovation. It's for market access. There's no funding over here. The prize is there for the best innovation, but no fundings. Over to you, sir, please. I have to ask, who's handling the presentations for the pitch party? Who's handling the presentations? They have stacked up. Okay, so they will come. Yeah. I think you can just say change the slide and they will do it. Come here, use the mic. You have 3 minutes of time.
Mic check. Hello everyone, this is Kiran Kulkarni from Marchment Technologies. As many of you know that majority of the farmers, next slide please, majority of the farmers in the agricultural field, they are coming from the low-end, marginal and medium farmers. The existing technology, especially in the farm automation, they are not able to adopt the existing technology because of high cost and the recurring expenses. Because farmers don't want to recharge their SIM cards at all, because the existing solution is always GSM based. And the other issue that they have is majority of the farmers in the agricultural farm, they are in the rural areas. Because of that, network issues are the major issues that people are facing. This is where Marchmind is coming into picture and solving this major issue in the agricultural farm. Next slide, please. So Marchmind, we are working on end-to-end solution for the remote operations of the farming operations. And we are also working on the, as I told before, majority of the people, they are facing network issues. We are, in the Marchmind, we are solving this issue because of, even if farmers don't have the network related things, whether it is Wi-Fi or GSM, people can still go ahead and operate the farming operations remotely through Android app. Even if they don't have the Wi-Fi router where our devices can go and connect it, they can still go ahead and operate it through the remote controller that we are providing. So we are using the high technology innovation based out of LoRa. We have our own hardware and the software. Through LoRa, we connect our devices. And with remote controller, we can operate the remote farming operations up to 5-kilometer distance. And with repeaters, we can even go up to 18 kilometers. And we also have remote debugging capabilities. In case if you have any issues in the farming operations, our support engineers need not go to the farm and then debug the issues. Sitting in our office, we can directly find out what exactly is the issue and provide the OTA updates. Next slide, please. So these are all our products, 3 hardware and the software product, and 1 farming as a service that we are planning to launch sometime in the next 1 or 2 years. So our pilots have been deployed in the field for almost more than 6 months, and it has been solid, and it has been working fine without any issues. So the LoRa technology that we are using today, it can cover up to 5 to 10 kilometers or up to 18 kilometers with repeaters and without having any issue. So the farmers, they can get the advantage of operating the farm operations remotely through Android app. Yeah, through Android app and the remote controller. Yeah, next slide, please. So this is our financial operations. I mean, we are planning to launch our product sometime this year, 2026, with the motor controller and the irrigation controller. And our financial operation shows, EBIT of 10% and going up to 27% by 4th year, and IRR solid
Last
60%.
10 seconds.
Yeah. That's all. Thank you, everyone.
Hello. May I invite on stage the next participant, Aries Agro. Aries Agro is going to speak to us on precision nutrient management. Set up in 1969, Aries Agro is in the business of manufacturing of micronutrients and other customized nutritional products for plants and animals. Who's coming up, please, for the pitch party from Aries Agro, precision nutrient management? Can we have the representative from Aries Agro?
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kishore Sardesai. I represent Aries Agro Limited and its group companies in terms of international and institutional business. So today I'm talking about sulfur, the unforgotten micronutrient. 46% of Indian soils are deficient in sulfur. It's a shocking thing, but still it is. And why so? I'll take you through that. So 2 out of 3 farms respond significantly when we apply adequate amount of sulfur. Next. Why sulfur deficiency is rising in India? Because of humongous and intensive agriculture for the higher yield, what we are practicing in India. Second is crop residue. Whatever crop residue, we are either burning or moving it for fodder or other applications. Third, leaching losses. Because of practices like flood irrigation and heavy rainfall and all, so all liquid or sulfate form sulfurs are leaching down very quickly. Under fertilization in terms of pulses and oil seeds, we are really under fertilizing those kind of crops as it is not having much of the value addition. And last but not the least, the industry pain is we are using all subsidized fertilizers like urea, DAP, MOP, which are not having any sort of sulfur content. Next. So the production, if you are using the sulfur in an adequate manner, if you see in cereals and the pulses, around 20 to 25% yield can be expected. And for oil, 30 to 35%. All this data is backed by ICAR and other sulfur institutes. Next. So what is the solution? Solution is Supermax, what we called it. And the idea is to deliver sulfur with a sustainable and slow release manner throughout the crop cycle.
Last
so
1 minute left.
How it functions, I'll just explain. When the pestle used as a basal dose, Moisture comes in contact with the pestle, so small holes, through that water will be, percolated inside. Pestle swelling happens, and microbes, there is a biological reaction through thiobacillus bacteria, which works on that sulfur form, which is actually not available, but when it works on that, it converts into sulfate form, so it is making that available. If at all water is not there, and those pestles are lying in the soil, so it can be used in the next crop cycle as well. So there is zero wastage, I may say. So nutrient condition, if you see that there is a 73% sulfur, along with that, whatever micronutrients we want to add, we can add, and it can be customized as per the soil and crop needs. So for an example, just I put is farmer ROI, that is 10 to 15% higher oil content in terms of mustard. So my last line for the pitch is all-in-one solution, sulfur plus micronutrients. This is a smarter nutrition for India's next yield leap. Thank you.
Thank you so much. For the benefit of those who are coming up, there is a screen in front of you also. You need not turn behind to look at it. You may please look ahead. May I invite Biodrops and Virocare to make their pitch. Biodrops is the manufacturer of Bokashi bucket, which converts kitchen and food waste to manure. Interesting. Look forward.
Good evening, everyone. Myself Mahesh from Biodrops Envirocare Kangayam, Tamil Nadu. I would like to introduce my interesting product, which is called Bokashi bucket, which turns your kitchen waste and all our organic waste into a manure. We have developed a product with a Bokashi culture powder, which convert your waste into a manure. This can be done in 15 days of fermentation time and 15 days of filling time it takes. With the bucket, it is more enough to fill 1 acre of land. The manure which can be diluted into 1:5 ratio. As well as this has got all the nutrients developed in this manure, which is more sufficient and which retains the soil moisture as well as water retention too. Again, again more advantages in this. We can take about 3 tons of manure in one kit. One kit of Bokashi kit, we can take 3 tons of manure, which is more sufficient to do. And whatever the soil fertility can be increased slowly by crops. And we can increase the soil yield crops yield also by 50 to 60% slowly. Yes, sir. Thank you.
We have a third entry over here in this particular section. May I invite AgriSearch India Limited? Is there somebody from AgriSearch? Yes. Welcome, sir. AgriSearch is India's leading manufacturer of various types of high-quality plant nutrition products. They lead the way in agriculture innovation, producing top-tier organic fertilizers without compromise. Welcome, sir. You can look at the screen ahead where your presentation.
Good afternoon. Myself, Dr. Om Prakash Hire from AgriSearch India Private Limited. Today's my topic is precision nutrient management and how AgriSearch India work on precision nutrient management. Please next. You know precision nutrient management means application of nutrient to the crop in a right time, right rate, with right source and right method of application. Please next. Major objective to apply this precision nutrient management to increase the nutrient use efficiency, reduces the production cost, improve the soil health, and customize nutrient application, minimize the environmental impacts. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. Now, AgriSearch India is a leading, responsible and trusted name in plant nutrition sector, especially in plant nutrition company, having having more than 12 states, more than 4 countries, and having 100 plus product range. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. These are our pioneer products. We are leading amino acid chelate micronutrient manufacturing company. Exceed is our first amino acid chelate micronutrient product, having all micronutrients with amino acid chelation. Same mingle is also amino acid chelate micronutrient product having glycine is amino acid chelation, chelated amino acid chelated source. These two amino acid chelate micronutrients are play important role to supply the nutrient at right source, right form with higher availability. These are the major principle of this precision nutrient management. Next, please. This is a second manufacturing technology we have. That is a soil and crop specific fertilizer. That fertilizer supply the nutrients at right time, right rate, in a right soil type. These are the major focusing products in farmer community. Next, please. We are most focusing or strongly work on biotechnology based research. Just a few days before, we are receiving the DSIR certificate from Government of India. And on the basis of this, we manufacture different biofertilizer based products such as consortias, specialty fertilizers, specialty nitrogen, phosphorus, potash based solubilizing bacteria. We have some biopesticides also. Next, please. Now farmer facing lot of climate change issue. On the basis of that, we are manufacturing some innovative climate change controlling products such as suspension based technology based products, some complex fertilizer which are mostly supplied the energy to the crop to recover from biotic or abiotic stress management. Next, please. So AgriSearch India is a complete precision nutrient management solution to the farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I hope the audience behind is looking and hearing and marking their remarks. Please keep your polls ready. You have to be part of the whole popular innovation poll that will take place. I want all of you to pay attention to the impact that is being presented, the relevance, and the scalability of the innovation that each pitch party is bringing on over here. Moving on to regenerative agriculture, I have the pleasure of inviting C. Edin at this moment. C. Edin is here. Give me a minute. C. Edin Private Limited is an agri-biotech startup focused on restoring productivity in saline and heat-stressed and chemically degraded soils. They enable farmers, especially in coastal and climate-vulnerable regions, to reduce chemical fertilizer dependency, improve yields, and adopt environmentally responsible agriculture. So the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sai Vishnu. I'm the co-founder and CEO of C. Eden Private Limited, an agri-biotech startup focused on doing innovations in agri-inputs manufacturing. So the major problem we address is the global salinity crisis. The soil in the agricultural land is being degraded by the high salinity pollution and also overusage of the chemical fertilizers, in which the plants are not able to cultivate in that harsh condition, and the farmers are getting the yield loss and also financial loss, and it makes a major impact in the food security, so that the whole agricultural ecosystem is getting stopped because of the harshness in the soil. So how we mitigate this, right? We developed an all-in-one product, one-stop product, that is the Organic Ferti, which is a salt-tolerant biofertilizer, which can be used in any type of soil, any type of land, and which makes the plants to sustain and make the plant to capable of growing in that harsh salinity and chemically affected lands by the innovative 4 different microbial strains which we have formulated, which have the capability of sustaining the high salinity and chemical stress, and also promoting the plant growth through the PGPR, plant growth hormones in it. And also, this innovative biofertilizer we manufactured with a cost-effective thing, like it's just 500 rupees per acre per month is the total fertilization cost for the farmer. It's 10x lower than the current commercial chemical fertilizers, which is 5,000 rupees per month. So we give a 10 to 20% increase in the yield compared to the chemical fertilizers, and also 10x lower cost. So it's give a huge amount of margin to the farmers, so that the farmers' livelihood is getting better, the soil is getting restored, the land is being saved, and the whole agriculture ecosystem is being brought back. And this biofertilizer is manufactured combining of the bacteria and also the nutrition. All the micronutrients, macronutrients, and the NPK, everything is mixed in this one biofertilizer. So you will be giving the bacteria into the soil. That bacteria will solubilize the nutrients available in the bottle which we give, and it will make them multiply, and it reclaims the soil fertility with just 2 crop seasons without any chemical hindrance, purely organic, purely natural based. And we are recognized by Ministry of Agriculture by 5 lakh CSR grant, and also from IIT Madras Incubation Cell with 15 lakhs grant. And our business model is more focused on B2B and B2C, with FPOs and retails as B2B, and B2C with the large scale farmers over 50 acres of land, which they demand over 100 liters per month. So this is our marketing model, and I hope it will be a good presentation from my side. And we take the resources and raw material from the nature, and we give it back to the nature as a one-stop solution for all the problems in agriculture. Thank you.
You know, my day gets made when many of these speakers finish before the time is up. Okay, under regenerative agriculture, we have Ava Chemicals, which is a 4-decade-old manufacturer and exporter of chelating agents. And the products are used in multiple industries like agrochemicals, pharmaceuticals, food, oil and gas, and personal care industries. Once again, audiences, please look at the impact, the relevance, and the scalability. This is not for funding, but for market access.
Hi, good afternoon. I will be talking about 2 aspects of the innovation. One is the quality of the products, and the second is the synergy. So we'll go to the quality. These are all different type of macronutrients we manufacture. These are all ammonium-based, sodium-based, and potassium-based macronutrients. And being a chemist, I cannot resist from writing equation. I think it's very simple. किसानों के लिए बहुत अच्छा तरीका है कि आप यदि DAP सब यूज़ करते हैं तो DAP का पानी लेके उसमें यदि आप सिलेक्ट माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट का पानी में उसका पानी डालेगा तो if it is not good quality micronutrient, it will form a precipitate. So I have given examples here. We'll go to the second and last slide. This is about the synergy. Next slide, please. So we have done a lot of field trials. This was on 1 acre land of capsicum. What we have done, we have used our chelated micronutrients along with the silicon, which has a very good abiotic stress. So if you use the combination of the silicon for the spray application along with the chelated micronutrient through the drip irrigation, you can see the uptake of the nutrient increases. Nowadays, there is a lot of cry about the food not having enough nutrient in it. So if you use the combination, I think the nutrient uptake increases substantially compared to the using the chelated micronutrient or micronutrient in general alone. Apart from this, we have done the trials using the foliar application or the different permutations and combinations. Apart from silicon, we can also use humic acid and other things. So the synergy between the humic acid with macronutrient, silicon in monomeric form with the macronutrient does increase the uptake of the macronutrient, which is good for the healthy crop and the overall more yield of the given crop. Thank you very much.
We come to the final section of the first part of the pitch party, which is under now biostimulants and organic inputs. We have 4 pitches over here, so I seek your attention. We begin with Swaroop Agrochemical Industries, which is an ISO 9001 to 2015 certified company, founded in 1993 by Samir Pathare, manufacturing biostimulants, micronutrients, 100% natural herbal pesticides, fungicides, bactericides, and specialty inorganic agrochemicals. Who's representing Swaroop? Please come, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here to present Femigrow,
a breakthrough 100% organic formulation here. This is a formulation which is increases reproductive of female flowers by making change in reproductive hormone. So very interested product. So let's see how it works. Femigrow is the product which contains herbal extracts of Phyllanthus emblica and Agnus castus, which has phytochemicals 9-12-15 octadecadinoic acid and beta-cetosterol. So 9-12-15 octadecadinoic acid increases auxin and cytokinin level in the plant, and that gives femaleness to the plant. We all know that to increase yield, female flowers or reproductive flowers are very important, and that only done by Femigrow. And second thing, beta-cetosterol has similar structure of estradiol, which is the human being hormone. So it is also called as phytoestrogen, and that also brings about female flower increase in the plant. Next. Its dosage is very low, so it is economic, 25 ml for 100 liters of water. And as we are saying that it makes changes in reproductive hormone, the only important stage in that, we have to follow the spray stage here. We have to spray the solution before flowering 20 to 25 days, at the time of flowering, and after at the time of fruit setting. Benefits, as I said, it increases number of flowers and fruits by changing reproductive hormones, enhances fruit setting, which is also very important stage in the plant, then reduces flower or fruit dropping. We know reproductive hormones has very important role till the fruit setting or till we harvest the fruits. That only done by the Femigrow, and as it is 100% organic, it is very economic, eco-friendly and sustainable formulation, and it is observed that it increases yield by 30 to 40%. And it is also proved, next slide please, we have done in vitro studies for the Femigrow. In vitro studies, we have sprayed various dosage of the Femigrow, 0.25 ml, 0.5 ml, and also higher dose, 1.25 ml. And we have tested in lab by doing all such activity and found that it increases auxin and cytokinin content. Auxin gives femaleness or female flowers, and cytokinins helps to fruit set and female flower or reproductiveness in the plant, which increases yield. Not only in vitro studies, but we have conducted also in vivo studies of this product, and in vivo studies are conducted on various crops. Like, next slide please. Next. For in vivo studies, we have taken efficacy trials at Tamil Nadu, TRRI on various vegetables, Uttarbang UBKV, then NDAUT UP. Then also we have tried this product on apple at Himachal Pradesh, Solan. So this is very good product. It increases yield. That's it. Thank you. And this is the product. Farmer also called it as Fair and Lovely.
Well, I am certainly enlightened. I don't think I'll ever look at a flower and not think, is it a male
Check.
or a female? And what about the reproductive hormone of that flower? All right, thank you, ma'am. Next on stage, may I invite Highfield Organic Inc. Please come in, sir. It's one of the leading manufacturers and importers of biostimulants, PGRs, pesticides, insecticides, fungicides, and other agro inputs. We have two more after this, and then I will invite all those who have pitched to come on the stage so that the jury can ask you some questions. Over to you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Vivek, representing Highfield. So basically, we are the bulk importers, suppliers, and manufacturers of biostimulant. So at present, the hot topic of fertilizer industry is biostimulant. Because since everyone knows here that last 2 years back, these biostimulants have come under the FCO guidelines. So we have developed the formula, the formulations, what the FCO guidelines have given. Okay, out of 146 products, we have developed 108 products that are readily available with us. Many formulator friends takes the bulk from us and repack it and give their product in the market. So it is very beneficial for them to get the market readiness and early advantage. So these are the product range. Basically, we have the humic acid, fulvic acid, seaweed extracts, protein hydroslate, and many other PGRs are there. Okay.
Thank you so much. May I now invite the next one, Trishul Biotech. Trishul Biotech is a research-driven biological solutions company from southern India, committed to advancing climate-resilient agriculture. They combine innovation with responsibility and support modern farming systems across geographies with effective and compliant biological inputs. After this, we'll have one more, and then I will invite all those who have wished to please be on the stage so to look at any questions that the jury may have for you. Over to you, sir. Your screen is up straight ahead.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Suresh. I represent Trishul Biotech. We are a biotech company from South India in Tamil Nadu, Madurai. As the slide will tell, what we are trying to do is what is termed as a weed. Normally in agriculture, weed means what? Something which is useless. So we are trying to make riches from a useless item like seaweed and make productive use of it by increasing the agricultural yield and also prosperity to the fishermen and also to the environment. This is what I'm going to do. This is our innovation. We have many products which are approved under the recent FCO guidelines, which are based on seaweed extracts, popularly called as seaweed extracts, but botanically they are called macroalgal extracts. So in this, we have products in two categories. One is under FCO Schedule 4, which is organic fertilizer, and certain biostimulants under organic Schedule 6, which are termed as biostimulants. Next slide, please. Next slide. See, what we are discussing is about macroalgal extracts. Why this is important? Because macroalgal extracts have natural ingredients which contain something like 18 amino acids, antioxidants, and polyphenols and phytohormones, which fights the crop to protect against abiotic stress tolerance, against heat and drought. And macroalgal extracts are sustainable, ecologically sustainable. They are renewable marine resource. We don't need any land for this, so it naturally grows. And another important thing is, every day, gentlemen, nearly 380 tons of carbon dioxide is absorbed by these seaweeds and they get deposited. So it also helps us to mitigate the greenhouse gas emission. So it is very important that we support this particular product. We are looking into precision agriculture because seaweed extract, when they were introduced at 1 liter dose per acre. What we have done is we have improved the process technology. Today the product can be used as little as 48 grams or 100 grams per acre. So we have concentrated the product so it becomes more potent and more useful for the farmers. Next slide, please. Now what we are talking is a 30-35% potash product which can be made available to the plant at where it matters most. It is not about soil potash. It is being potash given to the plant on the leaf surface so that the potash is immediately used and absorbed with the plants. Next. So this is the organic potash we are talking about. It is already locked in the biosystem, so it is readily available for immediate consumption of the plant. Next slide, please. We have done this, all the biochemical analysis to prove how the product works. Next. Yeah. So this is the product. It is readily available in usable form. We expect the industry and other people to get more information and use this product. Thank you so much.
The last one in this category, INERA Crop Science Private Limited, a science-led bio-innovation company which develops next-generation biological solutions for sustainable climate-resilient agriculture. INERA is driving the transition to regenerative high-performance agriculture by balancing sustainability with profitability and global food security. Over to you, sir. Your screen is in the front.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, myself Vikas Kathwas. I'm representing Inera. Yeah, next slide please. Yeah, so Captain Dhoni is our brand ambassador. So Inera is basically, it's a breakthrough biologicals leader, and our main mission is to make agri-biological products as reliable as effective as chemistry-based products. And this is our full stack, ecosystem for making those biologicals at top notch. So you can see our R&D capabilities, where we have onboarded more than 150 scientists from global institutions. We have 6 state-of-art research centers. And right now we have more than 25 patents in our pipeline. And we have more than 2.5 million square meters of, agri field trials and R&D stations, more than 15 plus proprietary technologies. Now, moving from, please, backside, please. Yeah. And from R&D, then we have our manufacturing setup, where we have more than 4 facilities in Gujarat area for the production, or to take the capacity of more than 1,000 liters, kiloliters of liquid handling capacities, and 70,000 metric tons of powder and granule production capacities. Now, once those things are manufacturing, then we have our commercialization unit as well. Right now we are commercially active in more than 17 states with 300 onboarded employees on the ground and 1,500 plus channel partners. We already successfully closed 6 B2B partnerships, and recently we have got approvals for few of our biofertilizer and biostimulants in US and Kenya market. Next slide. Yeah, so since we are a research-driven agri-biologicals company, our mother engine is our Nature's Intelligence platform. This is our mega project over which all our products are, based. So in this, we are, scouting all habitats. I will say the most tough habitats like glaciers, oceans, mangroves, forests, volcanoes, and screening for all sort of microbes. And in our labs, we have established a lot of screening modules over which we are evaluating these microbes. So till now, we have harbored a library of more than 35,000 strains with us, and we are screening those strains for different very specific attributes that can incorporate into agri-biological products like enzymes, peptides, microbes. We are also working on cutting-edge technology like RNAi. Next slide. Yeah, so see, we should accept with agri-biologicals, there are few chronic limitations like, poor stability, shorter shelf life, efficacy as compared to chemical fertilizers, which normally farmers don't, that's why don't accept. So to cater those things, we have established a few of our proprietary technologies like Steric, MSC, and UHRS. These are basically to take care of the formulation part. We have developed some nano encapsulation matrices to stabilize these active ingredients. Then UHRS is a ultra high range. We modified our spraying solutions by modifying the. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, and that completes the first round of the pitch party. May I invite all of the participants to be back here on the stage to have the jury address them. Representatives from Marshmine Technologies, Biodrops, Aris Agro, Aris Search India Limited, Private Limited, Edin Private Limited, Swaroop Agrochemicals, Trishul Biotech, Ava Chemicals, Highland Organic, and Inera Crop Science. Request all of you to be on the stage.
Yeah, just a request to the audience. I have a question. Show of hands would be great. This is the end of Pitch Party Part 1. We are running early. Can we finish Part 2 as well after this Q&A before we break for tea? Reason being, it's going very well. Also, we have an amazing session in the auditorium, which is by the first MBA Sarpanch of Rajasthan. We can move that to main stage, so all of you can also listen to her and her experiences, instead of splitting the two. Would that be great? So I've requested Chavi to move her session by 15 minutes so that we have enough time to finish the pitch party, and you can hear about building a model village with technology and how we as an industry can actually help build that ecosystem further. I think that is something that we can then move to main stage instead of from the auditorium, if all of you are okay with finishing the pitch party after these Q&A. Is that okay with everyone? Show of hands, please. Perfect, great. And we also have 100 other people in the auditorium who have come in for Chavi's session. We'll move all of them here to main stage as well. Is that okay? Great, perfect. Thank you very much. I love democracy. So let's move to pitch party 2 as soon as the Q&A is over for this part. Please, go ahead.
Should I start from, okay. So we'll start with presenter 1. So March Mind, please raise your hand. Okay. So you mentioned actually soil sensors. So what kind of sensor? It's a nutrient sensor or moisture sensor?
We have moisture sensors, nutrient sensors, sir, NPK sensors. We have all the sensors, sir.
Okay, what is the efficiency of those sensors?
This is in the roadmap. So far we have completed motor controller and irrigation controller as part of the farm automation. So soil sensors, fertigation, and the farming as a service, it is in our roadmap.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and that is still under development.
Yes,
I think
yes, sir.
technology, it's all right. So what is your present adoption by the farmers?
Sorry, can you please repeat your question again, sir?
Your adoption by the farmers at present and what you expect in near future?
Okay. This is a very great question.
Because these are very, after all,
yes, sir.
all these
Yes, sir.
very costly also.
No, that is the existing technology, sir. So the existing technology in the market, they are very expensive. One reason is GSM, because farmer hates recharging their SIM card. And other thing is, if somebody want to automate their farm, that is, they are spending anywhere between, 80,000 to more than 1 lakh rupees for the complete 1 acre farm automation. So because of our technology, what we are using today is the LoRa technology. Okay. Here, we don't need any GSM and no network needed. So what we have a concept of hub and the stations, and those two communicate using LoRa technology. That is a proprietary software and the hardware that we have written. And the distance that we cover is up to 5 kilometers. And with repeaters, we can go up to even 18 kilometers of range. So our centralized hub, to do the remote operations, we can connect it to the Wi-Fi router, Wi-Fi network, without need for the farmers to recharge their SIM card, because ours is not a GSM based. Okay? So even in the remotest of the areas, assume that if the farmers don't have the Wi-Fi router, what we are providing to them is a remote controller. That is also again based out of LoRa technology, and using LoRa with RF antenna, they can remotely operate their farming operations using the remote control, covering up to 5 kilometers range. I hope I answered your question. Yeah.
Yeah, my query from myself to you.
Sir, one minute, sir, before. Yeah. So because of this, our costing is coming down. Yeah. Sorry, sir.
Very
yeah,
important sector. You are covering communications and farm operation remotely.
Yes, sir.
My only query is, of course, as known by, and I am sure that everybody will convince that the major challenge in the rural areas is mainly the power supply.
Yes.
And even if you are having some power backup, but again to charge the power backup also, as well as running the tools, or for that matter server, you need power, regular power, consistent power.
Yes.
So would you like to comment on that, how to overcome those
Yes,
challenges?
sir. Our remote station is based out of the solar, and along with the battery. So if somebody want to do the fertigation and the remote controller, remote operations, we operate based on the solar. So solar along with the battery. So power is not a problem. And coming to the motor controller definitely needs the power. And in our motor controller, we have continuous measurement of phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 voltages. As majority of you know, the power fluctuation is the biggest problem in the rural areas. So what we are doing in our motor controller is, every microseconds, we are measuring the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 voltages, and we are recording all those data in our databases. Okay? So we have a series of all the data which is available regarding this fluctuation, and since we are recording in our database, so we are letting the farmers know what is the common time frame that people can use to switch on their motor on and off. Okay, so because of our analysis that we have in our database, because of the data storage that we do, we can suggest the farmer what are the common timing that people can use to switch on and switch off their motors. So that thing we are providing as part of our solution, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Number 2, okay.
Aries
Agro. I have a question for you. Your product contains 73% of sulfur.
Yes, sir.
And it's a slow release one.
Yes.
I just want to know, so what is your rate of application and the periodicity of application? Because since it contains so much of sulfur, there is a chance of creating acidity.
Okay.
So acidity in soil. So they make soil acidic.
So
what's your take on that?
Yes, product contains 73% of sulfur. Along with that, there is a zinc, copper, iron, boron, those kind of nutrients as well, and that can be customized. It is neutralized by bentonite. So it is not released quickly when it comes into the contact of water. So it is a slow release fertilizer. So creating acid in the soil issue is negated by this thing. Secondly, rate of application is 2.5 to 5 kg, depend on the crop and the soil deficiency mapping. So accordingly, we can suggest that. So if you see rate of application versus the period, okay. So it is like short duration crops. Basically, it will be there in the soil for around 8 to 10 weeks. Okay. So short duration crop, once it's fine. Crops like sugarcane or oil palm or bigger crops, that could be twice a year application.
See, you said it's a slow release,
Yeah.
and in periodicity, you said that for short duration crop, you are going for 2 to 3 months again. That means you are adding too much of sulfur into the soil.
Not really, because
That sulfur remains in the soil. Again, you are going for application.
Mm-hmm.
So what would be the residual sulfur?
Basically, whatever sulfur we are giving, it is neutralized and given through slow
Unless
release
the crop
system.
has taken it, will not go anywhere. It
Correct.
will remain or it will be leached down.
Correct.
And you mentioned that since it is slow release one, it will not leach down very easily.
Correct.
So what would happen to those sulfur content?
So it can be utilized in the next crop cycle. If you are looking at that and if you know that sulfur content is high, then you may miss the second application for that particular
you need
crop.
to customize and as well as optimize your application and periodicity also. I
Yeah.
think this is where actually need to work on that.
So soil analysis helps in that kind of a role that wherein we can do after every crop or so, we can do soil analysis for the next crop. Say for example, I am growing paddy, I want to grow some oil seeds afterwards, in Maharashtra.
It's okay, but it contains 73%. It's a huge amount.
If you see the percent versus the acreage, then that will be very negligible dosage.
It's not that way. Anyway, thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah.
Have you done trials for
Ye-
its evaluation at farmers' field?
Yes, definitely.
So what was the control?
So control was zero usage of sulfur. Secondly, with sulfate-based fertilizers, and third is combination of normal NPK and Supermax, that is sulfur with micronutrients. So all three combination we have used for trials.
Yeah, Mr. Kishore.
Yes, sir.
Your product looks very promising because as we know that wherever there is a deficiency of micronutrients, there is equal deficiency of second nutrients like sulfur, calcium,
Yes, sir.
magnesium.
Yes.
So in that way, it looks promising. My query will be how it is different from a similar type of product, and for marketing, I understand that it should have its own, credibility and niche so that it stands out from the rest of the products.
Correct, sir. So nowadays, whatever sulfur options are available, either those are in sulfate forms like zinc sulfate, manganese sulfate, or potassium sulfate, those kind of things. So and usage of that, actually we get some sort of sulfur out of it, no doubt, but not the adequate amount of sulfur. What we saw the data, whether it is ICAR or the Sulfur Institute, the data shows that around 46% of our soils are deficient in sulfur in a way or other way. And few crops needs more sulfur to create formulate the amino acid and other nutrients, so to increase the grain size and all, right? Secondly, it is in a pastel form, and it's basically a Canadian-based technology, Indian engineered and Canadian-based technology. So those pastils, So those pesticides basically what you can say, combination of both sulfur plus micronutrients, and no one is having that kind of a combination, mixture of micronutrients and sulfur all together. So that is the uniqueness of that product.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just a humble request to the jury. We have 3 more minutes before we move on to the next session. So we have biodrops next.
Drops next. Okay, quick, maybe.
Any questions?
Quick question to Bokashi bucket again. So what is your nitrogen content? You said there is increase in yield by 50 to 60%.
Yes, sir.
So what is the nitrogen content of that fertilizer, that manure?
The manure what we got, we'll get about 10 to 20% of nitrogen content will be there. So it's based on the what waste they are using, sir. What is the waste they are composing?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes.
Maybe for the interest of time, one question per candidate will be fine.
Maybe agri-search, precision agriculture, nutrient management. Actually, I want to ask you, what is the mechanism behind that? Because you mentioned that, okay, amino acid chelate, is
Amino acid chelate.
Yeah.
Sir, we have spray drying technology in which we just firstly solubilize all micronutrients that is required for that specific grade, and we just spray dried it and it converted into powder form. It is totally amino acid chelate based product.
Okay, is it same rate of application for all the crops? It's
Depend upon the crop requirement, we just minimize or increasing the doses of that application by foliar or in soil application.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe I would like to ask one query from Trishul Biotech. Okay. Sir, your product looks to be very interesting, seaweed biostimulants and potash from rhodophytes.
Rhodophytes, yeah.
So you have mentioned about potash. How is different from the available potash sources or potash products? I mean to say, what is the composition of potash? In which form it is there in the product?
Sir, the potash we know is inorganic potash, which is derived from muriate of potash or sulfate of potash. It comes from mines or minerals, whereas what we are giving is an organic potash. That means the plants have already digested it, converted into a readily usable form. Rhodophyte is a plant, actually it's a sea plant. So the product inorganic form is already converted to organic form. So when we apply it, the plant is able to immediately absorb it and use it for productive purposes. So it is sort of starts becoming glucose. Glucose is what human body requires. So organic potash is readily available to the plants so that it is able to absorb it, assimilate it quickly. That is why this product is more unique than the regular available potash.
Actually, potash is never in organic form. It always remains in inorganic form in the plant. So
yeah, but
it doesn't form any compound with any of the organic.
But what I meant to say was it is
So
available
it is
as
always
K2O.
inorganic.
Yeah, it is available as K2O form. Yeah.
What is the percentage? What is the content?
Our rhodophyte derived potash contains as high as 32%, 32 to 33%.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, please? Thank you.
I have a question with INRA crop science.
Yeah.
Actually, your excellent technologies.
Yeah.
Present market size. How many states or where you are actually selling these?
So right now we have already launched our biofertilizers. Our biostimulants, especially, so they are already FCO registered. And now this season we are going to launch, like in 17 states we have got approvals for manufacturing and sales licenses. And recently now we are going to export in next 4 months to US as well. Our biostimulants as soil conditioners to some US market.
You have got just approvals, but you have not started.
No, so our biofertilizers, that is our mycorrhiza based fertilizers, they are already into market, like more than 50 CS market is already captured last year. Yeah.
Maybe one question from ma'am. Yeah, ma'am, for you actually, how does it affect the pollinators, like honeybees, all those things, because pollinators are very important. Even if your number of female flowers are more, unless otherwise you have pollinators, then doesn't fertilize. So how your product affects the pollination process?
Sir, our product has itself pollination attracting properties. That extract itself has a strong odor that attracts bees also. That feedback we got from farmers because we were not aware about that. We were only telling that it has very good phytochemicals and an increasing number of reproductive hormones. But farmer tells us that when we throw the bottle in the farm, they found that bees are attracting towards that. And that is also one of the reason how it is increasing yield. So itself it attracts pollination also. Okay.
Ma'am, if time permits, maybe one last question from Eden. You have mentioned about salt-tolerant biofertilizer.
Yes, sir.
So,
Yeah.
Right now, do you have any like biofertilizer rolled out in the market or available for the farmers? And which for biofertilizer as such, which can be marketable and can be scaled up?
Like for the same salt.
Salt affected areas, yeah.
So currently the market which is being addressed for the salt tolerance is using of the gypsum. As a fertilizer, they use gypsum as a main compound for tolerating the salinity. But overuse of this gypsum also mediates to a salinity deposit over it. So it also, in a near future, it will be also a salt deposited one.
See, gypsum is used for sodicity, not for salinity. You have to correct yourself.
Actually, salinity tolerance is like not, we only not focus on salinity and sodicity.
So you have to make sure that you tell properly exactly
Yes,
the
sir.
classification.
That point I will be clearing it. Our fertilizer
Most of us are
focus on
soil scientists. So
yeah, definitely, sir. I'm a microbiologist. Definitely no issues. My product address salinity, sodicity, alkalinity, everything. It's an all-in-one. So I will address the market which is everything, covered everything. So other than the sodicity, for salinity, the leaching technique is the popular technique which is being focused on. So that's a manual technique. So we bring it on a biofertilizer, which is a transformation throughout the crop life. So it will transform the soil through the microorganisms. That microorganisms will first make the plants to sustain that high salinity.
What would be a pH range?
So the pH range is, the biofertilizer which we got is like 5.5 to 6.
5.5 to?
6.
See, that's not a saline soil. So it's an acid soil.
Sir, I said about the product.
Not product. I'm talking about the
So
soil.
the salinity which we got is like 13. The 13, pH 13 salinity soil also we got reclaimed.
No, 13. See,
We got reclaimed, sir. We have the
range
test reports.
is 114. No. Probably you have to, clear yourself the pH range.
Definitely,
saline
sir, yeah.
salts 8 to 10. In between, that's it. 13 is too much. So it's never
Even
call it
that
saline
13
salts.
because of both the salinity, because of the bore water salinity and also the chemical
Can
fertilizers.
those microbes, the consortia, will survive at that?
Yeah.
Where did you collect those microbes?
From the sea sand.
From sea sand?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have tailored it up to 15% of salinity tolerance.
So what the mechanism, how it works?
How it works, first while applying through the soil, it will just metabolizes the nutrition which we give in the bottle. So through that, the plant's nutrition are being facilitated by releasing the osmotic pressure which are built up in the plants due to the high salinity. Once that osmotic pressure got released with the plant help of the plant growth hormones produced by the bacteria, then the nutrition which present in the bottle will facilitate it through the roots. After that, the bacteria will facilitate more nutrition by solubilizing through the enzyme activity from the nutrition which we have given.
See, when you talk about biofertilizers, we always talk about in terms of nitrogen, phosphorus, or potassium, something like that.
Yes.
So here, what kind of nutrients actually it targets?
So it targets all micro and macro both. Not only the NPK, it also focuses on magnesium, zinc, because the nutrition pack which we give is what we say is we do fermentation with the help of bacteria and agriculture waste. We tailor the raw materials which can give good amount of micronutrients in the fermentation process. So we have a special formulation of the ingredients which we put over for the fermentation.
So it will never end actually. Okay. Continue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your answer.
Thank you. May I request you to take your seat? We'll continue with the second round, but before that, may I have the privilege and honor to welcome Chavi to us. Chavi, welcome. We are honored to have your presence over here, and welcome to the Young India CII audience that we have Gen Z. The whole hall is electrified by your presence. Also welcome to the co-chair and representatives of CII, chair and co-chair from the CII Young India chapter. Most welcome. You want to add something now? Now we come to the last part of the pitch party, my favorite one. That's because I sit on the board of Bharat Rohan, which is one of the drone companies. So may I invite, we now open up this pitch party for the drone and automation section. And जितने भी young लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, आप सोचिए कि आप NSE में आए हैं, नेशनल स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में, जो हम कभी इस एज में नहीं आए थे. आप IMMA के कॉन्फ्रेंस में आए हैं और आप एक पिच पार्टी देख रहे हैं कि कैसे 3 मिनट में आपको अपनी कहानी बोलनी है और उस कहानी में कौन जीत के जाएगा, ये आप भी देख लीजिए. ठीक है. So I first of all invite for the automation drone section, Aries Agro Equipments Private Limited, which is a supplier of modern agricultural solutions committed to supporting farmers with efficient and reliable equipment. They deal in advanced agriculture drones and battery-operated spraying pumps. May I have the speaker?
Hello, check. Okay. Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Omkar Parab. I am the operations head for Aries Agro Equipments. So our journey for the drone started back in 2019. So when we introduced drone in the market, it was fine for, like it's a new thing for the farmers. They were also getting used to it. But the major problem which we saw was that there is shortage of pilot. They don't know how to fly the drones. They were like, okay, we'll buy the drones, but how to fly? So that was the major concern where we were facing issues. So that's how we came up with the solution of Drone Pilot Training Academy. So we started this academy in collaboration with ITM Raipur. And we have, as of now, successfully conducted more than 10 batches of drone pilot trainings. Next. Yeah. So you can see we started selling this concept of business in a box. We always wanted farmer to empower and they can start their own business. They can be entrepreneur with an investment of not in 5 to 6 lakh of investment. So they can start their own rental services model. So if you see, and they can get their ROI back within a span of like 4 to 5 months. How I'll tell you, for example, we charge 500 rupees for an per acre spraying charges. And if they do 20 acres a day, and if we do this for 20 days a month, they get 2 lakh rupees per month. And with this, they can get easily ROI back within the span of 3 to 4 months. This is the specification of our drones. Like it gives 8 acres per hour, 10 meters spray width, and it has obstacle radar system also. So there is no issue of any like wires or poles or anything. Next. Yeah, so these are some of our drone yatra campaigns which we did to empower our farmers and so that they can see how to generate ROI locally, and also job creation for local farmers as well. Yes, this is our training program which we started with ITM Raipur. Next. Yes, and this is our main tagline that we say we are not just selling the hardware, we are selling entrepreneurship to the farmers. Next. And this is our success rate. We have trained more than 1,000 individuals. We have sprayed more than 20,000 acres with an average cost of 500 rupees per acre. And currently we have more than 25 drones which are deployed in the field as of now. So yes, thank you so much. That's from my end.
Thank you, sir. May I invite Salam Kisan, PRYM Group. Welcome, sir. PRYM Group is an integrated agri-technology and agri-drone ecosystem working to strengthen farm mechanization in India. So they combine drones, AI, digital platforms, indigenous manufacturing, and skilling. So they enable the whole ecosystem from farm machinery, manufacturers, dealers, and service providers. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Namaste. This is Akshay Khobragade and I represent Salam Kisan as a Chief Operating Officer, a wing of Prime Group. So today I'll be representing Prime Group, which is combination of product and services. When I say about services, Salam Kisan is an end-to-end service provider where we provide everything on a single platform which is available on mobile platform, right from soil testing, quality inputs, drone on rental basis, buyback of farmers' produce, again better price than mandi, then news, everything on single platform. With the platform, farmers are now improve their yield by 28 to 30% and reduce cost by 25 to 30%. Apart from that, it's been more than 4 years we have been working in this segment. There is a huge, I would say, difference between availability of manpower. So we introduced our another wing called Prime Aerospace, where we are manufacturing DGCA approved drone, and around 200 drones are already in the market. Apart from that, in India, there are only 38,000 drone pilots, and there is a requirement of around 1.5 lakh to 2 lakh skilled pilot. And everyone knows it's not about hardware, it's about skilled pilot after sale support. So we have our own manufacturing. Apart from that, we do have our own RPTO where we are training pilots. And again, that is again 13 days separately designed program for agriculture drone pilot, where we work on 13 days program and skilled pilot with different 6 obstacles. So here we are providing one end-to-end service provision to farmers, RPTO for training pilots, drone manufacturing. So I would request media team to please play 1-minute video where we try to cover everything. Can I request media team to play video, drone ecosystem? Media team?
What if technology could reach every farmer in India? What if data could empower every harvest? This is not the future. This is happening now. Indian agriculture faces challenges: rising costs, unpredictable yields, and limited access to technology. But Prime Group is changing that equation. Through Salam Kisan, farmers across Maharashtra now have access to complete agricultural solutions right at their fingertips. Soil testing in just 90 seconds. Drone spraying completed in 6 to 7 minutes. AI-driven pest detection, real-time crop advisory, and direct market linkage, all on one platform. Behind every successful flight stands Prime Aerospace India's very own indigenous drone manufacturer. With state-of-the-art OEM capabilities, we design purpose-built agricultural drones. The Arjuna drone, DGCA certified, subsidy eligible, and engineered for Indian conditions. Made in India, made for India. Skills power the revolution. At the Prime Drone School of Excellence, we're not just training pilots, we're creating dronepreneurs. Authorized remote pilot training that transforms individuals into grassroots change makers. Sarthi brings it all together. A unified digital ecosystem that connects manufacturers, dealers, pilots, and farmers. End-to-end transparency, real-time monitoring, and scalable efficiency, all on one seamless platform. This is more than technology. It's empowerment. It's profitability. It's the future of Indian agriculture. Data-driven, AI-powered, and accessible to all. Because when innovation meets the soil, the harvest of change begins. At Prime Group, our mission is simple: to make drones affordable, accessible, and available to every farmer in India. Join us in transforming Indian farming into a thriving, technology-led enterprise. Prime Group. Affordable, accessible, available. Join the revolution.
Thank you so much. So ask is, let's work together on collaboration, co-creation, and convergence. Thank you so much. So all like members present here, specifically from IMMA, we have only 180 drones available with skilled pilots for this season. Thank you so much.
So from female flower to Uberization of drones. My knowledge is increasing, certainly. May I now invite, we go to the next section, the AI-powered platforms, MSR Agro. It's a young, rapidly growing organization providing services and solutions in agriculture and agriculture activities. They believe that the farmers want good quality products and they are willing to pay for them. I agree on that one completely. Let's listen to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Praveen Shinde, and success of digital agriculture. Now we are going to launch AI powered by agriculture powered by AI. So, PPT. Sorry. Thank you. So this is the first time dedicated platform for the agriculture where we provide information about the agriculture to the farmers, dealers, manufacturers. All stakeholders will be benefited by this platform. Age Ultra will be help farmers to understand the crop information from land preparation to harvesting. We provide details about the crop cycle, pesticides information, disease information, solutions, and everything. Here we provide mechanization information from specification to usage, nutrition guide, and irrigation and water management information. Next. Farmer can ask everything where they can analyze the crop health information and all details about the crop cycle. Next. Here, the complete knowledge platform for the farmers, and it is totally free for the farmers. Next. Here is the offerings from the Age Ultra. Age Ultra is the platform where the dealers and manufacturers can benefit their products, promote their products, insert the advertisement in the AI platform, increase their business through the lead generation, qualifying leads, and digital marketing, and that is our offerings for the manufacturers and dealers. Next. This is the farming, future of farming, and AI platform will help farmers to grow their yield and reduce their costing on a fingertip. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the AI field, we have Simplify Agri Private Limited. They help farmers run farming as a structured, scalable business by bringing ERP-style discipline to crop planning, cost bookkeeping, traceability, and financial readiness. Over to you, sir.
Can I have the slides? Namaste. I'm Rajesh Rajan from Simplify Agri. Next slide, please. Can you imagine running your business without proper bookkeeping and planning? It would be like running blind, right? The largest industry of India is almost running blind. Because of that, the banks doesn't trust you for credit, the insurance doesn't trust you, the market is not visible, and the most important, the market doesn't value your product because you're not trustable, you don't have the traceability. Next slide, please. I started my career as a software engineer making ERP solutions. In 2016, I joined my father in doing agriculture. Organic farming was considered not profitable. So I wanted to understand how to make maximum profit out of unique land. I started meeting farmers, more than 200 of them. They were informative and very innovative also. But one thing was lacking, that was actually proper bookkeeping. I started implementing that learnings in my 44 acres of integrated farming, but with strict, previous slide please, actually, but with strict, say, bookkeeping and planning. The impact was, the production cost was 30% less than others, and the value, market realization price was 50% more than others. We initiated Simplify Agri in 2021, by doing digital literacy training and financial literacy training. In 2022, we launched crop planning and bookkeeping solution. Now we do agronomy support, traceability, aggregation. Next slide, please. Currently, we are doing a pilot project supported by NABARD and Kerala Grameen Bank for financial value chain validation. And it's for more than 500 farmers. The goal is to actually make an agriculture credit score based on the financial discipline and scalability of farming. We have collaborated with NABARD, Kerala Grameen Bank, VFPCK, local bodies, KVKs, and we are incubated at MABIF, Kerala Agriculture University, IIT Delhi, and Kerala Startup Mission. Next slide, please. With more than 150 million farmers in India, out of which 7.5 million or more farmers make at least 1 million rupees per annum. And of that, more than 45,000 FPOs are registered in India, but 1,100 farmer producer organizations make 1 crore or more per annum. Of that, more than 4,600 farmer producer organizations are digitalized or registered with INAM. Now we are looking for collaborating with banks, financial institutions, insurance companies, input suppliers, agronomy service providers, aggregators, and buyers. Helping them do their business based on the real-time data available from the farming side. Let's help our farmers run agriculture as a business, empowering the next generation of agripreneurs. Thank you.
We come to the last section. मुझे याद है जब मैं किसानों से बात करने जाया करती थी तो उनसे पूछती थी व्हाट्स योर पेन पॉइंट, किस चीज़ से आपको बहुत दुख लगता है. कैन यू बिलीव नकली बीज, they do not get authentic seeds or fertilizers or pesticides. Counterfeit माल मिलता है हमें. So I'm very interested to learn what are the next two pitches going to talk about. How are they dealing with this problem of counterfeits in our Indian agriculture system? May I invite on stage SIS Institute of Packaging and Designing. I didn't have any idea SIS, which I always associate with education and academics, to be in the field of packaging and designing. And they are recognized and certified to provide these solutions by the Rutgers School of Engineering, Rutgers University, New Jersey, USA. So over to you, sir, to tell us about your solution.
Thank you, Emma, Mr. Mirchandani, and I'm in no illusion that this big audience is only for our session. Thanks to her. Okay, friends, next, we'll talk from counterfeiting risk in agrochemicals to up to SIS courtesy, which I'm standing in front of this maybe 105 audience. Next, what will you do when you apply? Oh, well, thank you so much. What will you do if you do apply the best of the drones, you do all the macronutrients, whatever technology I've learned since morning here, and still wondering what is happening to my profitability? Still, where are those gaps, whether technical or techno-commercial? And that is where this anti-counterfeiting solution comes in, or the problem raises its head. Now, believe me, it is almost not only in agrochemicals, whether it is pharma, FMCG, any industry, whether India or globally, we're talking about anywhere from 8 to 20+ % counterfeiting. If you are able to handle this, either collectively, what we call it as, at the theme of the session, converge, collaborate, and co-create, that is where we are able to generate profits, not from external sources, but from within. So, incorrect active ingredients and consequences, we are talking about resistance development of the crop to these concerns. And last but not the least, we have brand liability exposure, which cannot be reverted back. Next, please. Now, packaging is the first level. We are calling it as, first level content. Now it has become zero level of truth, where the counterfeiting industry is also going into refilling, relabeling, and all those things which the primary packaging is doing. So what are the trends? Now, the biggest advantage in this anti-counterfeiting solutions, which we had SIS, when we had done some preliminary studies, we found there is no single thing, no single cap which fits all the heads. It is a combination, and we're talking about overt features, overt solutions, which are visible, whether we talk about holograms, inks, water-based ink, because we need to be more sustainable, temper-evident closures on the bottles, covert features which are not visible to the eye, UV inks, macro printing, forsenic, and last but not the least is that digital feature, where we have Gen Z today here to support. So the point is, it is going to be multiple layer depending upon the application which on hand. Next, please. Now, this again will have right from the farmer going up to the last consumer, that is between you and me, and it will enable the detection of any parallel trade which is happening, and the whole idea is whether collectively we can address this problem using the latest anti-counterfeiting solutions. Next, please. Now, what it will do? It will improve our, first and foremost, it will improve the transparency between the supplier and the customer. The brand erosion will slowly but surely come back to its original. And as I said, at the cost of repetition, we are saying it is a layered security deployment. What solution you are going to employ will depend upon it. Next, please. Next. So SIS is going to do this, what all we talk about, testing and hand-holding right from project till the market launch. Thank you so much.
Come to the final pitch for the day, for the evening, and then it's handing it over again to the jury for the round of questions. May I invite on stage Mrs. GS1? Who's representing GS1, please? Welcome, sir. It's a supply chain standards organization set up by the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, along with CII, FICCI, SOCHM, BIS, APIDA, IMC, and many others. The barcodes that you see, that's the work of GS1.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, IMMA, for giving us this opportunity. May I have the presentation, please? So I'll take this opportunity to introduce. So thank you so much for the previous presenter who has actually given us the background of what is the use of authentication in today's scenario, because we have come across so many scenarios where we find spurious product entering into our supply chain. And that is where the foundational stone is built using GS1. GS1 is a global supply chain standards body, and we have been serving the industry since last more than 50 years. So very basic thing that we see that GS1 is present in our day-to-day life, but we have never known it, is the barcode. Acha, we have started. So yeah, so that is our identification. GS1 is present worldwide, and we have been serving different industry segments since last 50 years. Next, please. Yeah, so very crux of what we do is product identification, product validation, and going forward for product authentication. Next. So the whole idea of doing this is called traceability, to create accountability in the system. And that is what GS1 standards come into picture. So these are the three main pillars wherein we are building an ecosystem for the Indian industry. That is identify, capture, and share. In simplest term, you can identify any entity in the supply chain, whether it is your product, whether it is your manufacturing plant or warehouse or a dealer distributor location. And that information can be captured with the help of different types of barcodes. So probably you are very much aware about the linear barcode that is present on the product. And in India, this barcode invariably starts with 890. And slowly we are moving on to the next generation barcode, that is GS1 Digital Link QR code. And once you have captured this information, it can be shared to all the stakeholders so that they can validate, they can capture that information, and going forward also authenticate. And if anything goes wrong in the system, you can also recall that product from the supply chain. Next. So traceability is creating that system of accountability by mapping each and every entity in the supply chain and building a trusted ecosystem so that your end consumer will be able to scan a simple QR code and will able to tell where this product has originated, what ingredients have gone into this product, whether those ingredients are suitable for me. And you can add additional layer by bringing into the authentication for each and every pack that is being received at the end user. Next, please. Go next. 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 Again. Yeah. So back. You can map the entire journey of the product right from manufacturing location to end retailer by capturing each and every component of the transaction that has happened in the journey of that product so that end consumer will be able to understand where this product has traveled through. Next. 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 Yes, next. Yeah. So you can see a simple product which has a small QR code, and when you scan that QR code, you will be able to see the journey of the product, where it has traveled, right? Then you can also check the product authentication, whether the product that I'm buying has all the accountability, and you will be able to get the genuine product in your hands. And if any product has been duplicated, that can also be reported to the brand so that they can recall that product. They can investigate that product. So this is all about GS1. Thank you so much. If you have any queries, we can meet and again have a discussion. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We'll invite the speakers of the second pitch party to be on the stage, please. Aries Agro Equipments, Salam Kisan, SAR Agro, Simplify Agri, SIS Institute. The floor is open for the jury. Please, questions on impact, relevance, and scalability, and the audience poll. So while the jury will look for the top 3 innovators, the audience are going to look at the 3 top popular choice. And you never know, it may be 6 different people who will go away with honors and recognition today. Over to the jury, please. You may begin with the first one who came in, Aries Agro Equipments.
Actually, I have a common question for first 3 presenters, Aries Agro, Salam Kisan, and AG Voltra. The question is, what are your innovations in your training program? Because it looks similar for me. So what are innovations you are bringing in there? Yeah.
Okay. So our thing is basically wherever we used to go, the price were too high for the trainings. Initially, they used to charge 60 to 65,000, but same thing we are getting it done now at 21,000 rupees. Also, earlier they were not giving hands-on training on this actual drones which the farmers are supposed to fly in the field. So we are doing that also. We are giving them training on simulator, and we are giving them proper knowledge how to repair the drone and everything. We are providing them all the technical guidance plus training of how to fly the drone actually.
Same questions for second presenter also. Yes, for you also.
So innovation would be Uberization of drone. If you look at drone ecosystem, it is cost heavy equipment, and small and marginal farmer couldn't afford it. So we have developed a platform called Drone Uberization, where each and every farmer can, one, rent it for farmers at very affordable price. Second, specifically when we talk about agri-input manufacturers, there is a huge demand, but availability of one drone as a hardware, availability of second trained drone pilot, third, monitoring and after-sales support within 72 hours. It is being possible through Uberization of drone. That is online-based platform.
One more question for you also, additional question is that, you said that you do soil testing in 90 seconds. What technology you are using?
Yeah. So specifically, I used one word. We are a combination of service and product. When we talk about service, we have a multiple devices on farm and off farm. When we talk about technologies, wet technology, dry technology, and photospectrometer, when we talk about products, Bhu Pariksha from IIT Kanpur, Harvesto, Next Gen, Krishi Tantra, we do have all the equipment which we provide to the farmers on a rental or service basis. So
90 seconds they do. What is the level of accuracy? How precisely they are?
So different accuracy level from 82% till 86%. with different equipments.
So for IIT Kanpur technology, that's based on spectroscopy.
Yeah,
What is that
spectrophotometry.
precise, how precision they are?
Yeah, around, it is around.
Are they going to do available nutrients in soils, NPK?
Yes, sir. They
It's
only,
not possible. See, the technology is different. When you talk about any, spectroscopic approach for particularly available nutrients, the accuracy level is very low because when you talk about available nutrients, we are talking about the extraction. And the spectroscopy works on light, okay? So it's on the soil matrix. When it is a solution and you extract using some extractant, then the accuracy level comes down. So you say 83, 82, 87%. So there is a doubt in that, but you have to, before you say something, you have to verify and authenticate those things.
Noted,
also.
sir. Thank you, sir, for this. We are
Yes.
collecting soil from different. Thank you, sir. Thanks for your
Okay.
inputs.
फार्मर्स के लिए इंफॉर्मेशन कलेक्ट करना ये बहुत आसान नहीं है। बहुत सारे एआई प्लेटफॉर्म है, उसके ऊपर वो सारी चीज़ें मिलती है, लेकिन उसको अलग अलग तरीके से अलग अलग प्लेटफॉर्म के ऊपर जाके इंफॉर्मेशन लेनी पड़ती है। हमारा जो एज अल्ट्रा प्लेटफॉर्म है वो टोटली फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट है फार्मर के लिए, और उसके ऊपर एग्रीकल्चर की ही इंफॉर्मेशन मिलेगी। आप उसको पूछोगे कार की इंफॉर्मेशन तो नहीं मिलेगी, तो ये फार्मर के लिए बेनिफिटेड है और ये फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट है। इसके ऊपर कितनी भी क्वेश्चन पूछो। नेक्स्ट फेज में हम उसको रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में लॉन्च कर रहे हैं, तो रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस में वो बोल के पूछ सकता है और टाइप करके पूछ सकता है, उसको जो भी इंफॉर्मेशन चाहिए और इजीली अवेलेबल हो जाए।
Okay, thank you. राजेश जी, आपके लिए भी सेम क्वेश्चन. What are your innovations? Because you aggregated everything, put in one bucket. So what new things you brought in your product? Yeah.
See, in our case, it will all depend on where the application is. Suppose you're talking about bottles. So we go for the caps where temper-evident caps. We talk about something where it is high yield crop. Then we go for QR-based systems along with the hologram. So depending upon what is the loss in the anti-counterfeiting, both percentage-wise as well as the value, we have the different multi-layered. Honestly, it is difficult to tell you one specific answers because there are about 7 to 8 solutions which are available today and commercialized.
Okay, the question is for GS1.
Thank
So
you.
if I say that you have, your technology is a blockchain technology?
Sir, we do have a platform that enables blockchain-based traceability. And we have implemented that for mother dairy ghee traceability.
Okay, so you have also blockchain or you have different one, Rajesh ji? Because very commonality between these two counterfeit products. So this is the question for both of us. So he was talking about blockchain. So yours also blockchain technology?
No, presently the scope of our technology, what we have discussed, does not include the blockchain.
Okay, thank you so much. Any question from yours? Okay, thank you.
One question from Salam Kisan. So drone Uberization.
Yes, sir.
Great idea. So you are offering complete package.
Yes, sir.
So basically you are a drone servicing company, and are you also offering other agri inputs or consolidating that, or you are collecting, services from other companies and offering to the farmers at one point of time?
Yeah. So, sir, it's again combination of service and product. One, through Salam Kisan, we provide end-to-end services through Salam Kisan platform. We have another channel, that is Prime Aerospace, where we are manufacturing product. Then there is a gap in the industry, so we develop another product called Sarthi, where Uberization comes into the picture. Through Salam Kisan, we got orders. Through Prime Aerospace, Arjuna Drone, we provide services. Through Sarthi, we monitor, evaluate, analyze, and provide after-sales support and crash report everything through Sarthi. So it's a combination of everything, sir. Single drone ecosystem, one solution.
Okay, so basically you are consolidator of other agri inputs and other services.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Maybe one small query from GS1. Yes, we are all aware, and we know how important is this technology, and everyday's life we also take the benefit, and we also come across these services. So what specific challenge do you feel or are you facing, and how to overcome that?
Sir, I think awareness is something that is the biggest challenge, because a lot of industries they are aware about and they want to implement, but only thing that they initially fulfill is some regulatory push is there, then they implement such system. But as a brand, it is our responsibility that right product, authentic product reaches to the customer. So as an industry, we have to look beyond regulation and ensure that our product is most important for us. Our brand trust is most important for us. So to build that trust, I think this is something that industry has to adopt and take it forward. Thank you so much.
Maybe the last question for Simplify Agro, because everybody has something to say. But your product is very good, actually. Simple.
Thank you, sir.
So you just tell us your innovation, actually, because everybody is talking about. So it's a very good one. But
So-
doesn't mean that we didn't ask question. Doesn't mean it is not good.
Basically, the timing was actually apt for us to start the application. Basically, because after 2017, data was very cheap. Farmers started using smartphones. They were familiar with WhatsApp, Facebook, and even UPI applications. So that was a apt timing for us to start. And the initial interference with farmers were actually digital literacy training and financial literacy training. That helped us actually understand what is a pain point. And I myself actually tried for a credit with few banks, and I was rejected. There is only 2 types of loan that is available for farmers. One is actually KCC, you get up to 1.6 lakhs, not beyond that, without credit, without any collaterals. Beyond that, either you have to pledge your land or gold. And land they don't prefer normally, basically because farmers' data was not auditable. So we initiated the innovation. Basically, we are using AI technology so that farmers' input is, the user experience of farmer is actually the innovation, because it's in regional languages. Farmer doesn't need to type anything. It just asks questions as in a chatbot. The innovation is basically user experience, and AI is the tool for that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. I think we will be now collating the jury scores. So maybe hand over the jury scores to, thank you very much to all the innovators. We will be tallying up the jury scores. We have a live poll. Can you whip out your phones, please, everybody? I know it's been a long day, but I think you all need to give in your opinions. And then we go in for, please whip out your phones. Everybody who's listened to the presentations, please scan the poll. And please vote for the most promising innovation, a popular poll based on what you've listened to. And please do it from the point of commercialization. Commercialization is what you need to look at. In terms of commercialization, which are the companies whose innovation you feel are the most potentially best for commercialization? So once, please put down your online poll. After that, we will move straight into the next session. We will be giving the jury awards and the popular awards after the final session, which is our session with Chavi Rajawat. We will be doing, then we have tea, coffee, and departure to the Geo Center. That's the program for the rest of the evening. Ample time for networking with all the innovators in the evening today and tomorrow. So you have enough time to talk to the innovators, meet them, discuss business opportunities today, tonight, and tomorrow. Please look at the online poll. We'd like everybody who's listened to the presentations to vote for their most popular, most potentially commercializable innovations.
Come on, only 38, 39 of 97. वो चाय नहीं मिलेगी, नाश्ता नहीं मिलेगा जब तक ये नहीं खत्म होगा. Halfway done. Only 58 of 104. Fastest finger first. That's it, fast. Come on, 75. Wow, I love the way the scoreboard is changing. Go for your favorite, the most popular choice, and it may not be the most innovator, because that's a surprise that we hear from the jury later. But, you know, you can't deny the power of the audience. I love those comments, very competitive, mind blown, amazing. Neck to neck, Aries Agro in Salam Kisan. There you go, again changing. Still waiting for some 20 more to respond. ये तो क्रिकेट का आखिरी ओवर ना, लास्ट बॉल, 2 बॉल बचे हैं, 4 रन लगाने लास्ट के बॉल में, वैसा चल रहा है. Last benchers, it's your vote that's going to change things. Tough to decide, yeah, yes, but you have to make a decision. Can we go to the next one? Okay, we can't be spending all the time here. To the next one. Next Mentimeter. So तो ठान के रखा है ऑडियंस ने क्या करना है. Next slide. Can we have the next slide? I don't know where the media guy is gone. Okay, next slide. Here are the results. Almost neck to neck, both 143 out of 156. Next slide. How was your experience today? Quick now, don't take much time on this. This doesn't take much dimag over here. You don't have to recall who said what. It's just your personal experience. And if everybody says excellent, then we won't have much room left to improvise next time. So please be very honest and let us know where the gaps are, what can have been done better, so that Rahul and his team will ensure that things are done better next time. I really need all of you to do this very quickly. We have Shavi waiting already. We have the young generation audience with us over here for quite some time listening to us. Time for us to listen to somebody else now. Now at least 100 aa jaye, then we can stop. 100 aa jaye, so we can stop. Yeah. देखिए ये सब एनोनिमस है, कोई नहीं पता करने वाला किसने क्या लिखा. Mentimeter is really anonymous, that's why it's very popular. All right, I think the majority is that it's excellent, 54%, but there's, I think, a lot of room to do much more better things and more innovative ways, because I found this very different from the last one. The things that have been happening. On behalf of IMMA, I thank you for giving me the opportunity. I come out with a lot of learnings on this, and that's the reason I agree to come here, so that my own knowledge increases. Thank you, jury, for your patience. Thank you, audience, for being a good sport and for listening to everybody. And thank you to the participants for your belief in innovation and the way Indian agriculture can change. Thank you. Over to you, Rahul.
A big round of applause to our innovators and Sarita Behel. Thank you very much, Sarita, for doing this for us. A big round of applause for everyone sitting here as well. Thank you very much for your very, very active participation. We shall be giving the final awards for the jury awards as well as the popular awards just after the final session. So thank you very much to each and every one of you. At this point, I just want to mention, for the first time ever in the history of IMMA, we have actually collaborated with the Harvard University to provide a learning program for our members who are part of our IMMA experience. So this Harvard Business Management and Leadership Development Program, specifically developed for the Indian Microfertilizer Manufacturers Association, is being developed by the Harvard Business School. We have a cohort of 20 students from our membership. We have already had about 15 who have signed up. We need another 4 to 5 in order to complete the batch. Any one of you who are interested to get to know more about our Harvard program, if you have a US visa, because we are going to do this program in the month of May, end of May is our target. 3 Harvard faculty from 3 different spheres will have 5 days, an entire week at the Harvard Business School to train the next generation of IMMA's leaders and also to try and upgrade the skills of the existing leadership of our member companies. Therefore, the Harvard Business School, the Division of Continuing Education, has actually co-created this program specifically for IMMA. This is leading from last year's one-week program that we had at the Indian Institute of Management in Ahmedabad. Again, we had a very successful cohort last year, specifically developed for us by the IIM Ahmedabad. Considering that that cohort now wants to go global, we are now looking at this next program of the Indian Microfertilizer Association at the Harvard Business School, specifically only restricted to 20 people. We have already got about 15. We have 4 more to go. I think last 4 slots are available. The program will be done in spring and summer of 2026. If you do have a US visa, you want to participate in the program costs and information can be shared with the IMMA team if you write to us at contact@imma.co.in. I don't miss this opportunity. Harvard doesn't open its doors to everybody. They have opened its doors to IMMA, and I do hope that you will take an opportunity to fill those last 4 slots, and we will be able to take all of you to Harvard and conduct this mind-blowing program on business management and leadership development at one of the world's best business schools. So I do hope this is a great leadership experience and knowledge-sharing program for each and every one of you. We move now straight to our next session. Are the speakers here? Yeah, so we're moving next session. We'd like to invite our panelists, our moderator and our speaker, Ms. Chavi Rajawat. Also invite the VI membership to come in for this particular session. So we'd like, the VI leadership from Mumbai, if you can come in for this session, we can start the session immediately. This is going to be an amazing experience for each and every one of you to learn from a leader herself who has been at the forefront of actually building the next generation of women leadership in rural India. And I think that's something that all of us can learn from. This is not a theory session, but this is actually a practitioner who will be speaking to you. And this is going to be done by India's first female MBA Sarpanch. She actually came with her urban education, but developed rural India at one of the most remote parts of Rajasthan, in a village called Soda in Rajasthan. So we are now going to hand over to the leadership of CII's Young Indians Mumbai chapter, which is headed by Atisha and Srila. They will be introducing the VI Munch session, and that will be the final session, concluding session for today, after which we will all be breaking for high tea and moving to the Geo Convention Center for cocktails and dinner.
Thank you, Dr. Rahul. Good evening, everyone. A very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, faculty members, students from our UA colleges, VI members, partners, and friends. My name is Architect Srila Sharan, and I have the privilege of serving as the co-chair of Young Indians Mumbai. It is a true honor to be hosting this evening. On behalf of Young Indians Mumbai, I welcome you all to this platform where ideas meet purpose and conversations inspire action. At Young Indians, we believe leadership is not defined by titles, but by impact. And Munch is our effort to bring young minds closer to leaders who are creating real change on the ground. We are grateful to be hosted here at the National Stock Exchange and thankful to each one of you for joining us today. A special thanks to Dr. Rahul Mirchandani for facilitating this and constantly enabling meaningful youth engagements. It's now my pleasure to invite our chair, Ms. Atisha Keswani, to share a few words with us and to introduce the concept of Munch. Atisha.
A very good evening to all of you. Rahul sir, I just need 2 minutes of yours, please. Thank you so much, IMMA, for this wonderful platform, and a sincere gratitude to Rahul sir for allowing us to be here today for this particular day of IMMA. Now, when I'm saying Munch, like we have presented a very grand poster of Munch. What is Munch all about? So, Munch is a platform which is as equivalent to a coffee with CEO type of a setup. It's a concept where stories are simmering, leaders are talking to us, but in a format that we are able to understand their journey. You know, we all go through a lot of struggles in our professional front, from our personal front. But to become a leader, we really need to understand how that journey has to be shaped up. So ladies and gentlemen, that's why we have created this platform named as Munch. But before we begin, I want that video to be played for Munch. So ladies and gentlemen, this is what Munch is meaning to us. It's a platform where stories are going to simmed up and we are going to understand the journey of the leaders. On that note, it's a pleasure to invite Mr. Omkar Patil on stage to lead the conversation ahead. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Atisha. Thank you, Srila. So good evening, everyone. All the students and young professionals, entrepreneurs sitting here, I welcome you all to this session. And I hope we'll have a 45-minute fun round here. I won't bore you. This session would be highly intellectual. We'll walk through a journey which no one has heard about or it's not common in our day-to-day lives. So usually when we talk about an MBA graduate with experience at top-tier companies in sectors like media and telecommunication, what do you think? We think of a glass cabin, a corner office, high-stake boardroom meetings, and a fast-paced life in the corporate world, right? But the guest of honor today, she just took this script and completely rewrote it. We are talking about a lady who traded the comfort of corporate boardroom for the heat and dust of the panchayat. And in doing so, she didn't just become a leader here, she became a pioneer. She is India's first woman sarpanch with an MBA degree. She comes from the village named Soda from Rajasthan. As Aspen Fellow and Young Global Leader of the World Economic Forum, she has spoken at global platforms including the United Nations and at the Harvard. For the students here, she represents the courage to follow a path which is less traveled. And for the working professionals here, she is the testament to the fact that skills are transferable and that purpose could be found anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the dynamic, the visionary, and the inspiring Ms. Chavi Rajawat. I'll request you to please take your seat. I need a mic. Hello. Okay, I'll just straight away jump to, into the first question which I have here. You were a successful corporate, you were on a successful corporate trajectory, right? You were in your corporate jobs. So was there a trigger moment, any trigger moment which got you back into this? Or was it just something what you looked upon from your childhood to get into this?
Great question. Thank you for that. But first and foremost, I'd like to thank Rahul, to IMMA, to all of you for having me here, to YI in particular, and to all of you who are seated here, the young students and entrepreneurs, thank you. To your question, was becoming the Sarpanch a dream of mine? Not at all. I hadn't thought of it. The idea was that of the village residents. And I do have to thank my family and the school that my foundation years that I spent my time at, which was in Andhra Pradesh. So when we had vacations and I would come back to Jaipur, which was my hometown, everybody else, my age group, was in school. So they had to keep me busy somehow. And I ended up spending a lot of my time during the vacations in the village where I hung out. I'm not someone who can sit still for too long. I'm rather restless even as of today. So I would spend a lot of my time out of the house in the village and hung out with now the village elders, because you essentially find men folk out and not so much the women. So my emotional connect with the village elders has always been very high. And I think that is why they thought of me, because it was a reserved seat for women in 2010. And unfortunately, my village had not seen development for a long spell of time. And it also was suffering from severe drought. Not just that, for those from IMMA would perhaps understand this better. We also have very high levels of salinity and certain minerals in the soil which contaminate the water, and it's been declared unsafe even for the purpose of irrigation. And as you know, rural belt is essentially agrarian. And what I had noticed was, from when I was a kid to when I eventually went on to becoming the Sarpanch, the agricultural yield and also the animals had reduced by almost 70 to 75%, which is huge. And so when this opportunity came my way, I thought it was a great platform to understand why development in our nation, especially rural development, despite funding having increased over the years since Panchayati Raj was conceptualized, you don't see that development. So I wanted to understand that up close and personal and see how we can create a better story, because I feel our country needs positive stories to inspire more people like you and I. And the theme that IMMA has today is precisely why I went on to agree and became the Sarpanch. In 2010, I was the Sarpanch for 2 terms. This would have been my 3rd term, but I consciously chose not to contest the elections. However, I still work in the village in the same capacity, but without the designation of a Sarpanch.
That's great to hear, and I noticed two things. First, your focus and great about the rural development, and second, a lot of voice was from a marketing person. So I'm assume you're more of a pro marketing. Uh, you're often cited as MBA Sarpanch. Can you give an example or a two where you implemented your learnings into rural development? I mean, in this context, we can just take example of your village where you actually use some of the principles taught in the classroom and you took it back to the village.
Sure. I think that is why I survived, and that is how I was able to bring a great amount of transformation. I am inclusive by nature, also very collaborative. I do not believe I alone have the knowledge and the expertise to transform a village. But I do believe that when people come together, we have from different sectors, and this is what my vision was, bringing in the different expertise, collaborating, coming onto the same platform, then we have the power and the ability to transform a village in the real sense, bringing about the holistic development. Because what I fail to understand is that since independence has been so many years, and yet you do not see a holistic development or a true model of rural development across the country, and that baffles me and surprises me. So the vision was, even if it's one village at a time, why not? And as citizens of this nation, I feel it is our responsibility to contribute towards that development. We cannot just point fingers at the government and say, hey, it's the government's job. No, it's as much our responsibility to pay it forward in whatever capacity we can. To your question, it was very interesting because I do, as many of you would perhaps know, Rajasthan is one of the many patriarchal states, and I was much younger then. I still am rather young. And so as a result, people thought that I was perhaps coming into this platform, because I'm a city-bred girl, that I was perhaps coming with a romantic notion of what leadership or what rural development would be like. So, and I was dealing with men folk, even in the grassroots bureaucracy. It was essentially men across the table, much older, weren't used to a younger woman sitting across the table and asking questions. And so that was something that I realized very quickly, that that sense of openness wasn't quite there. And one of the key projects that I started out with, in fact, to be honest, given what my village was facing, was issues in every aspect of life. And had it not been for the drought, I would really not have known where to begin. So given the drought, obviously water-related projects were our priority. Of course, I did things differently when I went door to door. I did not want it to be my idea and perception, but I wanted to understand what the village folks thought was the priority, and that is how we worked. So what I did was, I realized I met a lot of people within Rajasthan in close proximity to my village, which is essentially Jaipur, people from the Jodhpur and Jaisalmer belt, names you've heard of, for example, the waterman who hails from Alwar. And these are the people I reached out to, and to understand what is it that I could possibly do. And they all turned around and said that harvest your village reservoir and desilt it and harvest the rainwater, conserve it, and that's the easiest and quickest solution to help you with your issues. And I thought that would be easy, but clearly not. What I realized very quickly was that even though my village is in close proximity to the state capital, which is Jaipur, we're only 1.5 hours driving distance. If you love to speed, you can make it to my village in 35 minutes. I've timed myself doing that, would not recommend it. So despite that, people weren't willing to come forth to help, which made me realize that the situation in villages, which are far removed from the cities, is much graver than what you and I seated here get to hear about or read through media, because often media does not necessarily go to the field that it is writing about. It often is also hearsay. So how do we get that real picture? Anyway, coming back to your question, so the first thing I did was I actually created, I got the expertise into the village, and we created a project report. And with that, I went back to the government. And what I realized was, because I had this factual report in my hand with the very T figured out and calculated, and we do not stick to government figures, because I realize the government does tend to, I mean, those kind of planning and figures, because of the gestation period, tend to be a little exaggerated. So I toned it down in very realistic perspective, saying that that's not, we don't need a large sum, we need a smaller sum. So just that project report, I realized, suddenly made people see me differently. They realized that this woman has come with a sense of purpose, and she means business, and they started taking me seriously. Alongside with the village folks, I also shared with them during our first Gram Sabha, and I realized Gram Sabhas weren't being held as they should be. And also I spoke about transparency and accountability, letting people know that even if I'm not in office, they have full right to come into the office to understand what kind of funding we had and where is it going to be spent, even if I'm not in the office.
That was
So-
a transparent information, you made it all
Absolutely, absolutely. And I also, while there were computers, they were just collecting dust, so I trained a new member in the Panchayat, a government employee, how to make an Excel sheet. Of course, it's a different story what happened when an older secretary came in, but that, you know, these kind of steps is what we took. And in the Gram Sabha, I explained to everybody that we need to have a short-term, medium-term, and a long-term vision, and how to go about it. Why it is important to prioritize our reports, or rather our needs, and how to go about it. And even when I was unable to receive the funding and support, be it from the government or the private sector, I was very open and transparent to them, saying that we have not received support. And I think that honesty and transparency is what was well received and appreciated, which allowed and ensured that the real stakeholders, the village folks themselves, participated in all development projects. So it was a very participatory form of development, which also brought in sustainability. So I'm not just using jargons here, but trying to explain to you that it is actually very, very easy to get people together, provided we see each other at par as respectfully as you and I are doing, and having an open dialogue. Because when these dialogues happen with the sense of openness that, hey, I'm not dictating, or I don't come with the authority that I know more, or with that arrogance, people do away with the facades that they otherwise may carry to protect themselves. So I'd say these are some of the examples through which I'd like to share and answer your question.
I noticed very important thing. I think you just made one statement and left it there itself. It's a two-way street, right? When you talk about development, we expect a lot from the government, and for any rural or urban, the mindset of the people is the government has to do everything, and we take everything for granted, and there are no efforts from our side. In most of the things, I would say, not everything. You just made a statement and left there. If you want to take it ahead, we may spend a minute on that. You also focused on collaboration, a detailed Excel sheet. I assume you made a DPR for the government. But in the collaboration, you also mentioned you pitched the idea, or you went for funds to government as well as to the corporates. Now, how did the corporates take you? Did they take you seriously? Or what was the kind of pitch you made? Because obviously when you go to corporates, there should be a proper pitch, right? So how did you pitch your rural development plan to the corporates? Obviously for the CSR funds or any initiatives they have. So I would like to have your thought on both the things, about the first one being a two-way street and the second one about the pitch. Like both, the first point which I made, that we all think that government is responsible for everything, and what actually should be is both the citizens and the government should work together.
Sure. I'll begin with the government and our responsibility. I personally feel that we all that are seated under this roof at this moment hail from privileged backgrounds. And we have attained certain knowledge, certain wisdom, that I feel is important to share. It is important to pay it forward, and also important to recognize the fact, and I'm not being morbid, this is perhaps my spiritual nature, which is realizing that none of us really know how long am I going to live, right? So what do I want to do during my time that is here? Do I just want to withhold the information and my knowledge? But I personally believe, this is my personal belief, that there's greater joy in sharing and paying it forward and helping create the next line of leadership, whatever capacity, whichever sector we may be in, be it as a teacher, be it even as a parent, or what have you. So that I feel is what makes us truly human, to recognize that aspect about us, and also to recognize that we need an ecosystem, that we cannot live in isolation. I'm especially stating that because I notice with each generation and with the intervention of technology and how we're beginning to depend on it, that people are becoming far more isolated than they should be. Now, if I'm an entrepreneur, I need my market, I need people. And therefore, I need to recognize the fact that I cannot survive and I cannot make money if I'm only going to live in my own personal bubble. So it's something as simple as that, that somewhere I feel we are beginning to forget. Now, the government also, we have to recognize, has its own limitations in terms of the kind of people and in terms of kind of knowledge that is available on field, on ground. Even the schemes, for example, I want to work on reviving my reservoir. So while there is NREGA, but that caters to a certain aspect, and there's a certain framework, I cannot go beyond and outside the scope of that. So the kind of funding I was getting, I realized people did not, within the government, weren't able to tell me what kind of budget I had for the entire year for my panchayat. So I had to work it out. I had to do a backward calculation. And in the process, I realized that even manpower with the government is, especially for rural area, is not enough. One junior engineer was given the responsibility of about 14 to 15 panchayats. Now, that's humanly impossible for an individual to be overseeing projects every single day in all of these panchayats, which are not necessarily adjoining each other. So these simple aspects is what I feel do not come into our purview. Also, while it's a state subject, a quick show of hands if anyone knows what kind of honorarium does a sarpanch in a panchayat get? Does anyone know? Any guesses?
I don't think.
Would you know? Never, no one's ever even thought of it. Yes, sir. Pardon me? 20,000, did you say? 5 to 8,000, 5,000, 3,000. Close enough.
30, he's saying 30.
Like I said, oh, 30. Oh, okay. Nothing at all. No, there is, but it's very, very nominal. So like I said, it's a state subject. So Kerala, for example, is a different ballgame altogether. In Rajasthan, when I first became the Sarpanch in 2010, it was 3,500 rupees a month. My cell phone bill in itself was much more than that, right? The other panchayat elected representatives, in my team, in my panchayat, you get a sitting fee. We all understand what, for the youngsters who don't know what a sitting fee is, so we are supposed to have 2 meetings in the panchayat every month. So when you attend the meeting, you get the sitting fee, which is the tune of 75 rupees per meeting. So that's 150 rupees per month. Now, most of the people who get elected are not like you and I. They are trying to make ends meet on a daily basis, trying to bring bread to the table to their family, and struggling doing so, especially in villages like mine, where you don't even have something as basic as drinking water available to you. Where animals are dying during summer because there's no drinking water, there's no fodder for those animals. You cannot even grow a morsel. How do people like that survive? What can the government alone contribute towards improving lives of those people? So what stops us from coming forth to do what we can? And I think that is what people need to realize. Now, within the panchayat itself, well, I've shared with you what the elected representatives get. A panchayat secretary who's a government employee, a salaried employee, can get salary to the tune of about 80,000 and probably now above per month. So that in itself is so skewed, but no one is talking about it. That is where people like you and I, that is where youngsters like those who are seated here need to use this technology. Even if you want to be anonymous, reach out to the government, because I realize that even people within the government are not fully aware of this reality because no one speaks of it. And that is why I feel individuals like us need to jump in and contribute as much as we can, not just for ourselves and our neighborhood or the cities we're living in, which is directly getting impacted by the migration because basics are not available in rural India, but also just to ensure that we also provide the helping hand that the government needs. Because they're also human, they're also coming from where we come from, and not everyone who's seated there has the knowledge that all of us put together may have. So that's with the government. And the second bit you said was? The pitch to the corporates, pretty much like I'm doing right now. So I think I was blessed and lucky that I got the media attention, and thanks to all the media folks who wrote about me because my journey appeared to be different. They came to me, it was supposed to be a Jaipur run, I think it was an International Women's Day. I used to own a horse riding academy, so they were covering a story on women entrepreneurs doing something different. And I got a call from the village, and that's when the person realized that I'm also the Sarpanch. And the story was to be printed only in the Jaipur Daily, but TOI printing at that point of time didn't happen in Jaipur, it went to Delhi. And the person who read it, the senior editor, thought it was a great story. And I had no idea, because I was living in the village and I do not get the English daily in the village. I got messages from my friends in Bangalore saying, great to see you on front page. So thanks to that, I got invited to many platforms, quite similar to this one, both by media as well as the private sector, which is where I got to make a pitch, along with the government, where I also had a lot of people from the private sector partaking in those conferences. And it took me a while, because the initial response from the private sector I used to get was, you're not in close proximity to a plant or unit, therefore we cannot help you. Which I was completely shocked to hear, because a lot of these companies were companies who were already selling their products and services in villages, including mine. And I could not put my head together to understand that we're willing to eat into the thin pockets of the village folks, but not contribute to make sure that it improves so that your profits also eventually increase, was what made me realize that there has to be a louder voice, that there has to be more nudging, there has to be more empathy and compassion in our society for people to come together. So even if you're in the business of making profit, there's nothing wrong with it, but do it in the right manner. And therefore, that's pretty much how my pitch would be, and I spoke about the issues. And also, of course, I did my homework. If I was going to a specific company or set of companies, I would do my research on what their CSR initiatives are, or what is it that clicks with them, and that is what I would pitch to them. And that's how I eventually got help, but it was after constant knocking at the doors for 3 continuous years before someone came forth to help us.
Would you like to name that company? I mean,
Pardon me?
Would you like to name
in multiples.
Okay, there were multiples.
There were multiples,
Because see,
yes.
the journey you walked through, there was a sudden limelight which you could capitalize on, and people with good marketing team would have capitalized on at that point of period. In the recent conversation what we had now, we understood that you're kind of data-driven. You knew your numbers. You came from an educated background, but the region what we are talking about, I mean, it would be a sensitive topic, but you hail from Rajasthan, and a women sarpanch, educated, and we all are aware about a term called sarpanchpati, which is that culture. that culture still
Proxy
exists.
leadership, yes.
That culture still exists in India, where a woman is elected due to quota maybe, but the decision making is in the hands of their husbands. So when you went with your degree, with your education, with your mind, and it was not just because you wanted to, but when you took that position in the office, when you held that chair, you had plans, you had clear vision, and you started implementing those. In a patriarchal mindset, was there any hindrance? Was there a pushback? I'm asking this because we have a lot of students and young entrepreneurs and working professionals and would-be working professionals who are students now. They might face similar issues when they work. Other few people here might be facing organizational politics. So how did you cope up with that? And how did you made your point? I think that could be a great learning for people who are working now and students will be working in near future.
Well, great question. Thank you for that. So I literally was like a little child thrown into water for the first time. So luckily, because I did not have any notions or prejudices, I did not go with any thought that these are the kind of hindrances I'm going to face. I went with a completely open mind. And reason I'm saying that is because I think manifestation is something, a word that is used profusely as of today, right? So I think because I went with that positivity, with immense conviction in my own self, and a belief that yes, I can bring about change and I can get people to come together. I just need to be patient. I do believe in the goodness of people. And I think it was the patience, the perseverance, the discipline, and the conviction that helped me through with it. And that is the message that I would like to give, especially to the younger folks who are seated here. Because that, if you have that, and if you have a dream, and you set yourself out to do something, it will happen, and you can make it happen. In terms of the journal mindset, again, I feel empathy and compassion is the key to success. Now, it is very easy for you and I to sit here and say, hey, that is wrong. But what I realized was two things. And I'm going to cite an example which will make you realize that changing mindsets is actually not that difficult if you're able to show that mutual respect and have that open dialogue and ensure you're not making the other person or gender feel threatened. So I think I was able to do that. So the example I want to share is that my first day in office, and I knew this was bound to happen, out of the 12 of us, the Panchayat elected body, 8 of us were women and 4 men, out of which only 2 of us were graduates. And one gentleman had studied till the 7th grade and then dropped out of school. The rest could only just sign the names, they could not read or write. And I was aware of this. So the first day of the meeting, I noticed that it was mostly men. I think there were only 3 women who came. So I looked at the men folk and I said, if you wanted to sit here, then you should have contested the elections. But the fact that you got your respective wife to do so, at least, you know, have that respect to ensure that she comes to office. And without really thinking, I said, I do know that most of them can just sign the names. So even if there's a document that I give as the head of the Panchayat, I would want the lady to bring whoever she trusts, could be the husband, son, daughter, neighbor, whoever she trusts, to first read the document to her so that she understands fully what it reads, and only after understanding would I want her to sign it. And I think just by saying that made the men folk realize that their women's designation or their position of power would not be misused, and I would be there to protect it for them. And I thought, the men left, and I thought they were going to come back with their respective spouse, but I was pleasantly surprised. Not a single one of them came back. They sent the lady, or rather they brought the lady to the office, and we conducted the meeting. Day 2, we went around. What I noticed was usually people would know who the head of the panchayat is, or at best, the head of their ward. they would not know the other elected representatives. So I said, we're going to go across the entire village thanking the residents at having voted us. And I said, I'm not going to do that. The ward punch, or the elected head of that ward, would do that and introduce the rest of the team. So the ladies were like, we've never gotten out of our house, but they're married into the village. So as a bahu, as a daughter-in-law, it's much worse. And they're like, what are we going to say? At best, we've only gone to the neighbor's house and not beyond that. So I said, don't worry, I'll whisper into your ear, and you just say it out loud. I just had to do it with 2 ladies. After that, they were on their own. So the first day that we were out, you can't possibly cover the entire panchayat in one day. Our panchayats are larger than they are in Maharashtra. So the deputy sarpanch's husband called me at 4 saying that I need my wife back to cook. I said, no problem, and I dropped everyone back to their houses in my car. Next day, we were out in the field again. Same man calls me and says, I don't want to talk to my wife, but I just want you to know, and let her also know, that today either I'll get my neighbor to help, or I will cook myself, and you guys can be out in the field till as late as you need to be, even if it is 1 a.m., 2 a.m., doesn't matter. Finish your work. This is just day 2. Yeah? So I think that trust and faith that there is going to be someone around to protect and also guide and mentor and share knowledge. When that happens, that when there's that hand-holding, the proxy leadership fades away. And I think that is why in my village things changed. And when I would address men, I wouldn't say, hey, you're doing wrong. For example, child marriage was one of the first things we worked on. And all I did was, because decision makers are the men folk, so I told them that, listen, if you get your daughter married off at a young age, and if she gets pregnant, what happens to the body of the child? Or, in the desire of wanting a son, you have multiple children, but what damage it does to the body of that woman is all that I had to share with the men folk. And also, the math. Right? Because a lot of farmers think the more hands we have in the field, easier it's going to be for us, so you produce more kids. So I said inflation. I shared with them what the cost of living would be if they had a higher number of children vis-a-vis, say, just 2 kids. So when you do the math and bring that to the table, everyone understands. But that is something that drives everyone. So that's how I was able to tackle things. Yes, there was a pushback, especially from those in polity who thought me as a potential threat. And within the government who, because I brought and spoke of transparency and accountability, so those who were used to making money realized that under my leadership they wouldn't be able to. So there was a huge pushback. But that I was ready for. My very first project got stayed. It was a central government initiative. And they thought by staying that project, I would probably feel disheartened and withdraw. And I said, doesn't matter, I have like 100 more projects to do. So I focused on those, not losing focus on this. It took me 4 years to finish this project. But in sharing that, what I want to share with all of you is that patience, perseverance, and that focus and determination is the key to success in a nation like ours.
I think, Chavi, is irrespective of the topic what we are discussing today, the 4 words what you said just now, patience, perseverance, determination. I think it will go for all the audience here, even for the students, working professionals. If there is any pushback, if you're hard on your belief and you know what you're doing is right, these 4 things will carry you a long way. Due to limitation of time, I wanted to touch upon more into rural development and things that you faced or hindrances you faced in your time in the office. Maybe you can answer them in this rapid fire round. So I have a few questions for you. Guys, are we ready for the rapid round? Okay, thank you. So the first one would be one corporate habit you had to unlearn in the village at the time in your office.
I guess I probably just needed to open the horizon for my own self in my head, because being in the corporate sector, I had very focused area that I was working in. So I had to ensure that I widened that canvas in my head and looked at it more from an organizational perspective rather than a sectoral perspective, if that makes sense. Departmental, when I'm saying sectoral, within the corporate.
A holistic approach, I would say. And
Holistic, yes.
we have this phrase, right? Learn to unlearn. Or did I say it wrong? It's unlearn to learn.
To learn.
Yeah, sorry. It's
And
unlearn
so,
to learn.
in fact, to that, again, key to success is adaptability. And when we say adaptability, you have to be willing to shed your ego and arrogance to really fulfill that. So my way is not necessarily the right way. And if I'm unable to fulfill and attain the target that I'd hoped to, then I have to be open to the fact that I've probably done something wrong and I need to change the way I did it and find an alternate solution to reach that goal.
I think the students and corporate employees here, ego is something which we have forgotten for years now. We cannot have that into us. Moving on to next question. I'm assuming you spent 10 years in the office, right? And not every day was a serious day. There might be few instances when something out of the blue moon happened. So can you just share your most surprising request you have ever received from any villager or your colleagues?
Not a happy one, huh? Mind you. But I had a man walk up to me saying he wanted me to tell his wife to divorce him. And I said no to him. I said, you have to do it yourself. Then his father came to me saying, please tell my daughter-in-law that she needs to leave her husband. So I was completely taken aback. Like I said, it's not a funny thing. I was completely taken aback that, hey, that's such a private affair that cannot be brought to a table like mine. So I had to sit down with both the men folk and tell them that, hey, it's your private matter, and ideally you should not take it outside. I'm happy to assist in getting the two of them sit together, and if one is not listening to the other, I'm happy to be the mediator, but it's a decision that the man and the wife need to make themselves and not expect an outsider to do so.
Chavi, didn't you take this as a compliment? Something, I mean, it was a very family thing and inside thing, but they found a safe place in you where they could come and discuss such matters with you. So I still think it's a compliment for you.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I said what was most surprising was that it was the men folk, younger and older, who came, which meant I definitely earned their trust, which means whatever I was doing, the way I was doing it was doing it well.
If you weren't a social entrepreneur or a leader today, what Chavi Rajawat would be today?
A businesswoman, but I would still have one foot in the field of paying it forward in whatever capacity. I just think it's in my blood.
Very well said. Is there a book which has influenced your leadership, or you would recommend a book to all the people sitting here if they want to work on their leadership skills?
I'd say given the diversity that our country has, there's no one single book. There are multiples. But I would say what I was influenced most by were my grandparents, both sides, maternal and paternal, with both having worked and sacrificed for the benefit of the nation, for the freedom of the nation, and also families, despite hailing from extremely conservative background, I think the women in my household, both maternal and paternal, have been very, very bold and progressive. And as a result of that, the men have also been very progressive. Of course, I had to negotiate and navigate my way through a lot, but it became easier because I had that platform. So I think that is where my real inspiration comes from, and that is what makes me who I am. And also Rishi Valley School, which brings you from what a senior bureaucrat once told me, a certain element of craziness. That's why you're doing what you're doing. So I think it was a mixture and a combination of these. In terms of books, I'd say there are certain leaders that I look up to. And from our own soil, Mr. Ratan Tata, case in point, I don't think I need to say anything. Dr. Kalam, and I've had the honor of had met him. Mr. Tata, I was supposed to meet him, and unfortunately, I missed that opportunity. But I'd say they have been, in many ways, in terms of the values and the vision, I think I do feel that I've been influenced by what I know of them in a great way.
So people sitting here, I mean, this is my last question to you, last question of this rapid fire. People sitting here have either come from rural India or people like us. We are working a lot towards farmer community, which is based in rural India, and our market, our bread, cheese, butter, everything is in rural India. What is the potential of rural India, according to you, in a single word?
Immense. And I'm going to elaborate further, also trying to nudge everyone who's here from IMMA in particular, is that I would love to see all of you think of, you're already doing pilot projects and have adopted adopt is not the word I would want to use, but partnering with many villagers and farmers. But it would be lovely to see farmers becoming soil managers. The young blood, especially in villages, being made the tech enablers, and a possibility of seeing labs existing cannot possibly happen in every village, but even if it's the block level, not the district, at the block level, that is when I think the potential of the agrarian community that most of you seated here are working towards would be visible in the real sense. And hats off to all of you to have the patience to be doing what you're doing. But I think also the gear needs to shift a little more from not just the ROI, but also in enabling and making things more sustainable, given the impact of climate change and how that impacts our farmers instantly, and the pain that they have to go through. I think that compassion and empathy, when you're doing the work from that perspective, is when you'll be able to see the potential being as immense as is, and the country going forward much faster than it currently is.
Thank you. I believe there are a lot of IMMA members, companies of IMMA Association, who are already working towards it. There are a lot of model villages they are creating. There are a lot of projects for climate change, rural empowerment, jobs, employment generation. These people are doing, and maybe there's a very short time today. We didn't get more chance to discuss about their work, maybe some other time. And again, thanks to all IMMA members for the job you're doing and what you mentioned about the rural potential. It's immense. Undoubtedly, it's immense. And the kind of projects they're doing, I can share a few snippets with you. And we can take ahead with any of the member companies for any pilot projects if you wish to do in your areas or in other areas where they have already implemented. We can take that as a case study. So please feel to write to Ms. Chavi about any projects you wish to collaborate with. That was my small pitch for you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Just making my closing remarks for the session. Thank you, Ms. Chavi. First of all, last 1 hour was nothing short of transformative. Thank you for your patience. I'm extremely sorry we couldn't get time for question and answers, but just taking a liberty, since the organizers are busy, I can have 2 questions, real quick, if someone has only 2 questions, and then we are really short on time. Okay, some Salam Kisan, right? Yeah.
That was a great pitch, huh? I heard yours. I can hear you, and I can repeat your question.
I'll repeat your question.
Hello. How to handle criticism on the word corruption-free developmental work through public and private funds. So I came from a tribal village, which is Gilbili Gram Panchayat from Chandrapur districts of Maharashtra. So usually, when you work with Gram Panchayat panel, Gram Sadyasya, and Gram Sevak also. When there is a incremental development value about 10 lakh, there is again question mark. When you get something through CSR funds or any from donor body, there is always a question, ये क्यों कर रहे हैं, right? इन्हें क्या मिल रहा है? And there is also a habit of getting cut from each and everything, specifically developmental work. So as per your experience, your journey is so inspirational. How can we handle this situation called corruption-free developmental work when we actually want to do something, create impact at larger scale at grassroots level? Thank
Well,
you.
thank you. Thank you for that. So the reason I cited with you the honorarium that elected representatives get is because I have openly used the term, it leads to need-based corruption, right? If I have my family's basics to be taken care of, then I would perhaps seek such platforms to benefit from. But that's because my basic need is not met. However, the system also has unfortunately come to a point where, for example, my own panchayat secretary for consecutive 3 years, continuously he would say, if you don't give a certain cut, nothing will happen. I would turn around and tell him that, hey, there's no other village or panchayat across the district that's benefiting. And then he suddenly realized that if I wasn't getting support from the government, I was reaching out to the private sector and individuals, such as many of you seated here, who were coming forward to help. So he realized that if one door was shut, I wouldn't give up. I would go knock another door. But I think that's where the patience pays off. And also transparency, because I was consistently coming back and telling the village residents, hey, I went here, but this didn't work. I went there, that didn't work. This is the only amount of funding we have, so what can we do? Can we come together and find solutions? And that's how we were able to get that participatory development work to happen. But whenever we brought in people such as yourself from outside, we had open dialogues where I ensured that I was also there, so that there was nothing lost in translation. And wherever those questions came, that what is in it for them or what is in it for us, is where I would say it's a win-win for both. And where I noticed that one party is not willing to understand that, is where initially we would say, okay, fine, we're willing to try, but if it's not a win-win for both, then sorry. Whichever is not willing to be on the same page will have to withdraw. So I think that, because there was precedence that was set, it became easier. So whoever was coming in, the village folks knew, because I also helped, because when I said that my vision was to bring in the expertise, now those who are in the line of business such as yourselves, it's not your business to deploy people. Of course, you're the agrarian sector, so yes, you do, but the others, it's not their job to be in the field. That is where I hoped people would notice that people like me, or like you and I, who take on these roles, can be those enablers and be used to do the work. So because I came from the private sector, I could make those reports, I could ensure that I'm keeping a check on every rupee that's coming into my panchayat, and telling the company to come and see for themselves what is happening in complete transparency. And that is how we were able to do the work. And in the process, the village also noticed that I was doing it in complete faith and belief that the village was there for me, and they knew that I was there for them. So their mindsets changed, and they stopped asking for the benefits, which otherwise what you're pointing to is what they were hoping for. So I made it very clear to both parties that if you're coming in, it's not to exploit the villagers, and to the villagers, you are not going to take advantage of the individual coming, because you have to look at the larger gestation period and the long-term sustainability aspect, and be willing to join hands so that tomorrow, even if I'm not there, the project continues and you continue to bring profit to both the players that are working together, or multiple players that are working together. So I think that dialogue is what made it easier. And we often don't have time enough for those dialogues. Even not-for-profit organizations, I've noticed, often come with a certain agenda and with the attitude that I know better, ye to gaon wale hain, inko kya pata. That is the attitude that I mean to say, that arrogance has to be shed, because there's immense wisdom, as you yourselves would know, in the village folks. the elders as well the youngsters. And for the youngsters, I think the best way to blur the divide that India and Bharat or urban and rural has is by engaging more and coming together in the true spirit such that it's a learning for both and it is a win-win for both the players.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your time.
Second question.
Okay. I request you to have a very small question, because we are really short on time.
Rahul, I'll try and be crisp.
I'll make it very short, actually. See, I came from a software background. I was software engineer when I started agriculture. I was still working, but the biggest challenge was when neighbors, relatives around me was asking like, do you really have such a financial problem? Did you lose your job? What exactly is the problem with you? Can't you ask help from your sister, get a job in Abu Dhabi, or can't you ask help from your brother to get a job in UK? Because for them, you come to agriculture only when you lose every other hope. So that was the toughest part of my career when I started working with agriculture. Did you have something similar? How did you handle it?
No.
We actually had a discussion on this about the rural youth moving to urban for penny jobs or any salary. For them, it's a respected thing, and getting into agriculture is something disrespectful. And there are a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of money in agriculture.
Just a small note, actually. My friend was also there when I started agriculture. And after maybe a couple of years, actually, he was earning 4 times more than his corporate job, a software job. At that point, his family asked him to stop because his profile was to be uploaded in the matrimony, and they don't want a groom to be a farmer rather than a software engineer who was earning only 1/4. But a software engineer earning 1/4 had a better matrimonial market than a farmer.
Yeah, but I'd want to take us back to back in the day where being a farmer was a respectful vocation. People looked up to that,
My father's
right?
time, my grandfather's time especially,
Absolutely.
actually.
And I'm glad that you're changing it. The likes of many of you who are here is changing it. And as of today, there's so many people who moved out of the private sector and have gone back to some village or the other to become farmers, and they're doing amazingly well. So thank you to all of you, who hopefully will inspire more others to do so. But luckily for me, because the background that I come from, and even my own friends who are in the private sector turned around and told me that, hey, you've taken a bold step, you've had the courage to do what we only think of doing, and perhaps think of doing it at a later stage, but you're doing it now. And I think that's a balancing act we need. We need people like me in the field, and we need people like yourselves to make the money and bring us the expertise so that we can take our country forward. So that's the collaboration and cohesive ecosystem we need to create, and I hope we can come together to do that. Thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you for your time. I would like to mention a special thanks to IMMA for organizing this event, NSE for the wonderful venue, all the managing committee members, organizers, and volunteers here who have been working tirelessly from 7:30 or 6:30 in the morning until now. And the day is not over. We still have a job in our hand to do. There's a cocktail dinner organized. So again, thank you so much, and again, special thanks to you for your time, for your inspiration, and the journey you walked us through.
You were amazing. Thank you all again for having me here. And if there's anyone who wants to partake in the process of working in villages, happy to collaborate. Just to let you know, I'm working in the field of education, skilling, and agri. So let's join hands. Thanks again, Rahul, and thanks. I'm around. If there are any more questions, I'm still here, so catch me off stage. Otherwise, he's going to be Rogered. And I can see eyes from there saying, like, time up, time up. Thank you.
Okay, Srila, please.
Thank you, Chavi ma'am. Thank you, Omkar, and thank you, ma'am, for such an insightful session. The way all these all the conversations that happened, I wanted to just sit there and clap, but I would disturb all of you then and break the momentum. So here we are. We are super happy and excited that you've been here and enlightened all of us with all your insightful thoughts and your journey. I would like to invite our Via Mumbai team, the chair of Via Mumbai, Dr. Atisha Keswani, Vaibhav, Mitanshu, Tanvi, Avinash, Arthak, Dr. Rahul Mirchandani. You are part of YI. We are not leaving you yet.
He's the youngest Indian.
Friends, that half minute which I lost in my presence, if you tell that these are the recycled product, this is made out of 100% recycled PET bottles, and I am feeling blessed to hand it over to her.
I would also like to invite Mandit Modi, please. We really need you for this felicitation of the book. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Please, please.
While we're doing felicitations, I really want a quick, can all the organizing team for today's event and the volunteers please run up on stage, please. Guys, everything that's happened is because of this team. You really need to give them a tremendous round of applause. All the organizing team members, you know who you are. Please come in. Please come in, run, run, run. You know exactly who you are. You've been at it since weeks. I think phenomenal job, each and every one of you. I think this team handled this particular event even without me in the country. And these guys just did a phenomenal job. I think each and every one of them deserves every single a round of applause from you. Love, affection. I mean, outstanding work, each and every one of them. Guys, please, up in the front. Take a bow, please. Up in the front. Yeah. Come in the front, guys. Come in the front. The team was outstanding. I think the ones who really did a lot of the heavy lifting, Mahesh, Beena, and Ashray. Can you please come in the front? Mahesh, Beena, Ashray, please come in the front. Come on, guys. Where's Mahesh? The curator of all this madness. Go ahead, Mahesh. Go ahead. Rishi, where are you? He's still handling the thing. Come on. And all the heavy lifting, all the amazing graphics you see here. You know, we have a person in Disneyland. His name is Rishikesh Patil. He has been at it since morning. Every single graphic, every single piece of equipment, I think he's mastered it completely now. I'm sure my budgets at Aries are going to increase because he will want all this equipment now in our own building. Rishi, where are you? Come in the front, come in the front. These are the guys who did all the heavy lifting. Guys, come in the front. Take a bow, please. Karishma, all the designing. Vijay, where are you? Yes, Vijay, Karishma, all the designing. And in the last 1 week, all the others came together, did tremendous amount of heavy lifting. Guys, this is Team Aries Agro. This is Team IMMA, who actually put this entire event together. Guys, take a bow. You are outstanding. Each and every one of you. I am so proud. Guys, this is the team that got you this event. Did it as leaders in their own right. And not a single one of them asked me once, karna hai or nahi karna hai. Kar dete the and then say, sir, this is done and over with and you've got to deal with it. And this is outstanding. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Me too. I didn't do much this time. I request a standing ovation for this team that created magic, please. Absolute magic. And while you're standing, we have a request to take a sustainability pledge. 2 minutes, we just repeat after us. A sustainability pledge which we would like each and every one of you sitting in this room to take. A serious pledge, serious exercise. Let's have a sustainability pledge that will be read out, and please repeat after us for a couple of minutes, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So nothing better than this, ending your day before the drinks. So I will say the pledge, and you have to raise your right hand like me. Yeah, including the better halves. Yeah. Quick. Everyone except the photographer. And the videographer too. Here we go. I pledge on this niche IMMA platform that I will neither litter nor allow others to do so, including my better halves. We will reuse and help to recycle all packaging materials. We promise to leave behind a far more greener earth for our Gen Next to live in and thrive, as we all owe a sustainable world to them. Thank you. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. Tomorrow's program, we have tea and coffee served. We will be signing the IMMA Communicate tomorrow because we will have most of our guests here tomorrow. The sessions, the B2B sessions start at 9 a.m. tomorrow at the same venue. We will have this entire room set up as meeting rooms, as meeting tables. So please be on time and we will start the meetings at 9 a.m. sharp. This evening, we have our shuttle buses leaving to the Geo Convention Center for dinner at 7:30 p.m. For those of you who have registered for dinner, please do join us. You can either walk across, which is an 800-meter walk, nice weather in the evening, or we can take shuttle buses. We have 2 mini buses doing back and forth from the Geo Convention Center for anyone who wishes to take the bus service. Dinner will be from 7:30 to 10:30, and we will be having cocktails for 2 hours, so that those of you who reach late will get, you know, what happens if you reach late. So please do come in. There's no agenda there. Let your hair down, meet each other, talk to each other, and let's meet tomorrow morning for the B2B at 9 a.m. sharp, and also the master classes that will go on till 4 p.m. Thank you very much. I hope you've had an amazing day, and thank you very much once again to each one of you who was here. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello, everybody. What about the winners for the pitch parties? Are you not curious? Can you take a guess? Can you take a guess? The jury, may I invite the jury members, please, on the stage? Can you take a guess? Who's the winner? You saw the Mentimeter, so I'm not talking about the Mentimeter. Ladies and gentlemen, may I call upon the stage the first winner today from the jury for the best innovation, Salam Kisan. Please come on the stage. A huge round of applause. Rahul, we need you also. The second award goes to GS1 for the barcodes. Can we have GS1? Is it still there? GS1? I think they've moved on. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for GS1 for the incredible work they are doing for traceability. We now come to the popular award by the audience. You people have polled. On number 1, we have Aries Agro Limited. Aries Agro. And on number 2 again, Aries Agro Equipments Limited. Aries Agro Equipment Limited. The second popular poll prize. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, everybody. Once again, thank you, jury members, for your great support to the audience, to IMMA, and let's break for the evening and enjoy. Thank you.